So I'm sorry. Here's the thing. When the truce was made, the very next day, dirty little filthy country girl, according to that's how she wants to be referred to. I've never heard anybody refer to her as that. That's from her mouth. That's how she wants to be referred to. I don't understand it. It sounds strange to me, but those were her own words. I've never heard anybody call her a dirty little filthy country girl. Dirty little filthy country girl? Sounds like pornographic. I'm sorry. It does. Uh, hey, Carol. How are ya? So we make this truce with, Ali and others, okay? Um, and the very next line that's done by uh, Dirty is, or Country Girl, I don't know what she was, something, um, is calling it a game, calling it fake. Now, good, I'm glad to hear that, Carol. Here's the thing. I'm not trying to begrudge Country Girl anything, okay? But why try to begrudge me having some kind of friendship on YouTube? When you made your video the next day saying that the truce was just a game and this and that, why couldn't you have positive hope for it so I could get some kind of peace? Why was your next step to go on a live stream, you know, implying that it was a fake truce? Why couldn't there be a day of peace without you calling that truce fake and a game? Why wasn't anybody else on YouTube allowed a truce that could get some type of respect before you even made your video the very next day after it happened, calling it a game, placing doubt in people's ears? What you do and what I'm bitching about isn't everything in the past. It's what you were doing then. Why are you refusing? Yeah, me too. Why would Miss Country Girl from New Jersey make a video the very next morning calling it a game, saying it wasn't going to work out? It was a game. Let's see who blows it first. What I'm saying has nothing to do with, I'm not trying to get in between you and Bobble's truce. What I'm saying is, why couldn't you have been as encouraging and supportive of that truce that was made that included me as you were with the one with, you and Bobble and you and her and Tom? Why couldn't you have been as supportive? Who was it in all those people that were involved in that truth did you have your doubts about? Is the one that you consistently mention. SG, SG, SG. And you went around stirring the pot because I'm not allowed a moment's fucking peace from you. You feel that I should have no friends. None. Why would you say that truce was a game? What prompted you to say that? Come on, just say it. Tell us what was your gig behind that negativity? Hi, Catherine. What was your gig behind the negativity? You keep thinking it has to do with, you know, the other rotten shit you've done. But there was nobody on your list there that you have a problem with other than me that prompted you to place negative thoughts in people's minds about that truth. Why don't you stop with your passive aggressiveness? When Nacho says she can see right through you, that's what she means. See right through you. Nobody puts in quotations that, or as YouTube likes to call me, dirty little filthy country girl. Who calls you that? Nobody here calls you dirty little filthy country girl. That's like sexual, weird. That's what I mean. You're weird. And it's something personal that you have against me. That I wasn't allowed. The thought of me having a truce with people and having friends and getting along with people is so far beyond what you want for me that you immediately had to start an aggressive campaign again that SG won't be able to honor it. SG won't be able to honor it. It's a fake truce. It's a fake truce. A fake truce. Where did you get your information from? Liar. It had nothing to do with Bommels or Sharon or anything. Or Nitty. My point of the last video was, where are you getting your information from that it's a fake truce? Where? What prompted you to say that? Do I go on your channel and argue with your people? Mm-mm, I don't. Do I sit there and say, oh, that's awesome, when somebody's saying, you know, you're just a crazy woman? Call me dirty little filthy country girl. That's so strange. Kind of a weird thing is that to say. I've never heard one person call you dirty little filthy country girl. Never. Who the hell says filthy? You're filthy. Filthy country girl. Why are you so dirty? What have you been doing? Come on now. Like, sitting there talking all sweet to some fucking weirdo that's saying I'm in an asylum. My daughter is just, that's fucking Riley Seven, your little buddy that you know that you've been having harassed me. I mean, you need to stop. You need to stop, Joel. You've got to stop. You're nobody's dirty little filthy country girl. I'm not here anyway. I just want to know why you felt that you had the right to go around saying that was a fake truce because it involved me. Where did you have that right? Where do you get that right? I've been nothing but diplomatic with you. Your passive aggressive, your aggressive behavior is starting to really piss me off, man. Just fucking stop mentioning me in such a negative way. I told you already. I've said it before. If you want to come in the live stream, if you think they're fun, if you want to play trivia, if you want to just chat, you're more than welcome here. Hi, Grandma. I've said that to you. Just stop talking negative about me, please. If you don't want to come here and try to work on things, that's fine. But you don't have to say a truth is fake because it involves me. Oh, so no, not you, Grandma. Not you. FDS, you're here. So what makes you think that Jules wouldn't be listening either? What do you think that she may not listen back to it? But actually, I'm not talking to Jules. I'm talking to anybody who's listening. Obviously, you are. Oh, Lord, help her. It's fucking weird, man. So you've never heard anybody re-listen to a video, but you're here, so you don't think you would go there and tell her? You don't have to block FDS. And Lisa, here's the thing. Do you know that I have screenshots of you saying Survivor Girl doesn't know this, but she saved my life. I was suicidal one night. And I am so curious as to how who's not SG? No, I know you're not talking bad about me. No. None of you guys are named Jules. uh, I know, FDS. That is why the truce was made. That's why the truce was made. But you have to admit, the very first video that the very next day that came out about it was, I know. Oh, on other, I know, I saw it. I mean, that's that Riley 7. I don't know who that is. You know what I mean? Nobody ever used to do anything like that. Okay. Hi, Carrie Ann. Hi, Crackhead Video. FGS, seriously, why did she have to doubt the truth when she made her video the next day saying it was a fake truth? And then she was in Nitty saying it was a fake truth. It was a game. It was a game. There's no truce with Jules. I just don't talk about her till she starts talking about me. Like, I can't get. Thank you. I appreciate that. She means of warm milk, Carrie Ann. Just kidding. Um, that's all I'm wondering, Lisa. Why couldn't she have put as much support into her truce with Bobbles as the truce that everybody had on here? I had already said that it was unnecessary for there to be a truce with okay. Is FDS still here? I mean, I don't want to be talking to somebody that isn't even really here. I mean, my point is that it could have been nice if instead her video the next day was oh, hi Madam X. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I missed it. If I missed anybody, hello. I'm sorry. I don't have a JC there. Not that Bobbles doesn't notice people either. Doesn't Crackhead Video have one? Dude, stop saying that, Grandma. You make me feel so damn guilty about it. Stop it. Stop it. Please. You think I don't feel bad enough? Well, she made a video the next day saying that the truce that was made between, people who were fighting on YouTube, was a game and it was fake because, and she went through this list of people, and it wasn't that she doubted them. It's me, basically. I'm all about freaking the road to forgiveness and accountability and even my own. How many people have heard me say those words? I mean, this is stressing me out again. What do you mean? Who said it was fake? Oh, the truce? Me too. Carrie Ann, look, here you are, right? Right? Exactly. I texted Ollie after the live stream. I said, "Oh my God, I said I like Carrie Ann so much. I mean, see, and you don't know how well you get along with people until you actually can put aside the arguing, and we hit it off right away. Jules did. She said it was all a game. It was a fake truce. It was a fake truce. And, she thinks, and everybody thinks that it's all about, and it made me feel like, so everybody automatically, it seems I was reading through a lot of the comments that were left yesterday because I didn't go on to, I was on YouTube watching TV show, not TV shows, evidently, because I was on YouTube, but, you know, documentaries and stuff. But I decided I would stay out of the community. And then Bobbles had texted me and said that that Kinsley or whatever it is was going around saying I was in the hospital. She didn't say it was an institution though. I would have gone right on and talked and stuff. I didn't know that it was institutionalized until I had seen the ones that were left on my exactly FDS, right. But it's just that people seem to think that I attack her when I had said on the live when they were talking about the truce, I had said, it's really unnecessary for a truce between Jules and I because, quite frankly, I just would rather not even address the past and with her because we're not, it's just basically agree to disagree. But I've seen her say that she does watch my lives because she thinks they're funny. And I told her, I said, and this is not the first time I said, um, Not in the nut hut. I guess kind of we all are in the nut hut, huh? I get thinking of like one of those big nets that Laverne and Shirley. Yeah, in um, what the hell was I talking about? Yeah, if she wants to just come back in and into my room, not back in because she never was in, but if she wants to come in, I'm not gonna bring it up with her. I'm not gonna argue with her over a live stream. She's not gonna have to defend herself. You know what I mean? In fact, I know that it was the road to, you know, forgiveness. You can't get on the road to forgiveness if you can't give the other person the benefit of the doubt that they're not going. If I say I'm not going to, right? Which I've said that to her multiple times, even in, private emails and stuff. Okay. I said, you can come in. Um, and she consistently says, nope, I don't feel like having to defend myself. If people attacked her in here, then I will, if she thinks that would happen, I don't think that people would attack her. I think everybody, basically, the majority, even though it kind of seems that the majority of people might like drama, I think in actuality, after a while, we actually don't. You know that? And you want to know what's funny is as much as like people think that people on YouTube, it can't be pleasant and you can't have friendships and enjoy yourself. I found that today. Hi, Moonchild. I found that today when I was, oh, hi, Shauna. I don't know anything about CPS, Shauna. I would never call CPS on anybody. I would never, ever, that there, that can't, I mean, God, that's so. Hi, Tracy C. But when I went out today, I think it was somebody on Ali's channel had said there's so few cashiers everywhere. I'm telling you, man. Hi, talking with Tommy D. When I went out today, I even though I don't see you guys' faces really per se. I mean, we all have our avatar and stuff. You know what I mean? But I found myself more disagreeable being out in the public. Hi, Mama Piggy. Not that I was disagreeable, like, yelling at people, but I mean, I just wanted to get it over with and get home. Seriously. Yeah, I know. I see people's faces in their, avatars and stuff, but yeah, today when I was out, remember how people used to take care not to leave the shopping cart and like kind of push it off so that in case it hits somebody's car. I saw three people just put their shopping cart where it was like just going to I know, absolutely, I agree with you there, FDS. Absolutely. And you know what? It's a shame that people can't be proud of, their children's successes or their, monumentous occasions. It's a shame that people can't share those, fun events in people's lives, you know? It really is. And I don't mean live streams. I mean lives, your real life, like being able to share those things. That's one thing. Well, what's funny is as it appears is that people on Facebook who, I think like with Facebook, a lot of times they're actually more people that are local to you because you get that suggested friendship on there. So you know, like you might have gone to school with them or grown up with them. So you're more apt to share your photos of your children and how they're growing because the people who you're sharing them with are people who actually you might have gone to school with and know their kids and everything. And so people are sharing their family photos. Unfortunately, over here on YouTube, yeah, I mean, I don't know any 3PS would never. That's I wouldn't even that call to find out even somebody's real name on YouTube doesn't even cross my mind. And if I talk to somebody who I met off YouTube on the phone, I call them their YouTube name because I'm used to calling them that. So I call them their YouTube name. And if they say, "Oh, you could call me by, this," I say, "Oh no, it's too much to even get." I found that though, for the most part, I remember the good things that people say and all that, and as opposed to um the bad things. A lot has happened. Life is overwhelming, isn't it? Telling ya, I'd rather like be with you. I mean, I realized when I was out today that I don't know if it has something to do with the fact that. Well, here's another thing too. The majority of people had masks on still. Now I'm just confused with that because it's so hard to tell. I mean, people used to smile at each other and nod in agreement and smile and like I think possibly the self quarantine gave people thank you. Oh back. See, everybody thought I was locked up in an asylum. That's what I should have called my live stream from the asylum. Live from the asylum. It's Friday night. Yeah, people can't smile at each other anymore. Uh, they don't. It's like you get in places and there's no cashiers. Oh my God, at the grocery store. At the grocery store, you're bagging your own shit. Thank you, Mama Piggy. Thank you, Mama P. I appreciate that. The lockdowns made people more they sure did. You probably are. Why do you want to come up on my panel? We could figure it out. Well, you know what? Think about this though, Moonchild. If CPS didn't allow people anonymity, they wouldn't be able to use it as a weapon. I mean, I get that the anonymity of not telling the people, the name of who made the report, but they should have to have a substantiate, like they should be able to substantiate their reason. Well, you don't have to go, FDS. You don't have to go. I like your pineapple avatar, you know? I wonder, I mean, because they should have to substantiate that. Because think about it. It really, at the end of the day, what ends up happening is somebody makes a false account, right? And I mean, I don't know. It's just bad. Things are bad all over. I was just thinking about how, how it's like, yeah, you don't have to, that's what you go for it, but you'll never know unless you try it. Yeah, it's not bad to have, how sometimes when you go, you want to call somebody, you want to talk, you feel like talking to somebody, and you, call people and, nobody's around or they're busy or whatever, and it makes you feel worse. But with YouTube and going live, even when I come on and just start talking, it takes a little, couple of minutes maybe, but someone will come on and look, now we're all talking. And I like this better. It's almost like, to be quite honest with you, like being out with friends and talking, being in your own living room, really comfortable where you are and talking. There's nothing wrong with talking on live streams and having friends on YouTube. It is such a waste of time and money. It's just not cost effective to, you know, to to do those. And here's another thing I was thinking, and I know the children stuff is really important, but I don't want to like get off where the subject where I was thinking about in the grocery store. Um, is those baggers and those cashiers, right? A lot of those jobs used to be for like senior citizens or high school kids, you know? And so what happened was they cut all these people out of their jobs. Do you know, it's so frustrating to go, to the, to you got to check yourself out at the cash. And there's this little tiny spot. You got to bag your own shit. But I mean, my God, it's just so annoying. And I have to wonder, I mean, that's part of the whole thing about, going out and being friendly and smiling at people. That used to be a part of your job, like you were in customer service, you know? You're saying hello. Oh, Moonchild, I don't know anything about any of that. I don't know any. Hi, Lori. Yeah, I don't know anything about any of that. I'm more like concerned with wanting to talk about the positive, things that people can find on, YouTube and bitch about real life. Bitch about real life. If you're like doing a good thing of shopping, of grocery shopping, it's a real pain in the ass to sit there bagging all your own shit and ringing it all up. You know, I'm not into that. And not for nothing, I kind of like the little conveyor belt. I know, but I'm not lying right now. I was in the grocery store the other day. There was not any cashiers, no cashiers. And there was a few like where it looked like lanes open, but it was self checkout still. Even though on each end they had all these self checkouts in the middle, some of the cash registers. Yeah, but yeah. Oh, about the CPS stuff. Yeah, I don't know anything, so I wouldn't be able to. But I because of the truth, I don't even want to like talk. Yeah, but I had to throw that, and the whole time I'm thinking to myself, holy crap, man! I mean, the two girls that were standing there, that were at the, I guess to watch and make sure you ring everything up. We're just chatting with each other basically. And I just couldn't believe it. I was so annoyed. I was so aggravated because it wasn't like I could empty out the cart onto the conveyor belt and then somebody else was, and then hand off the empty cart to the bagger. I couldn't do that. I had to empty the cart as I rang it up, fill the bags, and not have anywhere to put them. I had nowhere to put the bag. Isn't that crazy? Nowhere to put the bag. And now, it makes me wonder if, oh, yeah, nowhere to put the bags, right? So you can't have the empty cart to put the bags. So what are you supposed to do? Put them on the floor? Okay, Catherine. Hi, throwback. I don't know. Did I say hi, throwback? I hope so. That was crazy. I was frustrated and I was angry. Um, I couldn't believe that. Here's another thing too. Okay, I went to. I have an entire cabinet of empty bags. An entire cabinet. Isn't that funny? No, what annoyed me was the fact of the jobs that were gone. That's what got me. Was the jobs that were gone for those people. If you're banger, then you should get a discount since nobody is. Yeah, you're right. Good point. Good point. Always bag your own groceries gives me. You know what? That is how I feel too. Because you're already in the state of mind that you wanna. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like you're trying to. You know. What's funny, Nacho? Is this is funny, you guys. I don't know what you're talking about, Britney Spears. I don't know if you're here to just give a hard time to Nacho, but I'm gonna time you out. Um, seriously, I just I was dating. This was the person who, whenever I get like nostalgic about freaking um, you know, a love of your life kind of thing. Okay, I'm the same way. I had a closet that move after and all the other shit. I hate that lady in the silk step. She told me to move item up. She says, and all the other shit. Oh, I thought she says to you, move your item off the conveyor belt and all the other shit too. Oh, she is? I'm sorry. I timed her out. I'm sorry, Brittany. We love you. Sorry. Oops, I did it again. I timed you out. Didn't know you were a friend. I don't know. Is this an Aldi's? They're so mean, those people, those self checkouts. I didn't know they talked like that. Free Britney. It's just so, it gets me so, just like Carrie Ann just said, that's just going to be another issue with me next time I go. Why it, oh my God, you know what? I think I did say something because I said no staff or whatever, and everything is getting smaller but more expensive. Like the butter and stuff, smaller and more expensive. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even want to talk about CPS. That's like, are the real cashiers, you mean, Moonchild? No, I have Britney Spears song stuck in my head. Ooh, I did it again. Imagine losing your virginity to Justin Timberlake. Imagine that. Who was your first? Justin Timberlake. Are aloof. Have you ever been a loofah for Halloween? A loofah. That's what they could be named in the American check out there just for the show. Yeah, but that's going to be the next most popular baby name. Hi, Mark Kropka. Aloofa. Aloofa. Ignora. Aloofa. Rudy for boys. Yeah, thanks. I know, right? Man, what's that other one she did? I like that other one. The other day, I was on Social Security, and the freaking receptionist, my God, she lied and said the person that I asked for wasn't there. Then finally, by the time she was sick of me, because I've been doing this thing lately where I'm just so, I don't care. What I say goes. What I say goes. Because I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the loss of customer service. Just sick of it. Sick of it. I mean, my God. You know, that depends what the color saying. Some people repeatedly call it. Okay, for example, here we go. No, the other one, something about hit me. or slap me or something like that. No, don't say that, Nacho Mama. No, no, don't say that. Don't say that. Let's remove that comment, Nacho. Please, please, please. Let's remove that. That's gonna cause me anxiety having it there. Just remove that comment, please, please. That's gonna cause me anxiety. I don't want that there. Please, please. Hit me, baby. That's what it is. Hit me, baby, one more time. How's that go again? Yeah, baby, baby. Na, na, na. My loneliness is killing me when I'm with you. What is it? I'll leave my mind. Give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more time. I like that song. That something wasn't right now. Customer disservice. Yeah. Oh, baby, how was I supposed to know? Thank God I scrolled up because I read that something wasn't right. Yeah. And I'm going, what are they talking about? What are they talking about? What? Give it to me, my love. I must confess, I still believe when I'm something. What's he say? When when I lose my mind, give me a sign. Fucking guy starts talking in sign language. She didn't know he was deaf all that time. Finally has to write it out. You're gonna be back? How about I'll be front? I'd prefer that if we were dressing like a horse for Halloween. You be back. I'll be the front. Doesn't say F me, baby, one more time, but I could see it now. Now it all makes sense. Hit me. Oh my God, I get it now. I didn't get it. I liked the tune, but I wasn't sure about the hit me, baby, one more time. Why would you want to get hit? Might like it something. I don't know. Maybe she's challenging him. Hit me, baby, one more time. She's planning on knocking him out. He says, just breathe on me. I like that. You'll be 6, I'll be 9. So it's about sex. Ah, all right. Yeah, I know. It's the Britney song. I figured it out. I didn't think you were telling me to breathe on you one more time. Didn't breathe on you the first time. You want me to? That's like breathing on a window and fogging it up. I Kissed a Girl. I love that song. That song is called Breathe. I do that for the crowd goes wild. Wait, no. Can't do it. Come on. The crowd goes wild. Yeah, Tracy, Tracy. Give us a T. Give us an R. Give us an N. No, no, no. Too long. They'll have to shout SG. What the hell? Out of town. Are you kidding me? Give it to me, baby. Oh my God, I never finished my story about the boyfriend. He said he was in the other room, okay? And I had just finished putting the groceries away, and he was in the other room, couldn't see me. And literally, I had the bags in my hand, and I was walking kind of like back and forth, not walking, like just turning, like I didn't know, should I save these or should I throw them away? Save them, throw them away. Because every time you open the door, the bags would fall out of it. And I was like, so then I freaking, he yells out, not yells out, but he just called out, throw it away, Tracy, you got enough. I like him, you know? It was like he knew, like he was listening to the noise. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I was content then. What's Cake by the Ocean about? I was content. Like, there was times I'd get home from work and he would be washing the dishes and just like have a candle lit and playing Dave Matthews. And he wasn't too tall, you know? I just remember that those times and I'm not sad about it that it ended. I'm happy to have had it. That makes me like think about that saying, it's better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. Because I think that was like love. And I wouldn't want us to get back together because I think it would possibly, end in a way that would ruin the fairy tale in my head. You know what I mean? Not that it wasn't a fairy tale to me. I wouldn't have liked it so much. Like here's like this one example is I've dated people and people at times words can um hurt. You can be um we don't need to oh okay. Um I always like that lyric in the song breathe out so I can breathe you in. What was that in? Was that not the Goo Goo Dolls? Who was that? Breathe out so I can breathe you in. She was touching her face, or isn't that the one? I like that one. That no, not really. Well, no, I don't think it's heartbroken. I think uh Bush. Are they the ones who do Swallow? Is that Bush? And they had nothing, nothing hurts like your mouth, or something like that, right? Your mouth, right? This, they're the same, but not sure, but it was a remastered or reinvent album. Oh my God, I feel like it was from a um your dun, dun, dun. Ah, was that them? Was that Bush? Are you on the chemo pills? Does that make your hair fall out? The chemo pills? You know what? Um, First I'm gonna look this up. This Bush. I gotta know who sings Swallow. This. Why do they keep that? Is it your mouth? Or maybe it's not even them. Uh, yeah, your Bush. Okay. Uh, Mouth. And it's on this one, I think. Deconstructed. Deconstructed. That's it. Okay. Now, since we're talking about like sexy music, okay? This DVD or CD, whatever, right? CD, it's Bush deconstructed. And it's hot. And I mean, the whole CD is hot. So, I mean, you don't have to worry about changing the music. I'm just saying. If you're ever, you know, looking to put something on, like, and just, I don't know. I think it's kind of hot. All I'm saying. All I'm saying. Now, what I was gonna say about what do you mean hormone chemotherapy? Does that mean you're not? It's an estrogen blocker. I could do music trivia. All right, let's see. All right, here we go. Who's gonna be? I mean, I don't know how old you are, Brittany, but I'm gonna do. I'll try to do a mixture um, of you know questions here. All right, see who's the first one on the board with this question. Oh, I take the estrogen blockers. I didn't know that was chemo pills. I didn't. They didn't put it like that. All right, who's gonna be the first one on the board? What band, 80s band, sang the song "Hold Me Now"? Hold me now. Oh, warm my heart. Stay with me. Let loving start. Let loving start. Britney Spears. Got it. Britney Spears is the first one on the board. 5 points. I'm sorry if I like. Oh, let me just get to where I was talking to throwback. Okay. This is what I was thinking. You know how when somebody passes away, and this is I'm talking to everybody too here, okay? You know how when somebody's passing or has passed away, okay? Somebody's passed away, and people will say it was their time. It was their time, right? I just wonder if, like, I do believe that there's something to be said for mind over matter things, and also for the way like, doctors should be really aware of their facial expression. You know that? They should be really aware of their facial expression because I know that my doctor, the oncologist, okay, who always had me feeling, okay, and maybe he's the one who's saying the, the way it is, but I tend to think to myself, okay, so first of all, the radiation, right? Radiation therapy, that starts next week. They tried to push it off for another week. I said, no, 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 absolutely not. I said, you were supposed to call me last week after the last appointment and make a appointment sooner, and you didn't. And now you want to push it off to, this. And then I said, so no. That's why I told you. I go, lately I've been like, I'm just not, I'm not, anymore. I'm just so pissed, like not pissed. I'm not pissed. I'm just so, I don't know. That's why this truce thing isn't going to be hard for me or difficult. I would prefer to, I get a lot better energy from YouTube than, no, I didn't get the vaccine. Mm-mm, no, uh-uh. I'm not having them put something in me right now to change anything. But she was very positive sounding, where my oncologist the last 2 times made me feel discouraged, but my surgeon also made me feel encouraged, So it really does matter your doctor's stop. No, I asked about that actually. Funny you should say that. I did ask about that. She said, I haven't heard anything like that. I did ask about that. Funny you should say that. She said, no, I haven't heard. I absolutely asked. Now that you say that, funny you should ask. No, they never had. Really? Your sister's on cot said she must have. No way. Oh, that's so crazy because here, what happened when I went to get the lump removed, okay? Um, and this is God's honest truth, and I don't know if it's, different states. I'm pretty sure each hospital, each, state, whatever, is different, okay? And remember, this was back in, I don't know, what was it? June, May, whatever, when I had the surgery. Um, first thing that occurred was when they brought me down to have the uh the where they inject you with some kind of dye, and it's supposed to go to the lymph nodes if they're affected. Here's what got me too. If it doesn't go to any, maybe they're not affected. Because I was there for an hour and a half before they called down and said, okay, the doctor's ready now for surgery. So, and you're supposed to be down there for that long because but me and the technician just kept waiting and waiting. And he'd like change the lighting on it and he'd say, see right there, it's kind of faint, but really I couldn't see it. Couldn't see it. Now, um, so, so, the doctor who came in, okay, first of all, the technician, right? Very nice guy talking about it because I was down there a long time laying on. See, I even like fell asleep and stuff. I had to be there early for his surgery, right? Hadn't eaten. I was starving. But anyhow, he said he took his mask off. He said he was had gotten a shot. So he said, but when the doctor comes, we got to put our mask back on because she didn't have the shot. And I said, oh, that's weird. Why wouldn't she have to have the shot too? And he said, oh, they didn't make the doctors get it, but they made all the staff and everything get it. I thought was kind of strange. Then in the elevator, there was this guy that obviously worked at the hospital, and he was, saying, I don't know, he just was saying some things, and I was like blown away about it. And then when I went up, and they sent the guy who was going to be the whatever anesthesia or whatever, they're a doctor too, whatever, and he hadn't been vaccinated either. And he said he wouldn't get it if they made them. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I just thought it was strange. And then finally, when they were like, okay, we're ready for, your surgery now, they're going to, but right before the very last person who comes in to talk to me, blah, 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 right, is the head nurse that's going to be on the operating team, the surgical team with the doctor. And she came in and she said, they ask you questions, I guess. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. I wasn't on anything, right? There's no there's no reason why I shouldn't know these things about me. But they would ask me my name and certain questions to, I don't know, see if I'm sound of mind. Okay, I get that perhaps once or twice. But every person who came in the room would do the same thing. And they would also include the question, what am I there for today? And I'd say it, and they'd ask, what side? So now here it is. I've been there for hours, and it's the last, and I'm starving. They're running late, basically. And it's the last step before I go in for surgery. And I'm going to, then they'll be putting me to sleep or whatever. So I won't have any say anymore. So now I got to clear it up what I'm thinking. She says to me, "What are you here for?" I say it. She says, "What side?" And I said, "You tell me what side." And she said, "I want to know if you know what side." I said, "I want to know if you know what side, because I know that, Carrie Ann. I get all that. But now at this point, I'm starting to think maybe it's not written down there. You know, if you people, I'm thinking in my head, if these people, after 6 or 7 different times, are looking at the paper when they open it up, it's, my patient, whatever sheet, and they're asking me, now I got to wonder, is it a possibility they're just guessing? And if I get put under for the operating, I'm going to wake up and they're going to do the wrong shit. I got to know now. So now I know, I know what's that. If you don't believe me, call Joe in nuclear medicine, right? Because he asked me, yeah, yeah, but I was hungry. I was hungry and I've been waiting for hours and they kept asking me these questions over and over. All I said was, you tell me. I didn't yell at her until she went like, and then like stomped out of the curtain. She can't slam the door. She got to stomp out of the curtain. And yeah, right. They must have. Wrong with them? They even put like a little metal clip. That's what it was inside. They injected it to find it. So, and like I said, none of this like glowing liquid went up to any of the lymph nodes. I'm thinking, good. Maybe you didn't see none. You won't have to remove any. See, it happens, right? Right? It could happen. Yeah. For example, foot in the wrong leg. Does that mean they removed their vein? I don't think you could fix that, huh? Oh my God. Yeah. Right? So she was all mad. So like I said, she stomped out of the curtain. And me, I'm going, call it off. Call it off. Call it off. Call it off. Bring me lunch. Bring me something to eat. Call this off. I'm gonna eat. I got, this woman won't tell me if she knows. Don't even if Nurse Ratchet is gonna be on my surgical team. Call it off. Call it off. Original title. Hello. Hi, Hammer of Hate. So I kept saying, I don't want Nurse Ratchet. And it was, only a curtain. Everybody could hear me. I wasn't yelling it. I was just loud about it. I'm calling it off. I want a new surgical team. But I didn't want a new surgeon. And he came in there with her and another nurse. And he's so cute, with very expressive eyes. He's Portuguese. I felt bad. I didn't want him to quit on me. I started crying. She started crying. She said, "Can I give you a hug?" I said, "Yes, I'm sorry I called you Nurse Ratchet." It was it was awful of me to call her Nurse Ratchet. But all I did was ask her simply, "You tell me what side." I think that's logical. I'll tell you if I agree with you. If I don't agree with you, then you can be scared and think I don't know what's going on. But if I agree with you, then at least I know we both know. I'm not going to tell you and then have you agree with me because you don't want to be wrong. You're just going to go along with what I say. You tell me, and if I agree with you, then we got it going on here. Then she drove me to my action. Yes, I really did, Carrie Ann. And I felt bad about it after because she started crying. The other time I was in there to get the port installed, I went on a hell ride on the gurney. That I know that lady didn't like me at all. It wasn't a lady, it was a girl. And she said, "Do you smoke marijuana?" And I had already said that I did. I said, if I have it. And she said, "May as well be honest." I'm like, "May as well be honest." How more honest can I get than that? If I have it, I smoke it, right? Not that I smoked it that day. I was in surgery. It wasn't the same day with Nurse Ratchet. That day was my fault. This day, it was a hell ride. And there was nothing I could do about it. Nothing I could do about it. They had already given me the shot so that I would be asleep. So instead, it was like she knew that. She was, this little Asian, like she was a nurse that was going to work on with the anesthetic, the anesthesia guy, the doctor of anesthesia. It is funny, Carrie, isn't it? I think so, because it's a logical question. Right, Throwback? Yeah, I wasn't trying to be mean. She didn't have to go. I mean, serious. If you want to know if I know what's going on, we can figure this out simply. We both want to know that each other knows what's going on. You are not me, but I'll agree with you if you're right because I don't want you doing the wrong side. So then we'll both know. But before like the whole chemo and all that, when they put the port in, she said, right before she started wheeling me into the operating room, she had come in with the anesthesiologist, right? And she was all laughing and giggling, being all strange, thinking that, we were playing hide and go seek. Hide and go seek. This is the operating room, lady. Go back hiding. I didn't say that shit. But it's possible maybe she picked up some kind of a vibe from me because evidently she probably volunteered. I'll go get her. Right? God knows. They'd already given me a questionnaire about my uses of what, right? Comes and asking me if I smoke marijuana, right? So she goes, "You may as well be honest." I go, "That I am being honest. I just told you. If I got it, I smoke it." And she fucking wheels me through those curtains and pre-op, you know what I mean? They're pretty heavy. They're drapes, okay? Wheels me through them. She didn't swing them back. Nothing. I just come like, gurneyed out, right? And then you can't go straight ahead. You got to turn. So she turns and fucking leaves, gurney up two wheels. Right then and there, I knew I was in trouble. So I grabbed the sides of this thing, the metal bed, the thing. My hair, it's flying back because I had my hair then. I was getting the port. That's how I know I'm not lying. Because my hair was blowing in the wind she was creating. So she must have been doing a good 40 miles per hour with me down the fucking hall of the hospital. Almost a year ago, Hammer of Hate. Before I had chemo. It was fucking. Let me just tell you. So anyway, she turns this corner. It was like three corners, four corners that she took full speed. And I'm going, you could slow down, You could slow down. She wheels me into this part of the hospital. And it was, you know, silver, like, because it's the operating room, right? If you're like not looking, you don't notice that it's different, but it is different. And it's freezing, freezing. Now, all of this is taking place in a matter of, however minutes, seconds it took for her to fly me down these hallways. People's coats, like not coats, outside coats, but their surgical attire while they were waiting for the doctor, the actual, nobody can go in the room until the surgeon arrives. So the surgical team is usually standing outside these doors in this freezing hallway, all scrubbed up and ready to go. And their shit is flying in the wind created by my gurney going by. Papers are flying. Hair, other people's hair is getting blown back. This bitch is ready to like jump on the back of my gurney and ride like woo, like when you like grab onto the bumper of a car or something. No, but no, the haul was long, so this ship picked up speed and then turned the corner. I swear to you, up on two wheels. I was freaking out. I wonder if she still works there. I didn't have the same experience the second time. Thank God. Months later, maybe she did lose her job. She should have. I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to do that with people. I'm pretty certain. I've never had to hang on to my gurney. Has anybody ever had to hang on to their gurney? No. Mm-mm. I had to hold on to my gurney and my blanket, basically. Otherwise, my freaking Johnny would have been blowing up around my neck. Do you imagine? She didn't even open the operating doors, the room doors. She just shoved me right through them. I bounced off the opposite wall and then reversed into place. That was the last thing I remember. No, I swear to God. Swear to God. Isn't that funny? When they'll be like, count from 100, and you're like, whatever. You don't even remember it. Crazy. I don't even know that anybody is tuning. Really? My surgeon was so cute that I said I was gonna wear a negligee under my Johnny for the next operation. I didn't. I didn't do that, but I said it. And edible underwear too. And my chemo, the lady, the chemo nurse was cracking up, and she was doing my chemo that day. Usually I would have the other one, but for some reason she was busy or whatever. You want to know something though? Here's the thing. I didn't know that. I don't know about every other like hospital where there's chemo and stuff. I don't know about. I can't speak for every hospital, but they don't get assigned you. They put your they have to put their name in for it to be your nurse to do your chemo that day, right? And they would always bid again. Bid if I didn't know that. I would feel like she didn't want me if somebody else had me. Obviously, I wouldn't take it. I wouldn't take the OxyContin unless they slipped it on me. No, they gave me a shot. That's right. I remember they threw a shot. I wouldn't take the OxyContin. Mm-mm. I took the aspirin. They had the aspirin or whatever it was, and I refused the other one. Maybe that's why they get snotty with me. Like, who do you think sweet you are? Kind of thing. I'm sorry, I muted myself. Here's what I was thinking though when I was saying how people will say, "Oh, it's their time," right? What if you think about it in your head? If it's just the estrogen blockers, I don't know if you should be thinking of it as chemo pills. I think that the estrogen blocker, right, is something that a good gynecologist nowadays gives to every woman over a certain age because they did studies and found out that estrogen causes cancer. Maybe that's what I had because I was out. What kind of cancer is it, throwback? If anybody does have cancer here or is listening and you're just, listening because, cancer or whatever, please, you can feel free to um, talk about it. I know that when I had initially um, gotten cancer, that I looked a lot of the places that had any kind of support going on were not going on because of COVID. And so that, being an issue, yes. But then even with it now over, there's really not a lot of cancer support groups. And some people, they really, I don't know, whatever reason, and they also tell people to stay in if you have cancer or your immune system and stuff. So, if oh, breast and lymph node. Now, how did they give you what stage is it? You could tell your sister to come here if you want, or listen to it, or whatever she wants, Madam X. Because right now, while you're after what you just said, I'm trying to think of myself in your shoes as a sister. Um, they tell me that mine's an aggressive form. I think, Madam X, I would know everything that I want to say or do with them and be positive towards it, just like you are being. Leukemia, that's a blood one, right? That'd be hard. And throwback, they took out two of the lymph nodes, right? Um, I'm sorry, not two, four, four. They took out four. They might, oh, she has bone marrow cancer. You know, there was this woman, her name was, it's called a Hella cell, right? And they use it's always lived, it doesn't die, really. At the time of surgery, I was stage 2, bone marrow cancer. Now, see, that's the thing too. Now they could say that smoking causes lung cancer, but what are they going to say causes pancreatic cancer or bone marrow cancer, stuff like that? You know what I mean? And yeah, but did they give you radiation? All right, I can't remember. Did you say that they gave you chemotherapy? I gotta go back here. Oh my god. My god. Not none. Only the mammograms, MRI, and regular X-ray. Stop saying that scissoring sister shit, crackhead. You are funny. You can call it sister wives, but not scissoring. That's dirty. Dirty. Dirty country girl. I'm just kidding. Dirty country girl. Tell her we love you. Tell her we love you. Tell her we love both of you. I'm reading the love you as chief. I was talking to the say, I love you. We ain't scissoring. That was the funniest shit I ever heard. Seriously. I gotta go downstairs. I want to. I'm so fucking lazy. I don't know what's wrong with me. Maybe I do have something wrong with me. Good possibility. I gotta do a ritual. Maybe I will. Sage. Sage. Sage, 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 that you love me. Surgery done. Not right now. I'm not going for any surgery again right now. I said no. I said no, no, no. They wanted me to go to rehab. I know. I know you don't mean it. Mr. Bowers, you don't have to explain that to me. I've already moved on. Look, I'm singing. Look, I'm singing. These people are like, no, no, please bring it up again. We're sick of her singing already. God, I ramble on. Is there an issue with that? Put it in the suggestion box. La 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 la. Ow. Don't touch around. I'm getting mad. You know what? Ow. Ow. Everything hurts. I had chemo. You know what I think? You know those, you know what? I'm not even gonna go into it. It was gonna be dirty, and I don't know why my mind went there. First, it was gonna be like religious, powerful, and then it got all dirty on me in my mind. Terrible, right? What is it? Oh, they say now then. You know what? I can understand your confusion. I never finished this story. It is so they removed the tumor, the cancer, whatever, cancer. Kind of pissed me off because, oh, thank you. I wanted to do more, but my battery was running out. It was so exciting. That would have been so awesome, you know? How awesome to have the college experience. I hope that it's wonderful for everyone, their college experiences. I hope that it's everything it's supposed to be. I was watching, I must have fallen asleep. Oh, throwback. Okay, let me finish one story and then go into another one. I hope I remember. Not story, but this is like condition. Can't show you what condition my condition is in. You guys know who sings that? You'll be surprised. Trivia question. Who sings what condition my condition is? Really, did she? Yeah, it's very prestigious. I really wanted to take a walking tour around it and show the buildings and, you know, all the stones. Oh, anyway, so I did the chemo. Now, my oncologist, and even the way it felt to me physically, it really seemed like it had shrunk quite a bit. Okay. I didn't lose my appetite. Um, I I threw up one time. Well, okay, but I had diverticulitis and threw up then. But it wasn't because it wasn't cancer or chemo related. It was right after my first treatment. But I had let it go a couple of days thinking that I would eventually go to the bathroom. I thought it had something um, to do with chemo, maybe the constipation. Okay. But it wasn't. It was not. It would have happened irregardless, I guess. Uh, so it was the first time I'd ever, had it. But anyhow, thank God that I did end up going to the emergency room because they were looking at it like surgery, like a colostomy bag. I would have sucked, man, to have cancer and have to get a colostomy bag at the same time. Could you imagine? Kill me. You know what I'm saying? So never ever ignore constipation. Don't ignore it. Even if you just had something like a surgery, because I mean, I literally thought it had something to do with the chemo. Because, they said there might be constipation. And you hear you might throw up, right? Right? That's what I thought it was. Kept thinking it was going to pass. After about 3 days, I finally go to the emergency room and they're sending in a surgical team to see if I was going to need a so I said, oh, no. What is it you can do that, you know, they said, well, we'll wait over, like I stayed overnight because I couldn't, yeah. Thank God, though. I went to the bathroom. Um, anyway, so of course I like threw up then, but the only other time that I threw up from cancer or chemo or not, yeah, right? Absolutely. I think I said that's what John Wayne died from. Black colon. Yeah, you can't eat anything, and because you ain't going to the bathroom at all. And my doctor didn't even like say that it could be diverticulitis. You know what I mean? Did it? Yeah, yeah. Like, because I guess probably when it explodes, because I'm sure it probably would explode after a certain amount of, you know, putting food in, but not getting any out. It would be all toxic. There's no way of cleaning that up inside somebody. It wouldn't be. It'd be like if a toilet exploded somewhere and all this, you know? this shit was everywhere. I mean, yeah, definitely never ignore constipation. Do not ignore it. Even don't even ignore a sore tooth. You know, don't even ignore a sore tooth. His strength so high, yeah, hard. Yeah. I cried so hard when Elvis died. You guys ever hear the song? It was 1980 something. It's a country song, and they talk about being a kid in the 70s and remembering the day Elvis died, and then in the 80s and parachute pants, black Trans Am, and the day the space challenger there, the space shuttle exploded. So horrible. You know what though? It's nostalgia. It was history. I feel like now we really question everything we see so much. Is it Photoshop? Is it this? Is it that? 80 something used to make me cry. Big hair, and yeah, Farrah Fawcett, posters. I mean, kids don't even get posters anymore. You know? I'm sorry. I like the invisible dog. You know that? I thought it was a pretty imaginative gimmick. No, I think Elvis, but I heard that John Wayne had an impacted colon, like a lot. Ugh, it's making me feel sick now. I'm thinking about impacted colon. Yeah, it's like it was 1980 something in the world that I grew up in. Yeah, I'm gonna read the lyrics to you guys. I liked those lyrics. They're good. I love music, stuff that says stuff. Yeah, okay, it was 1970 something. You guys still here? Can you hear me? Okay. So I'm gonna read you these lyrics from the song. It was 1970 something by Mark Willis. Tell me who doesn't relate, right? 19 something. 19 something song by Mark Willis. I saw Star Wars at least 8 times. Now remember, this is the guy, so his stuff will be a little different than the girls. I saw Star Wars at least 8 times, had the Pac-Man pattern memorized, and I've seen the stuff they put inside Stretch and Armstrong. I did too. I was Roger Starbuck in my backyard, had a shoebox full of baseball cards and a couple of Evel Knievel stars on my right arm. Well, I was a kid when Elvis died, and my mama cried. Just checking back so you guys can still hear me. Okay. It was 1970 something in the world that I grew up in. Farrah Fawcett hairdo days, bell bottoms, and 8-track tape. Looking back now, I can see me, and oh man, did I look cheesy. But I wouldn't trade those days for nothing. It was 1970 something. It was The dawning of a new decade when we got our first microwave and dad broke down and finally shaved those sideburns off. I took the stickers off my Rubik's Cube, watched MTV all afternoon. My first love was Daisy Duke in them cut-off jeans. A space shuttle fell out of the sky, and the whole world cried. Because that's true. Like in 81 was when Rubik's Cube and Simon, remember all that came out? These are great lyrics. They're great lyrics. Let me keep going. It was 1980 something in the world that I grew up in. Skating rinks and black Trans Ams, big hair and parachute pants. God, I feel like choked up when I read this. I have goosebumps. Looking back now, I can see me. And oh man, did I look cheesy. But I wouldn't trade those days for nothing. It was 1980 something. Now I got a mortgage and an SUV. But all this responsibility makes me wish sometimes it was 1980 something in the world that I grew up in. Skating rinks and black Trans Ams. It was 1980 something. He just kind of repeats that lyric, right? 1980 something. Yeah, he says it was 1970 something first and 1980. And I remember oh, everything he's saying. I remember it all. It was great. I'm not I'm not angry to be my age. Even if I was 10 years older or 20 years older, I'd be glad. Who'd have thought that I don't envy the youth of our country today. Who'd have thought? And I don't mean it in a mean way, but I don't envy them. I mean, I'm just saying that for a long time, yeah, he died in the 70s. That's why it was 1970 something. You might have missed the first lyric. Was 1970 something in the world that I grew up in. Um, Something about Stretch Armstrong, Elvis. I don't want to say it on here. I'm a Pisces, so I'm a Pisces. Yep, 77 he did. With August 77. I was 9 years old. I was always Mrs. Presley. I always was Mrs. Presley. And when you think about it, like just the chance, the chance that was like Lisa Marie, right? Was it Lisa Marie? Is that the daughter, right? Lisa Marie. Yeah. Yeah, they talk about the set. It's almost like they're probably the same age as us because that was all late because that Stretch Armstrong. I wanted um I wanted the Stretch Armstrong basically to see what was inside of it. I remember I have a Christmas picture of me holding up the box. Be grateful and making a gratitude list. Shift your vibrations and focusing on what you don't have to what you're. There's more to be grateful. Yeah, exactly, Michigan. You are exactly right. I actually had written down right here. Um, oh, it was there are joy and depression can't exist in the same spot. right? So if you list all the things that you're grateful for, you'll find that the depression will just end up going away without even thinking about it, because what brings you joyful, like gratefulness and joy, depression can't fit in the same spot with them. So it's a conscious effort to list, just like he said, making a gratitude list shifts your vibrations, and that is so true. It's a conscious effort. It takes a conscious effort. Things won't happen by themselves, but by making that list will bring you, okay, we've got, uh, think of it as like a Kool-Aid jug, and you're, filling it up, filling it up, filling it up. Well, there's always something to be grateful for. Like, I could say I hate YouTube, or I could say I'm grateful to know Michigan Made and all the people in this room that are here and appreciate something that, how Michigan said that, and that he feels comfortable enough to write it, that we've all developed this friendship and we learn about it. The list goes on, you know? The list goes on. And when you do that, it does change the vibrations. Yeah, it changes the vibrations, because vibrations are a very real thing. They are a real thing. You can sit and have, that's why, okay? Sometimes, say that you get somebody on your panel, okay? And their audio is bad, right? And you try everything on your end, and um, they try everything on their end, or maybe they don't think that it's their audio. But the audio can make bad vibrations. They've done studies on it, that sound can create bad vibrations inside people that will make them feel nauseous, like microphone feedback, or anything. I don't know if you've ever had certain sounds that will create a panic attack in you, which is, it's funny. I used to, if I would fall asleep to this DVD, I used to watch, the full seasons of DVDs. I'd get them from the library. And one show I liked was Third Rock from the Sun with John Lithgow. Remember they were all aliens. But if the DVD ended and I was asleep, it would keep playing the theme song of the show. Like, it would just stay stuck on this, theme song of the show. And I would have nightmares and wake up with such anxiety. I remember waking up one time and going, turn it off, turn it off, turn it off. Like, I was freaking out. Become conscious of your thoughts. Everything you think, say, or feel becomes your reality. Yes, every single thought that comes into your head has an impact on you. Absolutely. Absolutely. And sometimes, I'll get the most profound thoughts that are very positive, and I'll want to share them, and they'll occur right here while I'm like on my live stream, and they help me too. And I want to say them so that they're recorded, like it's a vlog. And I believe in that quote that is, we teach best what we most need to learn. I think that it's all in how you see it. It's all in how we see it. If you want to see the best things in something, you can. no matter how negative it is. I mean, I feel like, you know how there's pearls in some oysters? There's and oysters are really hard to open, and I imagine that the first person who opened them, there probably wasn't pearls in them. Maybe they didn't even want to eat them. They probably were like, "Why am I opening these?" Right? Maybe they were even opening them before there was fire and seasonings, and they were just, or maybe they weren't. But one time there was somebody who found an oyster and there was a pearl in it. But if they were already in that mindset of eating them, they probably ate it and broke a tooth. They could have ended up dying from that broken tooth because it was probably before dentists. From then on, people said, "Oh, be careful, there's a pearl in there." They probably were throwing them out because they broke a tooth. There was no money invented, right? I wonder what happens to a pearl that just gets, like, say they were just discarding them. Maybe they were. Maybe some people, though, they did start saving them. But that first person who, hi, King of Ipswich, who opened that, you know, they were opening them out of necessity probably to eat because they're not easy to open and you can cut yourself. And they didn't have these knives and stuff, a shucking, shucking instrument. They might have just been smashing them on rocks and they might have found the pearl right away. But I think about it and how something so ugly holds something so beautiful, all made by a grain of sand. I don't know. Sometimes when you scream out to the universe, it gets it out of them because that would be uh, opposite to what I was saying that we teach best what we most need to learn. I think, though, it's having the conscious ability to weigh your words correctly and say what, you know, I've said things that I say, "Oh, I'm sorry about," and I'll say I'm sorry about it. But, I'm not perfect. And hear that? There was a car or something that sounded like backfiring. Weird, right? Um, I don't know. Like, look at that guy, that backfire right there. Okay, he didn't say anything. Have you ever seen somebody who's like really, really mad? I mean, not really, really mad. Who is really, really horrible? Okay, they're horrible. They're horrible, horrible, and yet everything great happens to them. Everything great. Yeah, no one's perfect. Yeah, no one's perfect. That's what I mean. Like, no one's perfect. So when we say things out of anger, I wouldn't want to think that it comes back, you know? Because if I think that way, I don't know. Sometimes I see like people who are just mean and they get everything good. They get everything You know what though? Sometimes I think that is. I don't know if karma is something that's here as opposed to I kind of believe in the soul has to grow in certain areas. So before it goes to a place where it's just energy and it's no longer hindered by money or when you can judge somebody by their um looks or be judged on looks, I feel like it's more like a positive energy that you're supposed to refine inside of you. Like, become aware of this ethereal. Is it ethereal? Ethereal. It's inside of you. It's the vibrations and stuff. Yeah, conscious effort, Catherine. Exactly. And I didn't always. I really didn't. That's why I usually, if I say something that I'm ashamed of, I'll remove the video. But if I'm not, it's because even though I might be ashamed of saying it, it's because I feel like, I can only be pushed so far. So shall I love a vibration a human can give. Right. And I feel like in the utopia, which I hope that there is, okay? I do. I hope there is. Far be it from me to think that there isn't a place where every I don't want to think life and trials and tribulations are all in vain. I don't want to think that. No list or no what. And even when I was saying about remembering that love, you know, of your life, or if there's ever people that you dated, a person that you dated, and you think to yourself, oh, I love that about them. Why can't they have this about this other person like they have? And if you could just roll into one, these people, right? Um, and truth helps tremendously. Truth, yeah, truth does help. I feel like the way they all made you feel is the gift that you get by embracing each one of the relationships that you've had in your lives, but remembering that you have to love yourself. Yes, you're right. It does. You know what, Michigan? You were exactly right there. That shifts me thinking, oh, I'm poor and I don't have enough, to, even though somebody else might look at me and think I'm poor, it shifts my vibrations almost, because I didn't think of that till you just pointed that out. Until you just pointed that out, I could never quite explain, even to myself, right? That is a message inside of people that their nature should be to give, because the vibration of feeling rich, even if you have very little, is what the giving is about. It's not about giving if you're rich and have extra. It's to get the vibration of feeling rich and not being like, oh my God, you have explained why people should give. Wow. Wow. Instead of feeling like I'm so poor, I can't give anything, Even if you give $1 or your books to the library or anything at all, anything, it makes you feel and not telling it to people is where it saves you the say you only gave $1, right? And the rich guy says, well, I gave 100 to this. So by not telling people, it doesn't give anybody who wants to undermine your charitable and take your good vibrations away from you the opportunity. Oh my God. I feel like I should write that down. I feel like I should write that. I feel like we all should write down. It's not about how much you give. It's about not thinking you're too poor to give. Exactly, too, with the smile. Hi, Lulu. Wow, that is such as if being kind of puts you at a high gossip or treat others badly and your vibration will suffer. And people can get people to gossip and treat others badly by bad sounds. You know that? Sounds that are annoying and shit like that will get people in the vibration of this is a proven fact, you know? Yeah, but I went out today and there was no smiles or nothing. Everybody was wearing masks. It was creepy. I ate them before. Well, there you have it. That's the best reason. SG, they're tapping too. I know, I saw that. Don't wear this. You know what? If you got hit by a car tomorrow, wouldn't you be? How long in our lives have they told us that a frown takes more muscle than a smile? Don't do it anymore. Make do what makes you happy, like that dollar to, you know, someone. And I mean, look at now what they did. Now that they ended that thing and people weren't paying their rent. Okay. So I need to understand, first of all, how did that happen? When they send out, yeah, you're in control and that matters, then you don't have to take benzos and stuff because you're in control of your emotions. It's all in how you see it. Oh, I thought you were talking about something else. You're talking about mushrooms. Funny motherfucker. Remember Jim Morrison in the beginning of No One Here Gets Out Alive? People are strange when you're a stranger. No, I'm talking about that. Reality is whatever. People are strange when you're a stranger. Faces look ugly when you're alone. When you're strange, faces come out of the rain. When you're strange, no one remembers your name. When you're strange, when you're strange. Here's what kills me. Okay? That's not true. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Incorrect. Incorrect. Michigan. Incorrect. That's incorrect, Michigan. You have to understand something. Okay, Michigan. My mom was from England, okay, during the time of World War II. She grew up. She grew up from being, like elementary school age. Listen to me. My mother, the Vatican is not British monarchy. I know that people say that because of bloodlines, but people are people, okay? Just like you said yourself. Now, here's the thing. You've got to put yourself in people's shoes. People are just people, right? And you've got a son, the man who will be king, and he cheats on his wife openly. And he obviously was. He married her. Now, it was now Michigan made. I feel like, in a way, that's quantum physics, and I cannot disagree nor agree with you there about the theater. The Freemasons, yes, okay. Uh, when I was at Mount Holyoke, that's okay. Here we have all of these banks, pyramids, um, every single thing, everything is masonry. You should have said no, no. You should have just said yes and said whatever. It ain't her business. It ain't her fucking business. You don't know if she was a loony. She could have shot you if you said no. She could have shot you, though. There might be days when they're fucking pointing their finger at you like the ending of Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Remember that? Kiefer Sutherland, was it Kiefer Sutherland who was making that noise? He was pointing at the girl. She like walked up to him. No, not Kiefer Sutherland. His father. What's his father? Donald Sutherland. Remember? No, there's no reptilians. No reptilians. No reptilians. That's not. Mm. But there is the what are they? The Sumerian. Are they the Sumerian tablets or something? I could look it up. Your auntie was a Freemason, and she was black. See, see. Now that makes me wonder about all of history. No, sir, they are. Are you kidding? Me neither. Well, no, I have at times, but for the most part, they're forcing it. Wait a minute. Who said anti-Semitic? I know that. I know what you're saying there. You know what's so weird is I used to get called a conspiracy theorist all the time before. I really did when I'd say these things. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I think if there's a merciful God, we'll just have like this sonic boom, like, and everything's done and gone, and we don't think about it. And we won't ever get to like question, oh my God, I thought there was a heaven, because we won't know. It'll just be done. That's if there's a merciful God. And every religion believes in some kind of a God. I always think it's just an abbreviation anyway of greatest of the deities, because they thought that there was a God of water, a God of air, a God of this, a God of that. And then they thought that there was like the big boss, you know what I mean? Right, exactly. Right, right. But those bloodlines have been mixed, you know? All of that is, you know, bottom line is man. And unless you make a conscious effort to be a better person, your natural instincts should also work for you. If something makes you feel sick, it makes you feel sick because you're not supposed to get used to it. You're supposed to leave. So if you're somewhere and um, there's a say you're at a speech from someone and they're gonna talk about somebody else, and then they get microphone feedback. That's gonna make the vibrations inside you feel sick because of the audio. Now these are scientific proven facts that the audio of things can make you feel sick. So you're somewhere, you're covering your ears, right? Finally, the person you want to hear comes on and the audio is clear, right? The first thing they start talking about is the person they're running against or the person they want you to hate. Now, your body is, she lives in Canada. But here's the thing, we weren't sold off Michigan made until we had a debt to sell off. Okay. See, what happened was we ended up with this humongous debt. Right. I feel like when the Bible says the streets will be paved with gold, okay? And they go only 144,000 souls saved. It used to be so hard to comprehend. Oh, 144,000 souls, there's got to be more good people than that. But if you look at it in the grand scheme of things, the gold, even in our own mint, is owned by the evil and the rich and the 1%. And there's only 1% that they talk about. That could make it easier to believe that there's 144,000 souls, people that want to believe they're the only ones who are going to get saved, and he who has the most gold can contribute to those streets of gold. After midnight tonight, that lost everything. What do you mean? Oh, 9/11. And isn't it funny and ironic that it's the... Well, you know what? It's funny that you say that, and it's an Italian name like that. That I was watching today about the whole Lucchese and, all of those families there and the crime families in New York. And I thought to myself, how fucked up that they could just come here and start making their crime families. You know what I mean? I don't even think the Rothschilds really existed. I read this book one time. I wish I could remember the name of it. It was about a French Canadian Indian, and I feel like it was a true story. Yeah, it is. But all we can do is believe. All we can do is believe. That's all we can do. It's the belief that makes us better people and that makes this life better. That's all we can do is believe. We can't prove that after we die. We could talk till we're blue in the face about the bad things that have happened and all of that. And we hope that people learn from those things. But I think mean is mean. People know right from wrong. Okay? And if they don't, they're taught it. And if they weren't taught right from wrong, then what made them feel bad when they were little kids should make them realize what would make someone else feel bad. People are aware. People know what makes them feel good and what makes them feel bad. Okay? People know. It's in us. It's our natural instinct. It's the same thing that makes a monarch butterfly follow the same path. It's the vibration. Okay? Same thing. It's why everything has a path. Why geese fly the way they do. It's what's supposed to happen. You stay in the right vibration. It's like staying on God's channel or your own lane, staying the way you're supposed to be. One geese falls out of formation and that whole formation is fucked. You know? And if one goose falls out of it because they get shot or something, two go down with it to keep predators away until it's dead. And then they'll pick up with a new flock that's going. And they honk to encourage the one in the front. They don't honk to get out of the way like we do. When they honk, it's to encourage, you know? We're behind you, keep going. They're honks of encouragement. I like geese, especially Canadian geese. Not so much the ones that I see, the white ones. Uh-uh. The Canadian geese I like. Man, they were in a panic one time at the Cape. So I go to the Cape every year, and these Canadian geese, for some reason, this is just how they like to go. I don't know why they would even cross the street. Where were they coming from? The library? I mean, really? But they would cross the street and they would have the adults, and one would kind of stand in the middle, um, like a crossing guard, really, and the younger ones, and they would squeeze through this fence, outside of this little tea house. Hit it. It was like a kind of like a barn fence, with the three going not up and down like a picket fence, but going across, like with gaps through it, big enough that they could squeeze through, but the bigger ones would have to wiggle, kind of. The little ones could hop through it. It was almost like if you were doing a course, a obstacle course. They weren't running or nothing. It was just their way. It was their route. And everybody would stop. But this particular car, I didn't see it happen, but it must have said, like, it was probably like the first one that came out and stepped out. I mean, evidently they must have left. It was it was not good. I mean, the smaller geese and even the medium geese were all standing, like the ones that had managed to cross first or had kept crossing, because the older ones were still kind of across the other ones, but the other ones on each side were really freaking out. I mean, and people were parked and freaking out like they're a part of the town. If the freaking geese are crossing the street, then you stop. If you're there at that time, which is the same every fucking day, then you realize that's their time. And I started crying. I burst out laughing. I burst out crying. I burst out crying. I called the police station. They said, we know, there's a Canadian geese that's been killed. Because they don't get any calls. They must have been getting a lot. And I go, I know you probably don't care. And he goes, no, we know. There's Canadian geese that got killed. I'm telling you, I'll never forget that day. There was a geese. I mean, I'm sorry if I have a connection with birds. I do. I know a lot of people who have connections with birds. So I don't even think it's me anymore. I think that the birds really do like people. I was at a party one time, like a block party. So it was during the day and little kids were there and everything. And my daughter will attest to this. This is no lie. No lie. I swear to you on everything I love. Swear to you on everything I love. This guy held his hand out to the sky. He said he could do it. And I said, yeah, right. And he held his hand up to the sky and he made noise like, not like to a squirrel, like you go, not like that. It was like some weird noise. Okay. He was from Nigeria or something. A bird flying in the sky. One of the small ones, like a like a sparrow or whatever. Sparrow. They're in abundance. Flew down and landed in his hand. Have you ever seen that in your life? Somebody hold their hand out. Held their hand out. Whatever, hammer of hate. No, I'm not a bird whisperer like that. I've never seen anything like that in my entire life. The guy literally called the bird down from the sky. It wasn't his bird. No, it was like a sparrow or something. I like crows. I like hummingbirds. I have a tattoo of a hummingbird, two hummingbirds. And then I have a senna, Erican senna. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time. Ooh, don't do it. Anybody know what show that's from? No gray jay, not blue jay, two different birds. Anybody know what a greyhound is? And not the dog. Does anybody? What else is a greyhound? Don't do the crime if you can't do the time. Yeah, don't do it. Canada's bird, Canada's bird. Do 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 do. It lists a couple. Canada jay, Canada goose, Canada's new national bird is the gray jay. New national bird. Canada's old national bird was the gray jay. Why would they say it was the new one and the old one? Wouldn't be silly. How many more peacocks in the world? I was watching a thing about Arizona the other night and the other day. There was murder. Murder, I say. It was in Tempe, Arizona, near the Arizona State University, in the Arizona State University. The girl was 17. I was actually leaning towards her now, being like, now why would you say that, Hannah? Are you bringing your hate here? Geese are important because we're supposed to learn from them. Geese teach lessons in humanity. Lessons in humanity. First, have you ever been shit on by a geese? No. No, you have not. You know why? Because they shit pretty big. And they have kind hearts and they don't shit on you from above. Loon, you say. It's a loon, honey. Remember that movie? On Golden Pond? Is it really? I didn't know that. They naked their kind. Corn. What am I talking about? Brian Mulroney. I don't know who he is. I call it Cho. I call it Cho. No, I don't. I call it nothing because I don't have any. Winnie the Pooh, Winnie the Pooh. I know it was Beretta. Queen Elizabeth II is the Dame of Malta and patron of the most venerable order of this town of Jerusalem. Queen Elizabeth II has a lot of power over the British Israel world. Blah, 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 blah. Michigan made shut up. Shut up. Michigan made shut up. My mother grew up World War II. Okay? There is this. Okay, I know everybody is about fucking links. I don't want to look at it. It's a link. Okay? This particular link got me to see the YouTube video, okay? Hold on. Hold on. I can't remember. Hold on. It was 3D. $360. That's what it was. All right. My mother used to tell me about when she was young, and they would have to go into the bomb shelters, okay, in England, and how they would bring, music and candy and stuff and try to make it feel like it was um okay for the kids, okay? And I never really could understand my mother the way she was. I felt like maybe she was a little more cold than most people. I think she felt a fear of abandonment, but I didn't understand it until I actually watched this video. It is a 360 video. You don't have to even watch it the whole way through to get the thought process of the PTSD that this must have caused in people's minds. And it's a 360 thing. So as you move your phone or whatever you're looking at, it moves around. And I didn't realize it's very virtual reality, kind of. I'm actually going to take a look at it myself right now, just to be on the same page if anybody else wants to go look. It's the London Blitz, it's called. As you move your camera, it moves around. Now, I don't know about you guys. I don't know about you guys, but I actually grew up when they were actually playing the same bomb drill. Remember when they used to do the air raid drill when we were in school? It was the same thing they would kind of do at the same time every day, and people had to know where their bomb shelters were when I was growing up in America. So this same sound would happen, and I'm just saying, I hope everybody takes a look at it. I really do. It's only 3 minutes and 29 seconds long. Very, just move your camera around. You can hit, fast forward or whatever you want. If you get to 1 minute and 10 seconds in is when, really, 1 minute and 10 seconds in. Is anybody at 1 minute and 10 seconds in? That's where it really, you know. At 2 minutes and 29 seconds in, it's really. My mother is not third dimension. My mother told me about that shit. And it was YouTube that gave me the ability to feel sick about it because of I guess their special effects were just so good right there. Was one of the times that I understood how that could have an effect. If it's making me sick watching it, I can only imagine how much it made people sick living it. So when we say be aware of our vibrations, then I'm aware of the vibrations that it made me sick watching it. I'll tell you what was one of the scariest movies I ever saw when I was a kid living in America was Red Dawn. Red Dawn was scary as a kid living in America watching Red Dawn was a scary movie. Right, exactly. If you right, exactly, you have to reincarnate, and they'll want to see. I mean, you might be rich in one life and take everything for granted, have to come back poor, and still not maybe give like Michigan was explaining, so that you know that you're not poor, even if you have very little to give, it still makes you feel rich. And then, but if you don't do that and you're still bitter, then you'll have to come back again. You have to learn all of these things to be a supreme soul. Well, Sleepaway Camp was like a horror movie, right? Earth is the third dimension. I think there's a movie called What the Fuck Do We Know? That's what it called. It's called What the Fuck Do We Know? What the F do we know? It has, I believe, Marley Matson is her name. She's really deaf. Marley Matson, right? Am I right? And she is in the movie. It's a documentary type of movie. I'll tell you what freaked me out the other day was the fact that they talked about when you would put milk near blood, that the molecules would start moving. It freaked me out. I know that everything is made up of molecules. Everything. Everything is actually moving. It's like the ghost in the machine, the vacuum. What is the ghost in the machine? The vacuum that sucks, like the man of war, the jellyfish. It it's a single cell, single cell, whatever amoeba, whatever it is. Uh, I believe our creator has a brand new world to start over, and we have a brand new body. I don't think that the body is part of. I think we are the skinwalkers. When you say about reptilians, okay. We could say, oh, that's not true. But you could say anything is true. Those people who had to get into those, they were in a higher, and for them to be able to experience. You want to know what I think? I think that it's wonderful that we analyze it, and I think that the conscious thing is to believe the best part, that to be good, we end up somewhere else that's better, and that it's not all in vain. And that's what keeps us good. It's our faith that keeps us good. I think at the end of the day, nobody knows because we die. And that's the real question. Will we make the answer to life and what happens after we die be positive enough because we have faith to be good? Or do we want to believe that it's all in vain and think our actions don't matter? You know? Because at the end of the day, we don't really know. But we want to have something to believe in. Give me something to believe in. The poor man lives or drinks from a paper cup while the rich man lives it up. And it's true all the time, and it's just something to believe in. Sometimes I wish I didn't know now the things I didn't know then. Give me something to believe in. Maybe that's why we people, when they say they're put into each other's lives, it's just to give each other, something to believe in when there's times you just don't, you know? I like to believe that in that movie. What movie? All right, I'm gonna go back and read the. We don't go into the other country; they come here. Right. But I do believe that our electrical energy is almost like our molecules, and we eventually come together and we don't see anything other than the beauty that is in the eye of the beholder. Like if you only see the evil, I'm going to read the lyrics to Something to Believe in. All right. Well, I see him on the TV preaching about the promised land. You guys still here? It's Something to Believe in, Poison. Oh, why? In the remake, it's us that go over to the other land? Get the fuck out. They remade it and made us the enemy? Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. Alright, so this is the lyrics, Poison, something to believe in. Well, I see him on the TV preaching about the promised land. He tells me believe in Jesus, steals the money from my hands. Some say he was a good man. Lord, I think he sinned. Yeah, yeah. 22 years of mental tears, cries a suicidal Vietnam vet who fought a losing war on a foreign shore to find his country didn't want him back. Their bullets took his best friend in Saigon. Our lawyers took his wife and kids. No regret. In a time I don't remember, in a war he can't forget. Isn't that crazy? I think that's why we should always keep talking the way we do, because people don't remember. There's people who are born and they don't even know about 9/11, and they don't know about the Vietnam War. They don't know about everything, you know? I'm going to keep reading the lyrics here. Something to Believe in by Poison. He cried, forgive me for what I done there, 'cause I never meant the things I did, and give me something to believe in. If there's a Lord above, and give me something to believe in. Oh Lord, arise. My best friend died a lonely man in some Palm Springs hotel room. I got the call last Christmas Eve, and they told me the news. I tried all night not to break down and cry as their tears rolled down my face. I felt so cold and empty, like a lost soul out of place. And the mirror, mirror on the wall sees my smile, it fades again, and give me something to believe in. If there's a Lord above, and give me something to believe in. You guys still with me? This is Poison's Something to Believe in lyric. Sometimes I wish to God I didn't know now things I didn't know then. I drive by the homeless, sleeping on a cold, dark street, like bodies in an old bone grave underneath the broken old neon sign. Used to read Jesus Saves. A mile away live the rich folk, and I see how they're living it up. But while the poor they eat from hand to mouth, the rich are drinking from a golden cup. And it just makes me wonder why so many lose and so few win. Give me something to believe in. You know something? Michigan, you know, there's things that make me believe, right? Things that make me believe that there is a supreme being. And there is, I think it's called DNT. Is it called DNT? Something that your mind creates, right? Your brain generates. It's only created 2 times in your life: when you are born and when you die. They have recently been replicating it, but this particular DMT, okay, DMT, right? Born and die. You're not alone when you're born and when you die. It's what eases you in and eases you out. It makes you, look, it even has trip in the word. It makes you trip. It eases you into. When they say sacrificing, they say that the person was sacrificed. Right. You know, to come with, yeah. true, because the only love that is going to last is loving yourself. That's the actual goal, is to not be validated by other people. You know? It's why when you're born, you're tripping, actually. Your eyes have to adjust. You're actually tripping. And when you die, when you hear people who say they see this and they go, oh, hey, and they're talking to people that aren't there, they're tripping. Well, they've sold their soul to the devil. So their soul never goes anywhere. It stays right here. There's nowhere for it to go. They sold their soul probably to get out of hell. Okay. They probably were like, oh, well, let me get out of here. And they're like, okay, well, you can get out of here, but you have to go there. Here's the thing, though. They don't care, because what made them happy was being rich and being evil, and they have no problem being rich and evil. That was the deal they made, to not be in hell. They would make other people suffer so they didn't have to suffer. Right? That was their deal they made. Sacrificing has to do with, if you have 20 sheep and all of your town is hungry, okay, and you have 20 sheep, then you will sacrifice one of your sheep to feed the people. You know, it means that if you have 20 sheep and everybody else has four, that until you get down to four, then for 16 days you're gonna feed your village. Uh, so for 16 days, let's figure this shit out, right? That's what sacrifice means. When you have people who will come in and they'll they'll take or kill all of their livestock. They have nothing else to sacrifice. The sacrifice is to feed, you know? It's the person who, at the time of need, ends up with the most. They end up with the most. That's the person who sacrifices. They sacrifice. It's not to sacrifice something, isn't to do it just because. It's because you're, doing it to keep alive everybody else, your fellow brethren. Hey, as it just so happens, I'm the one who has a full tank of gas and an SUV. You're on the side of the road. We're all having to evacuate. I have a house by the lake, and this person with the full tank of gas and the SUV, and the person with the two-seater Porsche on the side of the road that has the house by the lake, right? The guy in the station wagon. Okay, let's call it a station wagon. The wood panel station wagon, the old Squire or whatever it was called, remember? Um, has a beat up station wagon, right? Full tank of gas. The guy with the Porsche on the side of the road thought, he's got the two-seater, wasn't even thinking about it. But he knows, where he can go. He's got somewhere to go. Guy with the freaking station wagon is thinking, well, at least I can sleep in my car. So to work together, like if that person at a time of need pulled over, regardless of that it was a Porsche, pulled over and knowing, okay, I've got this beat up old town what is it? The town and country paneled station wagon, right? This old beat up station wagon. This guy's got a Porsche. I'm gonna pull over. That fucking town and country full gas running good station wagon is gonna look like a chariot, right? And then this other person has a place that's how, that's how it should be. Yeah, I think with that Church of Scientology, there's a mafia in Hollywood. You know that? There's a mafia in Hollywood. And Michael Jackson, he had made that, all I really know is that they don't care about us. Remember that? Oh, look at Richard Simmons. Like he's gonna fucking disappear. Come on, man. That guy wasn't gonna just leave his gym unattended. Exactly. Right. It's about money. It's about doing what Michigan initially said when he first came in here. His initial statement was to know that to be charitable without telling people, right, gives you the ability to feel rich, to make whatever little bit you have, as long as you don't tell people, you don't give them the opportunity to make it feel like little again and shit again. It's not about you telling people and you're so pompous. It's about not telling people so you don't give the power back to people. I've never heard about them calling it a sacrifice. Never, ever did I hear that. That's so disturbing. Close to them, yes. Oh, you're right about that. It's close to home they hit. It really is. And it's just a blurb. If they like, run over their grandchildren's playmate on the same street they live right next door. And nobody takes notice how close to home it is. But it is close to home. But you know what, Michigan made? Can I just say something to you? What, like, we know what something like this would do. Okay? Let me ask you, do you think that there are two different ways to say the truth? No, I don't think that Michael Jackson faked his death. I don't think he would be that scared. He wasn't ever that scared. He wouldn't be. It wouldn't have went down like it did. Uh-uh. Yes, but Michael Jackson, he wouldn't have gone out like that. He wouldn't have. He wouldn't have gone out like that. Not addicted to opiates. No. I watched that documentary. This is it. I'm telling you, he wasn't. Mm-mm. Watch that. Uh, watch some of his last songs. They were gonna be environmentally motivated. Like, all I really know is that they don't really care about us. That's what it's. All I want to say is that they don't really care about us. They wanted the portion of the songs that he owned too. Sony. I read the freaking lyrics for it. They don't really care about us. Michael Jackson. I want to say that they don't really care about us. I can't even type it down. Not fucking One Direction. Michael Jackson, and they know it. And they just keep saying One Direction. Found the time for it. Yep. No, but seriously, for real. I gotta go in and out. You need to go in and out. He's in prison. I shouldn't be on for. Sacrificing his loved one. Mm. No, that's now. You know what? In 1992, okay, when Bill Clinton, when Bill Clinton became president, okay, and there was the inauguration, and everybody was dancing to "Don't Stop Thinking About Tomorrow, Don't Stop, It'll Soon Be Here." Now, if you're in your 40s, you're 10 years younger than when I remember it. So, as I was 21, you were 11. So, it didn't, it didn't affect you then because you were 11. You weren't voting. That is the time when that was the good time. Everything before that was as it should be. Okay? Not as it should be always good or bad, but it was as it should be. Like, there was recessions, there was, gas lines, then there was times of good times. There was, everything was as it should be. You had times changing, you had music change, you had radio, everything was as it should be. But you guys were 11. You didn't realize it. When you became 21 and old enough to vote, it was in the vote, the election, where the American public got robbed. We got robbed. Rappers weren't part really of our political thoughts. Our thoughts still believed in democracy. Who was unprofessional? Suge Knight? Are you guys still talking about Suge Knight? Do you understand though? That's rapping. That 10 years, that election in 2000 is what Birdman Little Wayne. That's where everything went awry. But do you understand that Suge Knight doesn't have anything to do with why the world is in the state that it's in? Do you understand that? Suge Knight has nothing to do with that. He couldn't even vote. He was a felon. None of those, like Birdman, Wayne, they couldn't vote. They were felons. It's our world leaders, not the rappers. Not the rappers. You understand that? That 10 years, that election, and that 8 years, okay, 8 years when it was good, 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 good. You guys grow up good, 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 right? You were 8, you were not, whatever, 8 years, blah, 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 right? You get up to, you were 10, then 8 years later, you're ready to vote, blah, blah, blah. You're also of draft age. You get put in the service. I thought Suge Knight was dead. Isn't Suge Knight dead or no? closet homosexual rappers. Who cares about closet homosexual rappers? Didn't he do Death Row Records? He dangled Vanilla Ice by the foot. White boy, sign this. What I'm trying to tell you guys is, if you want to know, and see, they're playing these things recently, I guess, on Netflix and these channels about Bill Clinton, and they're bringing up the Monica Lewinsky stuff and everything. Because here's the thing, you can't change fact. And the fact is, I'm your friend. I'll tell you the truth. As somebody who lived through, and I get it, if you're in Toronto or a different, place, then I get it. But when people take the time out to be the volunteers for this politician that they like, and they give their time and they volunteer and they volunteer and they volunteer, and then and it's the night of the election and they win and they're celebrating and they're celebrating, and Dan Rather comes on, or Hugh Downs, Walter Cronkite, Stone Phillips, any credible, any and every credible reporter that you know of that vies for the opportunity to cover the presidential election comes on and says, I've never had to do this before in my career, but I have to retract what I just said. So they've lost their credibility as a reporter that has to check, double check, triple check their facts before it's printed. Because that's how it used to be, believe it or not. You didn't get to print your shit unless it was true. And you had your sources. You know how many people went to jail because they wouldn't name their sources? How many reporters went to jail because they wouldn't name their sources? And now you don't have to have a fucking source. You know, when that precedent got set, when credible news reporters said, all of you people who volunteered for what you believe in for the last couple of months about the presidential election, and you went around your neighborhoods and you did this and you did that, and all that time that you volunteered, bet you didn't know that it could mean nothing. Stop your celebrating. And that was the first time that an inauguration and a first family ever had to take the limo to their new address at the White House because of the people that lined the street. Not shooting or anything, throwing eggs. That wasn't on the news because he wasn't voted in. Wasn't voted in. People spent their days, their months, their hours volunteering their time for what they believed in. And for the first time in my voting lifetime, did I ever feel So, like nothing, like nothing. You know that it sucks to lose your passion for politics. It sucks to have more of a reason to say our vote means nothing than to say it means something. There's no way to justify what happened there. Credible, credible, credible news reporters, newscasters. We grew up with them. We grew up with them. Had to lose the credibility that this had been checked, and they vie for the position to be in that. Do you know why, Lulu? Because it's not about being patriotic, it's about being in the same boat. And in Canada and in England, when there is a monarchy, we are all in the same boat with a monarchy. Because the Queen and the royal family can unite the poor and the rich. They are the thread that holds Britain together. When you get the newer ones and the modern ones, and they throw in the face the discipline, the discipline. If you're happy now, then vote for who you have now. I would suggest to read everything and tell me who your choices are, Lulu. I'll read it for you. Who are your choices? Who are your choices? I'm interested. Seriously. You want to know something? How nothing ever changes for us so before? Oh, but still, you know what? I don't know if you remember, and I doubt you do, when Maggie Thatcher was the prime minister. God, it's the when you keep tradition, yes, but it's already been exposed. There was a documentary, and I can't remember the name of it, Michigan made, but it talked about the satanic religion in the satanic church. It's been going on for quite a while. And it also talked about Operation Mockingbird, which was when they told the lies. They had media tell lies as long as the American public believed it. Um, yes, the Church of Dianetics has a lot to do. Church of Scientology, I'm sorry, Dianetics, L. Ron Hubbard, all of that has a lot to do with it. Yes, Hollywood. Well, yes, it isn't about the monarchy. That's a tradition. Those are holding tradition near. You understand? Tradition, tradition. When people have the discipline to adhere to tradition, there's got to be qualities in people that are respectable. I know that, and I believe it, Michigan. I know. I believe you. Right, it is, huh? Operation Mockingbird. They're the ones who actually coined the phrase conspiracy theory. Everything in life is really a conspiracy theory. I mean, people conspire, it's a theory. You talk about it, it's really your opinion. I'm telling you that when our vote didn't matter, is when I when our vote didn't matter in 2000, that was I can't tell you what they took away from me, myself. And it makes me want to cry. It makes me want to cry. What they took away from me during that election. That's not true. It's not true, Michigan. That 10 years that you have beneath, like difference, age difference, means everything. You don't understand that 10 years. For you, your vote never mattered. In your lifetime, I lived in a lifetime where our votes mattered. And I lived in a lifetime where my vote didn't matter anymore. I lived through it. It was one of my votes that got dismissed. It was one of my votes. Who's plagiarizing? Plagiarizing what? Nobody's plagiarizing anything. We're talking something. All I'm saying is 10 years made the difference because you were not eligible to vote until 10 years later. When you saw a vote get stolen, you believed that it was the norm. It wasn't. I'm telling you, example. I'm telling you. Yeah, but you just said about not ever having a vote or it never mattering. That's what I'm trying to say. But what I'm trying to tell you people, if you're in your 40s, that 8 years that you weren't old enough to vote in between, you are used to your vote being stolen. Go ahead and research your history and find when the Electoral College took over who the popular voted in. Research it. Research it. When the Electoral College overrode the popular vote. I'm not talking about Republicans or Democrats. Mm-mm, mm-mm. President Clinton, there was peace on earth. We had peace on earth, and we had excess budget. We had excess. I was there. It was a low blow. I understand, Lulu. I get that. But what I'm saying is that was when credible reporters, news reporters that you grew up with them. Like the show Murphy Brown, okay? Credible reporters, Hugh Downs, Dan Rather, Stone Phillips, credible news reporters that you grew up with quit. They quit. They quit. They no longer were assured that what they were announcing was checked, double checked, triple checked, quadruple checked. They literally stated, I've never had to do this before. Now, these people were older than me. So if they said, I've never had to do this before, that tells me that if I was at least 20 to 30, maybe even 40 years younger than them, that to say I'd never seen that in my lifetime, and then what I never saw in my lifetime, and I know that I'll never see in my lifetime again, is people in turbans allowed in the White House dancing to, not on a live stream. I'm talking about, this was on TV. Look it up, okay? Look this up. I'm gonna drop the link. Please, nobody please be mean and stuff on here. Please. Please don't. I just don't want that shit. I ain't down for it. In fact, I'm gonna drop this one thing here. This was the last time. Well, not the last time. This was when it was something awesome. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, man. It just was. The Simmons? What do you mean? The Simmons predicted Trump as president. No, he's not a liberal playing a conservative. Why would you say that about Marilyn Monroe? I mean, if you're going to use her name as Norma Jean, And I let you come in here because of the fact that my sister who's passed away loved, loved, loved Norma Jean Baker, Marilyn Monroe. And so you made me feel like melancholy, like nostalgic about it. You brought a good memory to me, Norma Jean. And then you said that I fucked JFK. I mean, it wasn't even like an E on the end, right? It was no E on the end, but now, Michigan, how old were you in 92 or 93? You have to remember, I was there for the last time our vote mattered. Then, no, I'm not talking about politics. Right, 10, 10. So you guys weren't worried about it. You weren't thinking about it. By the time you were able to vote, you're used to the one where these credible reporters that you didn't even realize or notice, right, came out, announced something, and then stopped reporting. They retired. No, I'm not saying anything about liberal. I'm not dividing the two. I'm not dividing. It's fine. I'm just trying to tell you that the world didn't start to fucking fail when Suge Knight was around, or Lil Wayne, or rapping. That's not what occurred. What occurred was a travesty that people who had always read the small print, always knew what they were voting on because they thought their vote mattered. You're in the mindset. It's neither. I'm saying that any person, whether they're liberal or Republican, could tend to think that their vote doesn't matter because they witnessed people's votes not mattering. That's what you guys witnessed. That was your first experience with when you're old enough to vote, was people's vote not mattering and the electoral college coming in and wiping out people's vote. Now, me as a person who had never experienced that before, what I'm saying is that the two people that you're voting for, you said you don't know who to vote for, right, Lulu? You said your elections are coming up soon. You don't know who to vote for, correct? Who said gays go to hell? I'm pro choice. And here's the thing, right? Who called an emergency election? Who called an emergency? Who did? Recently? You're saying you already had your election, and now they can call it an emergency election? So you already had your election, and who they didn't want to win won. So now they're having an emergency election? Oh my God, are you kidding me? Oh my God. What a shame. Canada's Trudeau triggers snap election in push by. Okay, so what is it? There. Yeah, 2 years earlier than scheduled. I feel sick. Uh, I feel sick. Oh my God. I have to go out and come back in. Okay. Okay, hold on, okay. No, no, I can't even begin to tell you. Hi, JC Bear. Oh, he had 2 years, yeah, and he thinks because of the COVID healing, he will win a majority. Yeah, but they're trying to deport the Muslims, right? Right? Something to do with that, and provide non-asylum. And Trump was providing non-asylum for the Muslims, and that is my point. Is that in that video? I dropped the link for up here. The link I dropped is for the "Don't Stop Thinking About Tomorrow" by Fleetwood Mac. It was the first time they had gotten together and sang in 10 years, Fleetwood Mac. It was 1993. And the audience, there was black, white, there was people with turbans on. There was a diverse crowd, and Michael Jackson was there, and people were so happy. And when he said, "Yesterday's gone, yesterday's gone, I never meant any harm for you. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop, it'll soon be here. It'll be better than before. Yesterday's gone." It was so good. It was so good. What do you mean a huge supporter of Playboy? I don't even know what that means. All I can tell you is that we were in a recession. Growing up my whole life, there was times there was gas line, and then there was times that a Democrat would be president. But when Bill Clinton became president, those people, we were dancing. Gas became $1 a gallon. He said a barrel remains averaging around $50 a barrel of oil. I don't understand the fluctuation. There's no need for it to be as high as it is. It was $1 for. The people in the audience watch the video to this day. I get goosebumps. I remember that Father Bush saying to that woman, I watched very closely the presidential debate. I watched them very closely in 92. The father was running against Bill Clinton. Ross Perot was in. Good man, but he didn't have a spine. He backed out and got back in. Can't do that. You can't do that. And Bush the father, he kept ignoring the woman when she kept saying, what are you going to do about the recession? What would you do about the recession? Finally, he got mad. He looked at her. He said, I don't know what you mean by that. That's like asking someone without cancer what they're going to do about the cancer. You see? And that's the difference. That is what made the passion about your right to vote lose its beauty. And make people think that someone being that passionate about that slap in the face, realizing what it meant to want to see your candidate win, the person you took the time out to vote for win. That'd be like if your son won the race and all of a sudden they came on the speaker and took his award away. Took his award away. Who fucking does that? Now here's one for you. You know how they always say war makes money? War makes money. War makes money. Right? Do you know that We became so in debt after 9/11 that we'll never get out of it. Where was the money that was made? That's always been their excuse for having us in wars. It's because of the jobs that it creates. And yet, I can't quite understand how a budget that was in the black, we didn't have a deficit. We were in the black for the first time in years. We owed no one money. Now we owe so much we can't even pay the interest. And yet we've been in war for so long. How can people say war generates jobs and money? I agree that it may have in the past. Blood money, mind you. But where was even the blood money in this last long extended war? Hello, JC Bear, by the way. I'm sorry if I feel like I said hello, but hello, Lucas. I feel like I did say hello. I might have missed. I know, I get so like, I can't for the life of me. Express without you guys clicking that link to that video of Don't Stop Thinking About Tomorrow, 1993, Bill Clinton, and looking at that audience and looking at the diversity, the turbans, everything. I mean, it was different. And people were $5 could get you 5 gallons of gas. You could get to work the week when our votes got stolen from us. We had to decide between $5 for a gallon of gas, which I don't know about you, but that was like there and back, and lunch. So, well, even can't, like Carrie Ann made a good point today. If we all, are not really happy with these self checkouts at the grocery store because you don't have any cashier. I mean, you're doing everything basically, yourself. It's not your job. I mean, you're going to the fucking grocery store. You're shopping there. Can't they bag it for you? Can't they make it easy for you? You know what I mean? Don't they want customer service, right? Isn't that part of what we're paying for? And yet we don't get any like uh anything off the cost of the food because they're not paying bag boy anymore, and now we're our own bag boy. So if I'm the bag boy now and the cashier, I'm the bag boy and the cashier. So I'm saving them $30 an hour since the minimum wage went up to 15 an hour. So now they either had to buy these self checkouts, right? Hi, Mark Kropka. We're saving them $30 an hour. More, actually, because there was more cashiers than, one cashier. We're saving them that much money doing it ourselves. Where's the discount? So they thought that the cash, self checkouts would be more cost effective, more convenient. Well, they're not more convenient, but if they're more cost effective, then okay, and then I'll do it. So what's their justification? Because I can honestly tell them that if a grocery store said, we offer service with a smile, I'd go there. I'd go there. There's no way it's more expedient for me to have to put my own groceries up there, bring them in myself, bag them myself. There's no way it's even more pleasant. You look around you, everybody has a mask on, nobody's smiling at each other, nobody wants to touch anything. Everybody comes over and squirts and sprays like it's fucking cooties, which they really don't even squirt and spray it. They don't give a fuck if somebody walks right up and starts pressing those buttons. They don't give a shit. COVID is even increased. Thank you, everybody. Well, I'm not leaving or anything. I'm all bitching here. You know, it really burns my ass. A flame this high. I'm just saying. We're all actually really the same ones, right? Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I don't care what people say about you guys. I like you guys. Nobody says nothing bad. JC Bear, he's the fucking most liked man on YouTube. Honestly, God. Yes, JC Bear is the most coveted guest host on YouTube. Robin Quivers, whatever her name is, has nothing on him. Nothing, I say. Nothing. Are you kidding me? JC Bear, you are the most nicest person. You are the person, like, if I could meet anybody on, and I don't mean like, meet them so I could fangirl over them. I mean, meet them so that somebody that I would feel the most comfortable meeting and would think would be the most, like, hospitable, meet me at a good restaurant for dinner. I'm not saying, have me at your home and shit like that. No shit, right? Me neither. I've never seen a convenience store do it either. Never. Never seen an ATM at a bank do it either. The 24-hour one? Never. I sat behind somebody doing it, and I was like, hurry the fuck up, motherfucker. I'm so stupid. I feel like I would rather like have, you know what? I feel like I would like everybody to go to the Cape and we all get our own yurt. And some people, Norma Jean, shut the fuck up. That is not your business right now. Maybe if I meet you, you're kind of hot. No, sorry, I'm just kidding. Um, I'm saying you just threw me right off, Norma Jean. I relate you to my deceased sister, and you start talking about lesbian experiences. I have lesbian experiences. You're funny. I guess it would count as a lesbian experience, possible, right? Like Will and Grace, right? I would say that is Gold Star. I mean, was it a good kiss? You know what I'm saying? Because you'd want to be able to please either way. What if, like, you were the last man on earth and they were the last woman on earth and you were like, ugh. And she's like, yeah, but in order to procreate, and you're like, ugh, ugh. I know that, but I would think that being able to please both sexes would make you a gold star. You know what I'm saying? Not Rosie O'Donnell. I saw her in a movie. It was called, oh my God, what the hell is it called? I don't know, but she would go, morning, 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 something like that. She would ride the bus a lot. Hey, you know what I mean, right? Because you wouldn't want to be all like, yeah, I gotta procreate. Yeah. I'd rather go for Ellen DeGeneres. I'm just gonna say like Mila Kunis and is it Natalie Portman? Is that her name? In Black Swan. That's Gold Star is no women never. But I'm just saying, you would be like, ugh, I don't want to procreate. I'm not touching that. Can I put a condom on? No, that defeats the purpose. Nah, she's blonde. Why, who did I say I like? Oh, Ellen DeGeneres. Oh, she's blonde too. Know why, Ellen? Because she can dance. She could dance if you want to. I could dance if you want to. No, we could. You could leave your friends behind. Because if your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, then they're no friends of mine. Who needs the rest? Oh, I thought you meant Scarlett Johansson. Yo, Hanson. Bot. Bot. Ellen is super beautiful. Bootyful. And then they gave her a hard time over stupid shit. Remember before Ellen came out? I have a joke. What do you call a... No, wait. Wrong. Forget it. Hi, King of Ipswich. Bot. Bot. No, you don't see anymore. Those Afghan dogs in the cars, and they look like a woman with long blonde hair. You really don't see them much. Tell you what else I haven't seen in a long time is pigeons. And I really haven't even seen many crows. She doesn't have COVID. Oh my God, just please. Please, please, please sing. Remember that song? It was like, who sings that? I feel good. please, please me, right? I'm gonna sing it for you guys. Not very well. I'm gonna look it up first. Hold on. Please me. Bruno Mars, Cardi B. These aren't who I think they are. What the fuck is this shit? Not good. How is that even possible? All right, let me ask you guys. Okay. All right. So that's not the best version of it, okay? But here's what I'm saying. To eliminate any doubt. She doesn't have COVID. Okay, so if anybody looks at that James Brown video, okay, that I just like posted right there, okay? James Brown. We all know who he is, right? Yes, he was brown. I'm not being racist when I say James Brown. That was his last name. Okay? Sorry. That's it. Wait, what? Okay? Now, I do not believe that back then people could lip sync. So I don't think that he's lip syncing there. Does anybody else think he's lip syncing there? Because I don't think he is. Okay. Do you know that James Brown? Now that was the first. Uh, first YouTube video of James Brown singing "Please, Please Me." Okay. The other ones were like Cardi B, something else. Um, the Beatles, and then I'm saying is these fucking times suck. If I was, I can't even get over it. Ah, I just poked you in the eye. Why would you do that? Ah. All right, I'm gonna need you both to settle down and back off me, okay? No, I'm just not even kidding. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna drop the link just in case anybody wants to come up here because I really need like a break. I'm not even kidding. Give me a break. I sure deserve it. It's time I made it to the top. Is that the song? I'm sorry. It may not be, but I need like a break just to go to the bathroom or stand up. Please, 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 man, please. people will come up to my dog and be like, "Hi," and I'm like, "Oh my God, can't you see he's not pleasant?" What is this bug? Can anybody like come in here? Or I'm gonna have to just go quiet and go pee. And nobody's gonna know where I went. I have to go outside. All right, 1 second. Am I good at trivia? Tell me what is. Please look at me. What is this bug? A dung beetle. I don't know. What does it look like? Oh my God. Just back off. Back off. See? Nobody wants to come here and be my little co-host. Be my little co-host. Oh, 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 oh. Bigger than human, but somehow it's in the house. Oh, oh! I hate my cat. I really do. I'm just saying. No, I'm not kidding anymore. Get rid of it. Who's lip syncing? He is? James Brown? He is? He's lip syncing? And he sounds that terrible? Why would anybody lip sync and sound that bad? That's ridiculous. Is it a dung beetle? I was only guessing. I never looked. Is it really a fucking dung beetle? You gotta be kidding me because I was just guessing. That's incredible. I'm psychic. That's proof. 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 Arrgh. 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 I'm gonna get you guys. All you animals. My animals. All three of you motherfuckers. Ah. Look at my cat. Oh, it's not a dung beetle? Is it a palmetto beetle? Palmetto bug, not a beetle. Alright, fine. Fuck it, I don't even want to know. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna have to just, pause myself here and pause myself. No, but for reals, is there really like some bug that if JC Bear says that it is a true to life real bug and not Photoshop, I will believe him. Is it true? Where's my key? Because I mean, if he thinks that James Brown is a lip syncer, which he could be, if he did dance around a lot. And my mother used to say there's no way they could dance around like that without getting out of breath, right? What are you doing, fuck turd? Not you guys. He's my God, he's a fuck turd. He really is a fuck turd. All right, I'm going outside right now. Now you guys have me really scared about going outside. But I have to. Because my... Come on now. What are you guys saying? Where is the bug? Where does it live? Did somebody drop a link in here for it? Get out. Alright, I'm gonna look. Hold on. Maybe I might have to change my mind about going outside. I don't like... Right. Oh, that's fake. Fake, you guys. That is not real. How could you guys even think that was real? No, for real. No, really. How did you guys even think that was real? No, really. Really. Hi, greedy kitty. How could you guys think that was real? Stop it. Stop it. Yeah, but you said he was lip syncing. Yeah, that is not real. That thing is not real. There used to be things called slime, silly putty. Okay, for instance, silly putty. Okay? Silly putty. If you pressed it against a page, it would pick up what was on the page. Okay? The print. It would pick it up. It was like a copy, like making a copy of something. It was ingenious. Seriously ingenious. There's a spider out here. Oh my god, I gotta run under it. Oh my god, it's too cold out here. Too cold. I can't take it. I gotta get in my car. Oh my god, it's so cold. It's so fucking cold right now. Holy mother of God, if there's any spiders in my car, I'm gonna die. And I'm not even kidding you. It's not even a joke. It's just not even a joke. Okay, 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 okay. So I'm opening up my car. I'm out here. My dog took off like an asshole. Roscoe. Okay, okay, okay. Is there any? Is there any spiders? And I'm not kidding right now. I've got to put the roof up. Oh my god. 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 Here we go. It's so cold out here. It's funny. No, no, no. It's really nice. It's fucking funny. Oh my god. Where did my dog go? Uh. Oh my god. There's a lot of stars out tonight, though. To be honest with you guys. Where did my dog go? Why did he have to take off? Roscoe! Oh my god, please. It's so cold. I really don't want to go. Oh my god. I'm so fucking cold right now. I mean, I'm not even kidding you. I can't even see. Everyone who watched Frankenstein knows who I am. Oh god. Oh my god. Where is my dog and why is he doing this right now? Why did he have to disappear? I cannot go out there and look for him. It's too cold and scary out there. Why? I ask you. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna have to do it. Okay. Why? Now I'm not even getting to fucking grab the shit I wanted to grab to bring into my house. Oh my god, please. So the stupid girl at the fucking dollar store, right? Yeah, dollar store. Okay, dollar store. Puts all my shit in one bag. Like, what the fuck? Of course it broke. It was in a plastic bag of paper. Broke, and she didn't care about the fucking trees either. Bitch, made it worthless. Like it died in vain. The tree died in vain because the plastic bag broke. Anyway, and I had to go to the fucking Indian store, and he gave me a plastic bag. One tree down for the dollar store. Oh, I'm so cold. Hey, CJ, will you come on the panel with me, please? Take a look for my dog, please. I have to look for my dog. Oh my god, I'm so cold. You guys just don't even know. You don't even know how cold I am right now. Oh, there's a cold. Oh, there's a cold. Oh. I'm doing what I originally came out to the car to do because thank you. I love you. You're a lifesaver. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How goes?
I love you. You're such a lifesaver. I think you're a gold star human being.
I try, but trust me, that comes from years. Oh,
Right? Doesn't it? We grow every day.
Greedy Kitty, Newfoundland is about 1,800 to 2,000 kilometers away from where I am. So Hurricane Larry isn't like it's hitting there now, but it's not, it shouldn't affect, like I'm in central Canada in Ontario, so we shouldn't feel any like full hurricane type effects from it. But
Remember they used to call all hurricanes female names? I'm going to mute myself so I can look for my dog.
okay.
Okay, bye. Not bye. I'm still here.
No,
I'm going to
no,
unmute myself if any emergencies arise.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, right now it's hitting Newfoundland, so they're, same things that happened in Louisiana and so forth, power outages, airports closed. Hopefully, but I mean the East Coast people, they're fairly, they come from sturdy stock, so I mean I know that they're used to like winter storms and stuff like that, so they've probably stocked up. They probably have generators, the whole thing. So it's just a matter of the public. Yeah. Well, this one usually it's the tail end when it comes up, like hitting when it hits the U.S. coast first. But this one turned and just started. It headed directly for Newfoundland.
Yeah, it
So there's
never ever came this way.
yeah, but it's probably why it's so cold because it's probably sucking down,
I don't
the
know. I think like
Arctic
during the
air.
day, we always call it like Big E weather around here, like fair weather. Our fair always seems to have a certain kind of weather. You know how you can smell in the air certain seasons?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And we're right where we should be, basically, like according to past experience, the way it feels is cold at night, need for a jacket. But during the day, you could wear a light jacket if you want, but it's really pleasant
Oh yeah,
during the
but
day.
I mean, probably Lulu like in Nova Scotia, they'll probably get like heavy rain. Same thing in PEI in New Brunswick
Yeah.
because of Hurricane Larry.
Have you
Because
had a
it's
dry season though?
um pretty much. I mean, the remnants of Hurricane Ida that hit Louisiana and went up throughout and hit New York and so forth. We had
Uh-huh.
some remnants of rain, but that came like throughout like the evening and overnight. But
Right.
overall, I'd say that it was fairly dry this summer. We had a lot of
Right.
humidity, and
It
then
kind of
it's
seemed
finally
like
left.
perfectly evened out. Like I didn't have to water my plants. You know, during the day it was sunny, but at night it might get a little rain shower that was going to be enough for, you know, to
Keep everything green.
right, exactly. I found my dog, but he's still running around like a little ass.
Oh wow, Lulu, they it ripped the wow. But I know we had some just the last week. We had some really wicked storms pass through, and it's like north of the city there was, and this is rare for Toronto. North of the city there was like threatening formations of a tornado, and
Have
I'm
you ever
like,
had one of those?
the closest I've ever seen a tornado in southern Ontario, and it always hits the same area of a smaller city north of us called Barrie, and it's ripped through there earlier,
Is
like
a
in,
tornado the same as a cyclone?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too. Because I feel like when we got a, what I would think was they were calling it like Twister, the eye of the storm. They still call it the tornado, even though it actually uh, took out enough of, like neighborhoods, like a neighborhood away. The next street could be normal, and we
Yep.
don't get them in Massachusetts. We really don't. But we got like a fluke one.
I know here. Oh, here they're saying a tornado and a cyclone is different. A tornado is a twisted vortex of high speed wind that is violent and twisted. A cyclone is defined by a low pressure zone surrounded by a high pressure zone. So I guess the way it forms is different, but the end result is still the same. You
Right,
got
because
loss of power and damage.
I feel like it's the twister part of it that makes it makes it zero in on a certain area.
Yep. Yeah, Lulu, I heard it too. It came through and it was just, yeah, we had that's the thunderstorms I was referring to a few minutes ago. It came
Uh-huh.
through and it just like boom, and the lightning and the rain, and up around the north part of the city, they were worried that it looked like they could get a tornado
Hmm.
forming, but it never fully reached. But the thing is that I'm here. Usually tornadoes hit around the small area around the city of Barrie, and it caused, just like you said, a whole strip of damage in one neighborhood, and the next street it looks like nothing happened.
Right. It's discombobulating. Like you could be driving past, like an area that a street you've driven on all the time, your whole life. And then
Yep.
all of a sudden, you're driving down it one day, going the same direction you normally would to be on that street. And then once you're on it, you're like wondering, did I take a wrong turn? Because,
Yeah, like
all the trees are gone.
trees are gone, half the homes are ripped apart or off their foundations or falling. It's almost like, um, you entered a war zone.
It's very discombobulating. But here's the thing, a lot of the buildings didn't seem to look like they had been torn up. It was more trees. I think that's because the trees are easier to come up with just the force of the winds, but the tornado has to be right on the house in order for that to be. Maybe I'm just speculating.
Yeah, it could be, um, because with that type of force and wind pressure, yeah, I think it's either the pressure drops outside of the house to the point where the house kind of like implodes or explodes.
Yeah.
It's one of those weird things that it's like, oh Lord.
I watched like a video clip of it was like on Mr. Ballin or whatever it is, and he was saying the guy and the woman saw a tornado coming right towards them. Not a tornado, but the cyclone, the twister, coming right towards them. Come on, come here, buddy. Come here, come on, buddy. Right towards them. So he pretty much knew that he felt like they weren't going to make it or whatever. Like he told her to stay down there, and I don't know why he ran upstairs to the upper level, but I really can't remember. I'd have to rewatch it. But I guess he took his phone and he filmed it as it was heading towards, you know, uh, and he literally, the film is the tornado, the cyclone coming right towards him, hitting him, all in debris. And as irony had it, he landed on his wife and killed her.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. She died. He didn't die. There's so many things that are weird with irony. Like I remember I lived in this town where the family ran the funeral home. Right, there's only one in the town, the small town, and he liked to snowmobile. So he was snowmobiling. I'm all out of breath because I just walked up all these stairs, all around looking for my dog. Okay. So anyway, his snowmobile stalled on the railroad track, and he got off the railroad track. I mean, off the snowmobile, and jumped off his snowmobile, ran, and knew that it was going to hit his snowmobile, but just was happy that he was off it. The snowmobile flies up in the air and lands on him, kills him.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that just makes me wonder, like, when people go, oh, it's just their time, it's their time. Well, maybe there isn't something to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when it's that freaky,
Yeah.
it's like it's like somehow maybe they avoided it before. It's like, yeah, there was a movie like that
Final
where,
Destination, remember?
yeah, where they survived something horrific that no one thought they would, but one by one, it's kind of like death catches up to even the balance.
Yeah, like if it's your time, it's your time. Like why some people survive cancer and some people don't, and why some people um, get deemed natural death and some people get deemed undetermined. I mean, like what qualifies as a natural death?
I don't know. I would just think something like, old age.
Right. And yet like it really strikes me as odd that somebody who's 91, all these people that are 91, they would do autopsies on and determine it as COVID. You know, I mean, if it's old age at 91, isn't it possible that they were kind of just waiting out their days to die anyway in the old age home?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, they may have had COVID, but I mean, they could have had underlying conditions. At that age, how strong is the immune system? So
Yeah.
like anything like that could have just hastened it along, and voila.
They could even give them the vaccine, die because of the vaccine, and then still call it COVID related.
Is that how they do the counts?
Yeah. It has to do with how much they'll get from, the government and stuff.
You're kidding.
Oh, no, no, no. It's the same as when they put in that whole no child left behind, right? So they started doing this testing to see how each community their their kids could pass on these MCAS and stuff like that, right?
Okay.
They would pass and then get be deemed to have funding, or they'd lose their funding. But if they didn't get a lot of budgeting in the first place, right? So they were a poor community, chances of them scoring low on that and losing their funding was pretty good. So in actuality, it was a lot of children being left behind. It was just the rich ones weren't being left behind because when they were scoring above what would keep them qualified for the funding,
Hmm.
because their taxes were higher, their community whatever, so their education system was better. They're the ones who would keep receiving funding from the government, where the poor communities that were struggling wouldn't receive it anymore because their children didn't score well,
But
where you
that,
would think it would be reversed.
yeah, definitely reversed. Otherwise, what would be the point?
Right, exactly. And a lot of people, who are there going, yeah, but this person created No Child Left Behind. Yeah, but if you read what the No Child Left Behind entailed, they would see that there was a lot of children left behind. They were just considered disposable
Oh
because they were,
Lord.
stupid and their family didn't pay, you know, basically.
Lulu's asking, did you find Roscoe and get him back in the
I
house?
did. I did.
Yeah, but
Thank you, sir.
that's a total thing of you know, complete misrepresentation,
Right.
because it should have been the reverse. With the lower scores, you would need more. Hello,
Yes.
through the veil, paranormal.
Oh,
You would,
hi, Bill, through the veil. Hello. How are
I,
you?
I think you would need to get more funding to the lower scoring schools to
Right.
get better equipment or textbooks or
Exactly.
additional staff.
Exactly. I'll watch these documentaries that people will make, whether it's in this country or another country. And I wonder myself how the documentary makers can not take a shot at this sex trafficker guy that goes on there anonymous just so they can be interviewed. And the person just wants to interview so badly that they'll get somebody within arm's length that has sex trafficked, so thousands of children and been so cruel, and usually won't, like be around anybody, but because they're granted anonymity, and even though they're the worst person and nobody gets granted an interview, I can't imagine how those people can sit there through it. I mean, I watched one where there was somebody on there like that. Plus, there was a girl who, they'll see these commercials saying to make money. They're, not commercial or whatever. There are people who come around the poor areas and these countries, these third world countries, and
Mhm.
they'll talk the parents even into letting their daughters go off to so-called learn how to be a maid or nanny or something. And as it turns out, it's not. It's, sex trafficking. And this girl, she had he was like 2 years old, this little kid. And she said she hated him. He was, born from a gang rape. And she said she hated him. And I thought he could come live with me. I don't have a lot, you know what I mean? But I can understand her point. He's from a gang rape. I can understand that. But I'm pretty certain that it's probably just, one sperm. I mean, I'm sure he's not the product of multiple sperm. He probably, her egg was probably fertilized, even if she got, intercourse by 10 guys after that. That one fertilization is the one that counted. You know what I mean?
True, because then, everything kind of seals off for any.
Yeah, everything's null and void. And the race is won, I mean, it's fertilized. So it's not like he's going to be like Freddy Krueger. I
Yeah,
mean,
but I mean,
yeah,
like you have to look at the documentary people when they're interviewing and having these people on. Like, how do they sleep at night afterwards?
exactly. Exactly.
Because there you are, you have them, you're not. Oh, we were talking about different documentaries
Hmm.
and how some of them expose like the truth. Like we were first talking about the No Child Left Behind,
Yeah.
and then Survivor Girl was discussing a documentary on sex trafficking, and they're interviewing the people who are running it in the documentary. I guess they kind of blacked out the faces or blurred them.
Yeah. It's like you're right there within arm's length. To me, that seems like a perfect way to get them to be within reach of the authorities.
Yeah, but then they wouldn't come if they knew that it was a setup type of deal. But then
Well,
whoever's
even if
doing
it's
the
just one.
documentary has to live with it.
Yeah, I watched a movie one time with she won for a Mighty Aphrodite, I think was the name of the movie. Her name begins with an M. Her father was on Law and Order.
Oh, oh, last name is Hardigay.
No, 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 not Marissa Hargitay, but that's a good one. Her she herself, she was in the movie Mighty Aphrodite and won an award for it. That's why by Woody Allen. But her father was, oh my god, she's married to a 22-year-old guy. Oh, well, he's not 22 now. Hi, random person. Oh
Hello.
my
Yes,
god, what's
I
his
I
name?
was just roaming around before I was going to crash, and I just dropped in. I
Let me
got
see if
about
I can.
another. I got about another 20 minutes. I can last till about 2:30. Then I have to crash.
Awesome. I'm so glad you came in because you are a great
My,
host. You know that?
oh well, thank you. I try. Now I'm curious. Who
Now
is
I'm looking it up. Yeah,
starred
Mighty.
in the
It was
mighty?
it was Mira Sorvino.
Oh, okay.
Mira Sorvino. Yeah,
From
Mira
that
Sorvino.
'70s show, and
Was she in that '70s show? No, that's Mila Kunis.
oh, okay. Then I'm getting
Yeah,
them mixed
Mira
up.
Sorvino is it was a movie anyway where got she noticed that she had won the award for a picture, that she didn't realize that she took the story and the picture, that she took the picture instead of helping the little girl. And her father um, was a famous photographer too, so he couldn't understand why she was quitting photography, but she couldn't. remember deciding that moment of taking the picture instead of saving the little girl. Like, why didn't she have that little girl with her? Why is that picture there? But she didn't have the little girl. It was just really profound of what these people, they do for things. Yeah. Was she on American Pie? I don't think so. She's married to a guy who's like really younger than her. They have 4 kids, and he was like 22 when they met, and she was. Do you see who I'm talking about?
Yep. For
Yeah,
Mira Sorvino. Yep.
yeah. And she's like married to some guy that's younger than her, and they're good, I guess. Like it looks like to me. I
She
looked up
has
interviews
one.
with them.
Well, she
They've
has
been
four
married since
kids.
2004. Yeah, they got 4 kids, and he's really a lot younger. She went to Harvard. Says she's pretty. She still looks good. I'm looking at her now. Born in Manhattan.
Yeah, he's 39. She's 53.
Yeah, yeah. Quite the difference there. They had 4 kids right away. Yeah, she was romantically involved with Quentin Tarantino, and then in a party in 2003, she met Christopher Backus, and they have 4 kids. She was in that movie Mimic. She's involved in Amnesty International, um, human trafficking, lobbied about human trafficking in Darfur. That's horrible, man. People smuggling.
Oh, gotcha.
It really is. I mean, I can't even imagine.
Well,
Forced labor alone generates 150 billion as of 2014. 21 million victims are trapped in modern day slavery.
yeah,
Crazy.
there's a variety of different um, slavery items that are still in the world today.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Forced street begging, even.
Oh my God, yeah.
Isn't that
Depending on
crazy?
the country you visit.
Have you been to any that you see that stuff?
Um, Years ago, well, I was kind of lucky, so I guess I was kind of sheltered because when I was younger, I used to like to travel a lot, and I was in Cartagena in Colombia, and basically in the I kind of like stuck with the tourist areas because I was going on my own,
Uh-huh.
so I didn't see many. But I always knew in the kind of like the back of my mind, if I went off the beaten path and went to a like more of the non-tourist area where like people actually live and shopped and so forth, I would probably see a lot more.
Uh-huh.
And in Mexico, same thing. Like, when you're young and you just want to go party and you just want to do this, and you're meeting people from all over North America and you're in the clubs and you're dancing, you're not really paying attention. But in hindsight, when you look, it's like, yeah, if you go off of the glitzy area into where people live their real lives, there is probably a lot more there.
Yeah, there really is. I mean, it says like in India, and they begin working at, it says kiln workers, which are brick kiln workers. And they often live in extreme poverty, and many begin working through repayment of a starting loan averaging 150 to 200. Kiln owners offer laborers friendly loans to avoid being criminalized in breaking bonded labor laws.
Well, you,
Wow.
well, you do know India, to a certain extent, still has a caste system.
Yeah,
even though officially they say they don't. And it was really interesting because I was talking to a few people and they said, yeah, you can, it's based on their last name. I guess
really.
certain casts have certain last names and so forth. And, uh, and so they can tell when they're talking with somebody. It's kind of like that very elitist type thing. It's like, well, thank you, but we're not really going to be socializing. So they still have some form of that there, even to this day.
Oh yeah, it says it right here. It says um in 2006 in India, the average per day rate in a rice mill is 55 cents in American dollars as of 2006.
Hmm,
55 cents. That's crazy. I have to go out and come back in.
okay.
Okay.
While we're waiting for SG to rejoin us, I suggest we take this time if you need to go for a little break or refill your bevy. You do so. Maybe grab a little bit of snacks from the back of the kitchen, some chips, maybe even hello, unblock me, um, and then come back, maybe some dip. Oh, chips with dip, yes, or you know that favorite that favorite snack, the dark chocolate covered almonds. I can just munch, 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 munch on that.
Superhuman secular.
He's snacking on some blackberries. Very.
She's in Romy and Michelle's high school reunion. Yes, she is in Romy and Michelle's high school reunion. Yeah, I'm surprised you're up. As you said, my child stole my phone for many hours.
I was the talk on the school bus today. How so random person.
Oh no, was your little kid watching your shit that you were watching? Bobbles? Were they?
No.
Hi, Don.
Hello, Don. Hello, random person.
The only
You're
reason
the talk
why I
on the
don't
school bus.
unblock secular human is because he makes so many people feel away, and then I want to unblock him, and then I'm like, I don't know what to do. I'm in such a conundrum.
Oh my God. Do you mean when I said to Gina Marie to go to bed? And I start doing just do a stretch, lay your head down, think of the stars, think of the fun you're going to have the next day, and then start saying, good night, moon, good night, chair, good night, picture frame, good night, book.
What, last night?
Yeah, or it could have been two lives ago when they asked me to say, tell Gina Marie to go to bed. And I'm like, okay, go to bed, Gina Marie. It's time for sleepy time.
Is that her daughter?
Oh my God, a YouTube star. Dear Lord, I'm not a YouTube star.
No, but is that her daughter? Like you said her daughter's name?
Well,
That's so
yes.
nice.
I mean,
No, but that's
there's
sweet. That like her friends thought. Do you see what I'm saying? That is,
that someone on YouTube said told her, it's time for Betty bye.
yeah,
Oh wow, as long as she can get a good night's sleep and you can get some rest, that's the main thing.
yeah. I mean, and those little kids might be like, I'm gonna get some rest too if JC Barrel say goodnight to me.
Oh my God.
They could start sending in their names just like they used to do with who was his name? He would announce the was it Willard Scott, and he would announce the Centurions. You know, people who became 100.
Oh my God, yes, that was on the Good Morning America or the Today Show.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
yes.
Hello,
At first,
DeWitt
she told on me to her dad,
or
but then she
Don.
bragged to everyone, and her brother did too. Oh my God, that must make you feel so good.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's
Yeah, but you have to remember this is that's an adult live. You don't tell her what live they seen it on.
I understand that. Yeah, I do, but I bet you could actually do a favor to like parents who want their kid to go to sleep and they're watching that and they want to watch it and they want their kids to go to sleep and do it at the beginning of the show so their
That's
kids will
true.
go to sleep.
That's true because at the time that we're on, especially for, younger ones that are, like I guess under 10 or younger, it's like for them it'd be a big I guess it would be a big deal to have their name said and just say, it's time
To go to
to
sleep.
yeah.
Yeah. Yep. And they
Oh my God.
would, yes, absolutely.
Well, it's like I went and I picked up my nieces from school today because my sister couldn't because of her shift.
Uh-huh.
And oh my God, it's like, you know, walking in and luckily, well, I guess they still have like teachers that patrol after school. So they were with the teacher and the teacher was saying, is that your uncle? And they said, yeah. So they came running up and I'm like, yeah, hi, I'm over here. And it's kind of like my niece who's turning 11 is like, oh my God, she's getting tall. She is getting so tall. And then my younger niece who's turning 9 decided she wanted to do something different with her hair. So she did the whole I don't know, I guess girls love experimenting with pink and red and fuchsia with
Uh-huh.
their hair. And I
Yep.
just went, "Oh my God." So I told her that I thought it looked cool and it suited her. And now I'm giving her a nickname of Red.
My
So I
niece
got
is
that.
getting married tomorrow.
Oh wow.
She was a baby. I mean, I can't even believe she's 30 something. She's getting married. I mean, time
Hey,
flies.
I mean, I can't believe my niece is turning 11 and I'm like, "Oh my God." It's
It
good.
goes
Soon
by
she's
so
going to be
fast.
starting high school and that's going to be a whole other thing, right? From elementary school and I'm like,
Oh, all right.
"Oh
So she better
no."
keep thinking it's Bubbles channel. That way none of her teachers or anything can look it up.
Yeah, yeah, that's the good
Yeah,
thing.
don't ever tell her what one it is.
Yeah, no, because it's really an adult channel, so
Yep, it is. And you would be in trouble for letting her watch it.
yeah,
It
so just
messed
say
up.
that it was yeah, Bubbles, and they'll think it's some type of, like, kids
Just
thing.
say JC Bear channel.
Yeah, because I don't have one, so if they search
Yep. Yeah,
they
just say it's JC Bear channel. Don't even relate it to Bubbles. Only for the thrill of getting your kid to go to sleep.
yeah. I mean, when Willow's little ones were having, a hard time getting to sleep, so I basically voice recorded Goodnight Moon and shipped her a copy so that she could play it for them. So they would
Uh
listen
huh.
to it and I'd say their names. I said, okay, you got to stretch, you got to lay down your head. And when you're looking at the ceiling, think of the stars that are out and what a great day you're going to have tomorrow. But if you want to grow up big and strong, you got to get your sleep. And then I started in with Goodnight Moon and
You
it
should do
worked.
that.
Supposedly it worked. So I'm
You know
like,
what?
okay, cool.
You remember Bob Ross?
Bob Ross.
He was a artist, and his voice was, you know, soothing. It was in
Okay.
America, but he was on, on on PBS, and he would always say, "There's only happy." What would he say? There's no mistakes or something. I don't know. Anyway, his voice was soothing. You could start a channel on um based on personalized nighttime
True.
witches.
But I
You
mean,
could.
but you know that, starting a channel has a whole other dedication to it. Like there's so many, like you have to be willing to keep everything like you have to keep it up to date. You have to do your research. You got to make sure you're not in doing any infractions of, royalties and stuff like that. So,
That is
so,
true. That is true.
so maybe when it's not as
I feel like
crazy.
your voice is soothing and that you have a biased opinion to things and you don't come off as offensive.
That again, that takes years of beating, beating back and forth and going, okay, okay, okay. I have to think of a way of getting my point across
Isn't it
without.
funny though, as a homosexual, okay? As a
Mhm.
homosexual who probably has had many, many years of where something has happened that has made you so angry, you want to just yell about it. You're angry. And yet you have refined yourself to getting your point across in a non aggressive, passive way. Not passive, because it's not, it's logical. It's pleasant.
Well, the thing is that I don't get me wrong. Um, I still get irate about stuff when I see certain injustices, like our schools and the way they treated children and the way it's still ongoing up here. It still hasn't stopped with the amount of, unmarked graves and bodies that they found. Um, so I still can get on my soapbox when I want, but I mean, it's taken some of my own refinement to take, you know, sometimes you got to take especially if I feel offended, take that emotion out of it and, you know, make the argument without the emotion if I want to get my message across. Because, yeah, trust me, there are times I still want to scream and yell. No, I'm
I
not that
understand what you're
perfect yet.
saying too about the First Nation people because, first of all, until recently, I didn't realize the term First Nation was another way of saying American Indians or Indians, Native American. I didn't realize that it was a better way to say.
Well, up here in Canada, there's you can say Aboriginals, and that encompasses three main groups. So we have our First Nations, which would be what we would have called Indians prior. Then you have the Métis, which is your half uh, half native and half non-native. So it could be with originally it came from French marrying native cultures, and
Hmm.
then uh, but now they've changed it to a half native and any non-native culture, and then you have the Inuit, which are northern
Are from an
Aborigines.
island, right? Aren't they?
No, no, the Inuit inhabit the more of the Arctic and colder
Right.
territories.
That's what I'm saying. Like, weren't they from an island where the Russians came and they traded for the sea otter pelt, like, cheesy shit. And then, like, the Aleutian Islands, like, around there, aren't they
Yeah, they in Canada they would be referred to as Inuit.
they would be what?
Referred to as Inuit.
Yep. Hi,
So
Ruby B.
hello, Ruby B. Um, so originally Métis was from the French Canadians coupling with the natives, and that's the way. And a lot of them settled originally in the province of Manitoba, and there was the Riel rebellions that went on. That's another part of Canadian history. Um, but
What bothered
nowadays,
me, though, and I'm not interrupting, I'm sorry, I know it seems like it. What bothered, because I don't want to lose when you were talking about how it makes you angry sometimes to see how the First Nation or Aboriginals are treated. I was once again watching a documentary about um, the Indians that were uh, the Indian women that were going missing along this highway of tears. there. You know what I mean? That Route 16 or Highway. You know what I'm talking about? The British Columbia.
Yeah, that's the highway that connects Prince George, BC to Prince Albert, Alberta.
Right. And the way they so casually said in this particular documentary how some of the murders didn't get as much, publicity because of the fact that, they were Indian. But it
Yep,
was so casually said that, okay, although they may have mentioned it, they didn't reflect upon it. It's like you can mention it, but it doesn't mean that, it makes it okay. They have to say, aren't they outraged? Those could be your family. That's, you know what I'm saying? I can't
exactly.
get over it.
Yeah, it was meant. It would probably. I haven't watched. I have it saved on Netflix, but I haven't watched it yet.
Well,
But
this
it
is
was.
a total different one. They were talking about how much poverty they live in. That what you were saying when you were saying about public transportation and
Hmm.
hitchhiking.
Hmm.
Oh, good night, throwback.
Oh, night
Um,
throwback.
yeah, how public transportation and hitchhiking becomes a necessity for them because their poverty. And I think to myself, why? Why? Why are they still living in poverty? Why haven't they been integrated into society and given, you know, the amount of, if it wasn't for, and everybody knows this, everybody knows history. If it wasn't for the native of everywhere, we ended up going to, teaching us how to survive there, we wouldn't have survived.
But you have to go back to you know what was negotiated in the treaties, and
Was
then
shit.
whether the governments actually honored them.
Yeah, but it was only $20. Like these people were selling their land for $20 and and basically though it was if they didn't sell it, they were gonna come in there and take it anyway.
Oh, night throwback. Have a good one. Yeah, there's different. There's different.
You're welcome. You are the kind one. I'm the evil one. Thanks a lot, random.
No, but I mean, if you go back to how the different treaties were negotiated, some usurped their mineral rights, their water rights. They actually started changing borders to lands and so forth. So that restricted their hunting and living.
Right.
And when they did do, when they were talking about integration, it was integration at the cost of surrendering your cultural heritage.
Their culture. Yeah, their culture.
So
Exactly.
so integrate, if they wanted to integrate, they would then have to give up, speaking their native language.
And for the
Um,
most part, none of the people that were here trying to negotiate these things with them could even speak their native language.
exactly. Or it was done through like a whole bunch of intermediaries. So if they
Yeah,
had,
that didn't really care. They had already sold out, in order for their own families to be able to live.
exactly. And that's why I think that's where I mean, like, it is an ugly part of Canadian history that's being revealed, but it's something that has to, you got to rip that band aid off and show exactly what happened when they removed Native children from their families under the guise of, child welfare,
Right.
and stated that it had to be, tame them to be able to integrate into society.
I'm SG,
And
not SC, by the way, random person.
so, you know, they they took them, and in the 19 it's called the 60s scoop, and in the 1960s there was a big push for it, where they were removing children from reserves, from their families, taken maybe, at that time 200, 300 miles away from their home, and put into these residential schools that were run by different religious orders. and there they had, sometimes it was malnutrition, sometimes it was due, like if you look over the century, some of the deaths could be attributed to malnutrition, some to influenza, but the numbers of bodies that they're finding at these different schools
It's like sacrifice.
doesn't doesn't add up. Like it could have been through also um, dysentery, unclean condition, housing conditions. Like there's a lot of things that could have contributed, not with the numbers that are coming through. Like right now, it's hitting around 5,000 that they found
Right.
in unmarked graves. That's not an influenza. That's not just a typhoid outbreak. That
Uh,
there is something more going on. So it's
I'm gonna look it up right now.
so yeah, and so that's become, it is an unpleasant thing of history that's being revealed, but it has to be revealed and it has to be dealt with. And we actually have a federal holiday at the end of September for a day of truth and reconciliation, which is about the different issues with the Aboriginal people. So, but there's
This
still a
is
lot more to be done.
insane. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
This is just insane. I mean, how is it? First of all, every time I click on a news story, like for Canada news,
Hmm.
it keeps coming up aljazeera.com. Okay, first of all, that kind of is disturbing.
Yeah,
Um,
that is disturbing.
that's very disturbing. It keeps coming up aljazeera.com. And it says Canada pledges millions to search for residential school graves. Hundreds of unmarked graves have been discovered at institutions Indigenous children were forced to attend for decades. A child holds a flag that reads, Every Child Matters during a march in British Columbia after the discovery of hundreds of unmarked graves of Indigenous children. Warning, the story below contains details of residential schools that may be upsetting. Canada's Indian residential school survivors and family crisis line is available 24 hours a day.
Mhm.
Even that is disturbing.
Yeah, but that's only one school. There's been several more that have been
Right.
found. That's
But
why
it's
I said
disturbing that they have to have a 24-hour a day, you know?
well,
That's how bad the problem is.
that's the thing is, we're talking about people who, your parents may have referred to as their sister or brother or their mother, you know, that may have survived the residential schools, and some that went and just, they don't know what happened to them. They're classified as runaways. Well, if you're like 7 years old and you're trying to trek 200 miles back in the middle of winter to your home, you're not really skilled for the outdoors at that time. So they probably found them and took them back to the school, classified them as a runaway. This is just allegedly and in only my opinion
Hmm.
and just a theory, and put them in an unmarked grave and just said that they run away. That's why they wanted to get, they're requiring the different orders in different areas to pull their old records to see what was going on. Like it really is um, going to be uncovering something that has to actually be brought to light. And that's why, in some part, the Roman Catholic Church is involved because they ran a good chunk of the schools. Anglicans and Protestants and uh, different.
Now, let me just ask you a question. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can.
Which one of your, so Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, right?
Hmm.
Is that still your prime minister? Yes.
Currently, until September 20th is our election. Yes.
Okay, so which one is for trying to figure out about uh the graves?
Well, the thing is, this was. finally they had concrete proof um, earlier this year when they found the initial unmarked grave for 215 children at a residential school in BC. With that, it opened it up and brought it right into the public's face.
Hmm.
So he has to actually well, actually, all the party leaders will have to deal with it, but he's the one that be responsible since he's in government.
But which one is for or against it?
Well, all of them have publicly stated they're in favor of the Truth and Reconciliation and investigating it. But as I say, proof is in the pudding.
Hmm.
So that's why it's another little bit of suspect with calling a snap election in the middle of this residential school crisis
Right,
and the withdrawal from Afghanistan because Canadian military people also had Afghani contacts that they worked with that had to be pulled out as well, and their families as well as refugees. It wasn't just the US. So it's just interesting that an election would be called during two major items that are currently going on in Canada. One
right.
within domestically with the residential schools, the other concerning on a more international stage with the withdrawal from Afghanistan. So again, personal opinion only. He called it because in the polls he was doing well because of the way the beer virus was being handled. And thought, okay, well, if I do it now, I can get a mandate for a majority government. So everything's been going back and forth as our debates have been going on. But yeah, I found it a little sus to be pulling a federal election during a uh, this time of the virus with two major events going on.
Now, this is
Right.
odd to me. This says China and its allies called on Tuesday for an independent investigation into the discovery last month of the remains of more than 200 Indigenous children at a Canadian boarding school. The remains of 215 children, some as young as 3 years old, were found in British Columbia at the site of the former Kamloops Indian Residential School. A
Hmm.
discovery Prime Minister Justin Trudeau described as heartbreaking. We call for a thorough and impartial investigation into all cases where crimes were committed against the Indigenous people, especially children, so as to bring those responsible to justice and offer full remedy to victims. A senior official at China's mission to the UN in Geneva told the Human Rights Council. He read the statement out on behalf of countries including Russia, Belarus, Iran, North Korea, Syria, Venezuela, Canada later delivered a joint statement on behalf of more than 40 countries calling for access to China's Xinjiang region to look into mass detention of Muslims.
Hmm.
Wow.
Well,
So,
yeah,
in
I mean,
actuality, Trudeau doesn't really want to research it.
well, the thing is, it's like the genie's out of the bottle. You can't recork it,
Mm,
and it's not going to go away.
yes,
And
but
I just find it kind of laughable that of all people, China, Russia, and the rest of them, who would basically put me to death or in jail, would talk about human rights violations. But it's not going so. It's not going to go away out here. Like I said, it's like
yeah,
trying to
it
put toothpaste.
will if you. How long has Trudeau been in?
Um, well, 2 years ago, he was reelected with a minority government.
So he was in before,
Yes, he was
during
elected in.
2015?
Yes, yep,
Right.
that's right, Lulu. That's right, Lulu. It's like there's too many things. Like right now, we're at like just over 5,000 kids that have been found through a variety of residential schools. So they can't put the cork back in the bottle. And one of the
Yes, but it's
things,
been out of the bottle for a long time. And
yes, but
right,
it's only now. See, here's the thing: natives, or I should say, Aboriginals peoples have been saying this, but it's fine. It was finding the proof of it, and now they found the first proof, and they're finding more and more and more. So they can't put it back into the bottle now, or they can't say, "Oh, that's just gossip. Oh, that's just this." So they have to address it. But another problem is that there's a chunk of these schools that have been run by the Roman Catholic Church. Part of the healing process is to get an apology from the Pope to acknowledge the wrongdoings.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Canadian Council of Catholic Bishops are supposed to be working on it, and there's a delegation of Aboriginal Canadians going to the Vatican later this year. And part of the problem is that is getting the Pope to either come over and visit and issue, an apology. I mean, the Protestants did it, the Anglicans did it, the head of the United
Okay,
Church
but
did it.
I don't want to interrupt you. I'm just reading as you're talking, okay? And I
Hmm.
don't want you to think I'm ignoring you,
Hmm.
okay? So, okay, so just because I'm still trying to wrap my head around the 2 year rushed election, okay?
Hmm.
So I'm trying to wrap my head around that. Now, what it appears to me, now, first of all, like I said, it's very strange to me that every time I look up what seems to be it appears to be a very uh, um, credible news source about Canadian news, surprises me that it comes from AlJazeera.com. And so they're telling me in this that Canada, basically, this is what I'm thinking, and I don't know what the rush is, okay, of why this guy needs to be elected again before something occurs. Because this seems to have happened before. It seems that years ago, the whole finding the graves and stuff of a genocide of them had
Hmm.
come into play before. So what happened was, it says Canada formally apologized for its residential school system in 2008. And as part of a class action settlement with survivors, more than 2.68 billion, which is 3.23 billion Canadian in compensation, has been paid to more than 26,700 claimants, according to a report issued earlier this year. Trudeau, who campaigned on a promise to relaunch Ottawa's relationship with Indigenous people, said earlier this month that the mass grave found at Kamloops Residential School was a painful reminder of that dark and shameful chapter of our country's history. So
Hmm.
basically, what's going on here is this, that these other countries, they want to break Canada. They want to break them by making them continue to pay for something that they have already formally paid for and accepted responsibility for and burdened the taxpayers with before. Okay? It's like when you sign off on a court case and you say, but I can't resue you, right? Then you get in somebody else who didn't take part in that, and somebody who can maybe easily be felt guilty, maybe somebody who has young children, right? Who has something to lose. I don't know about what your Trudeau's family is, but are his children adults? If they are, then that gives him more of a stronghold to fight against this same thing that Canada has already signed off on having the responsibility of. Okay, they've already, like, they found 150,000 graves. Okay, back up to that point, and so they said, you know what? Chances are we're probably going to find more. We did screw up. We did a genocide. We're going to give 26 billion, 3 point something billion in Canadian dollars. Yes, it's going to have to come out of the taxpayers. We're all accepting responsibility. Here it is. So then they find more. And since they've already signed off on saying You probably will find more, but here it is. You're signing off on anything future that happens. So what they want to do is try to get somebody in there and bully them. Now, all I'm saying is it would behoove people to see if the whole agreement of that civil what is it, that suit that they made an agreement with the indigenous people and paid it to this many claimants included any future claims being brought up by Canadian indigenous citizens, because I find it hard to believe that China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea thinks that they don't have any human rights violations,
Oh, I know. I know.
because
That's why
they do.
they're. I agree with you that that potentially could be, but
Yes.
there's also from that time frame of 2008 till now till 2015, there was a Truth and Reconciliation Committee that had 180 documented points for change and healing. Of that, I think there's maybe only 15 of them that have actually been accomplished prior to the discovery of the first mass grave of 215 children. And now that has increased and increased to just over 5,000.
I get you, but when China, Russia, Iran, and your own news outlet is called Al Jazeera, I'd have to say there's something very strange going on there.
Well, yeah, well, China's and Canada are locked in a battle because of the um, executive that was requested to be arrested by the U.S. under Trump and
Hmm.
extradited to the U.S. She's part of a telecommunications firm that does 5G wireless. So she was in BC and she was taken under house arrest pending extradition hearings at the request of the US government. What China did was arrest two Canadian citizens in China, the first of which has been charged with espionage and put in prison for 11 years. And the second one is still awaiting trial. So China's using this scandal and those Canadian citizens as leverage because they want that. I think Yahweh or I have to look it up because I'm getting a little tired. Um, the executive that's waiting extradition, who does 5G to the U.S. to stand on charges in the trial. So they're trying to get Canada to drop the extradition and allow her to go back to China. So there's other little world things going on behind there. But yeah, for Russia to be condemning and speaking out on human rights violations in China and North Korea, of all people, I just kind of look and I would laugh at them.
Well, yeah, and there's got to be some. Now, who is he running against? This Trudeau.
Well, our conservative party leader was recently uh, elected, and his name is Aaron O'Toole. And we also have a further left of center party called the New Democratic Party, whose head is Jagmeet Singh. And we have the Bloc Québécois, whose basic parties in Quebec, and they're always leaning towards separatism, but not a true separatism like in the 1970s and 80s. And we
Hmm.
have the leader of the Green Party. Oh my God, the first name is Ami, but I have to find her last name for you.
Okay, so in other words, you have all these people who are already running for an office that is a snap decision to have open.
Yes.
Well, that's odd.
Well, no. Remember, Canada's a multi-party system, unlike the U.S. So,
Well, it says he won the 2020 conservative leadership election. It
mhm.
is okay. So Aaron Oates has won the leadership of the Conservative Party. I mean, this is a quick thing too. I mean,
Well, no, he
Justin
became
Trudeau. Trudeau is French, right?
yes.
then stick with him.
He's French Canadian.
He's
Um,
French Canadian.
well, yeah. Normally, the to be Prime Minister of Canada, you must be bilingual.
He's French Canadian.
Yeah, I mean, all the party leaders speak French and English. Like
Yeah.
for the national parties, they all speak French and English. They have to, because you cannot win a majority government in Canada unless you can win the majority of seats in Quebec.
It says right here, Canada pledges millions to search for residential school
Hmm.
victims. I mean,
Yeah, because they need the equipment, the ground penetrating radar or sonar to be able to locate where the unmarked burials are. And normally they're within the surrounding area of the school, or what was originally the residential school.
so basically, they announced that they are doing 83 million more in funding, and this was
Hmm.
in. It says okay, hundreds of unmarked graves, and this was August 10th, 2021. So if you guys don't vote for him, they'll lose the funding for the unmarked graves.
Not necessarily, because
Yeah,
it won't go away.
it doesn't matter.
Uh,
He's already pledged to do that, and that is why he
yes,
he rushed it.
but the other thing is that if, let's say, the Conservatives get into power, which it would either be a Liberal or Conservative at this point, the way the political scene is up here. If the Conservatives backed away from that, that would cause a major, major uproar. And they've already pledged their support. So all of the leaders would have to, whoever was elected would have to continue it. They couldn't just say, "Oh, we're not doing that now," because that would be a major scandal on the government. Trust me, it would be a major scandal up here.
Yeah, right. But if you change the government, then it won't be a scandal on them because they didn't promise it. So you can't change the government right now. You have to stick with him if you want.
Well, the thing is that all the leaders have pledged support for that. So if they've publicly pledged support in the debates and then they backtrack on it, it trust me, it would be considered a major scandal up here. It wouldn't be just, you know, discontinued.
All I know is this is that when you have a leader who says, okay, you know what, I'm going to say to Russia, China, and all those other countries, show me your record on your human rights violations, and I'll show you mine,
Oh yeah,
right?
I agree. It'd be like, you have to remember, half of them deny that people like me exist. So,
Right. So that's a leader with balls.
hmm. Oh yeah, but but I can almost guarantee you, whichever leader gets elected, that funding is not going to go away. It would, trust me, a it would be a major scandal, and it could cause another. It wouldn't be good for them. Whoever is elected, if they backed out of that funding or commitment to continue with the pledge for the equipment to do more fact finding and searching for the unmarked graves, mm-mm, they wouldn't be. It just would not go over well. Yeah, more or less. Yeah, Lulu, because it's not something that is going to go away quietly. It's not going to be some little um,
JC there,
oops, we
right?
forgot about it. Yeah, you back?
Yeah, you're the same
Yeah,
age as me, right?
yeah.
Now, when you were younger and you thought about the royal family,
Hmm.
Was it a different feeling than it is now?
Yeah, I would
Because
say
I,
yeah.
yeah, because I'm still thinking in my head that the royal family used to be the thread that would hold a country together.
Well, you see,
Not
it's
in a political sense, but
true.
in, you're poor and you're rich was, the queen. It was the queen,
Well, yeah, I mean, it was part of the cultural fabric because, we were basically, you know, had the British influence and all the settlers that came over and so forth. But as we've gotten, and, when you become a citizen, you pledge, to the reigning
You're
monarch
close to the
of
queen.
Canada. Yeah, you pledge to the queen or king, whoever's in power.
Yeah, you take an
Um,
oath to the queen.
when you become a citizen, if you're born here, you don't take an oath; it's just automatically assumed.
Right, exactly. If you want to, like for me, it was dual citizenship, and I had to go to the British consulate in Boston and take an oath to the queen.
Correct. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly, Lulu. Until Meghan Markle and that whole, you know, Harry being a man child and hiding behind her, and
yeah.
Meghan not really being wanting to be part of the royal family. And the reason I know that is because she never gave up her U.S. citizenship as every
And you
other.
remember Wallace Simpson?
Yep.
And yeah, and when he abdicated the throne, that king,
Hmm.
he abdicated the throne. Like it was more of a romance.
Yes, and it was one that actually, if you read a lot of the documentation and letters from her that have that have come out, it's one
Hmm.
that she did not want, but she was in a situation where she could not get out of it
You mean back
back then.
then?
Yeah. It like she did not want him to abdicate because she knew she would be a pariah.
But they stayed together though, so they died.
They had no choice.
Well, that was
Could you
love. No, they had a
well,
choice. That was love.
no, no, no. Can you imagine if she walked away from Edward after abdicating the throne?
I can't imagine that, but I think she would have. I mean, she cheated on her.
No.
I feel like she was a woman of her own stance. I feel like look at Diana. And then he ended up with Camilla. So it was obvious that he
Yeah, but
loved her.
yeah, but you have to take it into the context of the era of the time of the late 30s and so forth. But
Right.
if you
And
but if,
it must be so hard to keep a persona of never being able to act in the interest of your heart and having to do what is so public.
yeah, but that's the thing. If you watch some of the documentaries about the Duke and Duchess of Windsor, she was adamant about, like, I mean, here's the problem. There were many ways where he could have married her, but he wanted it as if he was marrying a virgin British citizen who would
No, she
become
was American.
yes, wait. You have to back up. The
Mm-hmm,
way, if you watch the documentaries about all of their relationships and so forth,
mm-hmm.
he would not budge unless she was granted the full title of the Queen Consort with all the rights and privileges. She was willing to marry him and just remain as Duchess. She
You
was
mean Wallace
willing,
Simpson?
yes, Wallace Simpson.
Right, and he was
And he refused. He refused unless she was granted full rights as queen.
because she
Then,
was his queen.
no, because, yeah, she was his queen.
Yes,
But the
and
British
it was
public,
romance.
but I think it was far more romance on his side than hers.
I just think the whole aspect of it is trying to follow a a tradition. Like it was, and as the time went on, that tradition became harder and harder. I mean, look at Camilla Parker Bowles. And then, did you ever see the that movie where it was about Queen Diana, Princess Diana dying at the end there, and
Hmm.
how the Queen wasn't going to fly the flags at half staff,
Hmm.
but there were so many British citizens gathering outside of the palace that
Public pressure.
her own people said, if you don't go and give her a burial with, proper, you're going to make yourself look so bad.
Yeah,
And
because you have,
she
yep.
yeah,
But but this is the thing. You have to remember, Diana was no longer RHR.
she wasn't. And she was just doing what was actually right. But because that's where, once
The
again,
public
I
pressure.
believe that the
Yeah, public.
monarchy can hold a country together. Even the same way I feel like Ayrton Senna, who was a Formula One race car driver in Brazil, you know, the
Hmm.
poor and the rich would gather together on the streets during the races, and the TVs, the stores would put TVs in the storefronts so that the poor and the rich could gather together, and he would unite the poor and the rich because
Hmm.
they all loved him. It was a common thread between the
Yeah.
people, you know, and that commonality can hold something together. Hi,
Oh no, it's
crackhead.
crackhead video. But
Yeah.
when you're looking at um, like the Windsors, like Wallace and Edward, you have to also remember they also contacted all the Commonwealth nations to see if they would accept her, and the resounding thing was no.
No, right. No, because it was tradition. And then they were
And
faced
but
with
and
that,
then and then
that,
and and
yeah,
then he would not accept anything less than queen,
and that's okay.
and they said no. If you can't accept her as, just as a duchess or as another type of royal standing, where she isn't going to be sitting on the throne, isn't going to be on the money, then you have to leave.
Right.
But,
And look at the one
but
that had to do the Queen's speech. Remember that? Or the King's speech and get
yeah,
over his stutter?
yeah, that was Queen Elizabeth's father.
Right. See? And that's such an inspiring story that story never would have been had it not gone the way that it went with Wallace Simpson and all that. You know what I
Well,
mean?
true, but Queen Elizabeth would still have been ascending the throne because David Wallace wouldn't be able to have any offspring. So she's queen. The current queen would still be the current queen.
Exactly. So any way you look at it, without the offspring, there would have been nothing,
Yeah, they just would have
nothing further.
reigned as a couple. But yeah, and the thing with Harry and Meghan is that they've actually heightened more favor with the current royals. They've gone down in popularity, but the current royals like Queen Elizabeth, Prince William, and
Hmm.
Princess Catherine, they've actually grown in popularity. And let's put it this way: I know that the monarchy has its issues, and I know that the monarchy has they've have some of what Harry and Meghan have said is partially true, but they've also thrown a lot of bullshit out there that I don't buy.
I think tradition is a lot. And I remember one time at the Queen's Jubilee, they wanted to make this fountain or something, in honor of it. And she refused it. She said, no, the country needs that money and don't do it. It's too much money. I don't need it. It's too much money. I remember watching that she actually was a Jeep mechanic in World War II.
Yep.
Yeah, and that when the palace got bombed in World War II, and they were like, okay, move the royal family out so they don't get killed. They refused to leave
Hmm.
because they were in the fight together. I have listened to speeches about from Winston Churchill. I watched earlier, I dropped the link for a 360 virtual reality view of how it was in during the Blitzkrieg in England. My mother had told me about that, but That was something
hiding
that,
down in the designated bunkers and
yeah. And my mother had told me about it. With this particular video, it plays like some old, old music. My mother used to tell me they would play music and they would give the little kids candy and try to make it jovial. But, this particular 360 um, video view of hiding in the blitzkrieg and hearing all that going on, and then you have to come out and see what's on and what isn't, and uh made me understand my mother's PTSD. I would think you'd have to get PTSD from that. I can't believe how much England has changed because of the fact that I feel like that whole what was it called, the uh Brexit and stuff.
hmm
Yeah, Brexit and
Bre-
everything. Is that what it was?
yeah, Brexit, where they decided to exit the European Union.
Yeah, because that was kind of breaking the whole British system.
According to some,
National
and
health care is a lot.
yeah, but national health care um, comes out of the taxes that you pay from your general population.
Right. But the general population in America pays taxes and plus has to buy insurance because they don't have the ability to give a crap about providing health care for people. I can't tell you how shocked I was that you could just walk into the dentist in England, or there was doctors that would make house calls.
Yeah, and then they would build the system for the house call.
Well, they build a system, but the doctors are on, they make a salary.
hmm
Right. See, I will pay my taxes to get health care any day.
Yeah,
So,
I
yeah,
mean, there is a chunk that comes out of it, but there's a security knowing that if anything major happens, you're not going to be put out of your home,
right. Imagine making
and that
just
debt
enough.
doesn't. Yeah, and that
Imagine making just too much, like $2 too much to get health care, right? But enough that if something happened, it would break you.
yep, but
And that's how America operates.
but you see here, like when I had to go in for neck surgery for a vertebrae in my that had an issue, I went to the same. I went to Sunnybrook Hospital, which is one of the top five neurosciences hospitals in the world. I would see the same surgeon that anybody else would if they were living in community housing or living, you know, in the west end of the city or the north end. We would all be going to the same center, and we would all be assigned, neurosurgeons in this top hospital.
Right.
It doesn't, and based on our needs, that's when your surgery is scheduled. Like if mine's not life threatening, then, somebody's who is would go ahead of me. So I would have to wait, but I'm still going to receive the service. It's just that I'm not in any peril of dropping dead. So I can wait while this other person gets the surgery. Or if somebody, like my surgery had to be canceled because some poor guy was in a motorcycle accident.
What if you
So
were in peril and you couldn't afford it?
wouldn't matter. If I was in peril, I'd still be taken in
That's
and I
national
would go
medical
ahead.
care.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we don't have that here.
Yeah, and that's another thing when normally it's the Conservative Party looks for a little more privatizing of healthcare, like making it two tiered. A lot of people get really like, we don't think so. Like, I mean, when I had to go for my MRI, I was scheduled to go within a week. Boom. I went in, it operates 24 hours, went, got it, it got sent to my surgeon or my neurologist who reviewed it, and it got sent to the neurosurgeon for assessment for surgery. Like all that
And
was all taken care of. I just
right.
had to show up.
It basically in the words themselves, liberal and conservative,
Hmm.
they basically spell out exactly what they mean. If you're liberal, you're liberated from worries. As an American citizen, you will have, your medical care. You will, if you hit, a hard time in your life, there'll be social programs available to you. If you're conservative, then you're into, I'm just burrowing away my money to conserve it. I'm conserving. I'm not going to be, you know, it basically states exactly what it is. Here, if you're sick and you need surgery and you can't afford it, then you don't get it. They don't care if you die. They,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, my GP, when ordering, like if she wanted to order certain tests for whatever reason, does not have to check with the health provider. So if she feels that my doctor's a woman, so she feels that I need an MRI or X-rays or um, additional blood work or so forth, she just orders it. She doesn't have to. She doesn't have to check with the healthcare provider whether those tests are covered. And
right. It's
that's true.
covered.
Like Lulu said, our dentists are not covered under our provincial plan, but and I don't know if they still do this, but at any emergency care facility at a hospital, they do have uh, dental specialists. So if you're in an accident and there's something with the jaw and the teeth and so forth, you still can go there and you would be covered.
And here's something about with random person said I heard here in America about healthcare. When Obamacare came up, that's when my mom had cancer and she couldn't pay. But here's something, right? And let's be, for real. There is no insurance company or insurance called Obamacare. There isn't any. So when people started saying you better figure it out and sign on for Obamacare, it was basically there was no insurance called Obamacare. It was saying get off your old insurance, which might have been, Medicaid that covered everything. But they fooled people into thinking get off it. You got to sign up for Obamacare. You better sign up for this. You better sign up for that. And it caused this whole uproar. But in reality, there's no insurance that has ever been billed in history called Obamacare.
Oh,
None. See what I mean, though? So I don't understand. Like, what do you mean about that? When Obamacare came up, that's when my mom had cancer and she couldn't pay. Did she have Medicaid, though? Or did she sign off of Medicaid and start doing stuff on the computer? And I mean, because there is no insurance called Obamacare. I know they used to refer to it as that, but there wasn't. He never told anybody to get off Medicaid. Yeah, it was a lie, and everyone's rates went up. Exactly. Because they jumped off, you know, yeah, they jumped off this insurance that was covering everything. And we're told, you better pick something, you better pick something. But they were fine. They were on Medicaid.
oh
That's what
wow.
conservatives do. And I hate to say it, but numbers don't lie.
Well, I can't remember whether it was here or someone else, but I was absolutely shocked to find out that if my parents had a medical debt and let's say they eventually passed, that we would still be on the hook for it. Like it follows the family around.
Yeah, that's with Medicaid. If they own a house, unless they gift it 2 years ahead of time, if your parent starts getting older, you know, anything because she smoked, I'm willing to. How old was she? Random person. I'm very fortunate to have through my employer medical. I could never afford my son to have 7,600. Now, national medical care does not cover dental, like braces and stuff.
Not in Canada, no.
Really?
Yep.
Nobody gets free dental at all?
I think maybe only seniors, but other than that, if you're working and you have a an employer health plan that usually has dental covered up to a certain amount for singles, or if you're in a family, let's say you and I were married and working up here,
Hmm.
um, you would coordinate benefits between your employer health plan and my employee health plan.
Do you think things were better when Maggie Thatcher was prime minister in England?
I'm torn between both because I know she really screwed over a lot of the union workers and a lot of the coal miners and a few other trade blocks. And it's kind of like, you know, the reasons union came into existence was to protect employees and employees' rights, to ensure like a fair wage, ensure, fair working conditions, uh, you know, at the appropriate time off. So when she went against the coal miners and a few others, I just kind of looked and I went, you bitch. Maybe you should come out of your office and actually go down into a coal mine and see the conditions that they work in. Maybe you should, go down and see uh, what the fishermen go through to make sure that you have your whitefish on your table that night, and then maybe you'd have a better appreciation of what unions had to do at that time.
Right, right.
So
Now, I don't know if England, did they have unions then?
England, yeah, England had unions.
So, does Canada always have their own prime minister? And does the prime minister of England really have anything to do with?
Nothing, absolutely nothing.
So,
We're completely independent politically. The only items we have is that the Queen is officially our head of state, and when they do come to pay royal visits or act at official functions, we do pay for the upkeep of, their security, where they're lodging, that items. But
mhm.
no, we repatriated our constitution in 1982. We don't go to Britain to have any type of amendments to our constitution. Uh, we all of our laws here are enacted here. We have a representative federally called the Governor General, and we currently have our first Indigenous Governor General that's been appointed. We
Is that
also
that
have,
lady? Is it a lady or something?
yes, it's
Mm.
she's Indigenous and she speaks the her native language in English because she also went through the residential school system but was denied French language instruction, so she's learning that as well.
Hmm.
Um, we also have provincial representatives of the Queen known as the Lieutenant Governor, again appointed, but uh, their position and so forth is paid through taxes. So each province has a representative. I'm not sure if the territories have a Queen's representative, but I'm pretty sure that they do. So yeah, and it's about when the last time I seen it was estimated
She's
to
not
run about
bilingual?
our Governor General.
Yeah.
She is bilingual in her native language, or like the indigenous language, and English, and
Hmm.
she's learning French because she was denied French instruction when she went to school in the residential schools. So,
Why am I starting to piss you off, random person? You said she was 45. What does it matter? You're starting to piss me off. All I asked was if she was older and on Medicare at the time. I
oh
mean,
wow, no, I'm just catching up on what Random said.
I get it that, but I'm certain that you didn't go to somewhere and apply for Obamacare. Nobody said, "Oh, you're here to apply for Obamacare." So that, unless like you really believe that you were applying for Obamacare, I can honestly tell you, as a person who has experience in the medical field and has been, the manager of, a medical building and things like that, that there is no insurance called Obamacare. There was nothing, nobody's ever been paid by an insurance company called Obamacare. Nobody signed up for Obamacare. I'm just saying there's got to be something else you signed up for. It wasn't called Obamacare. There's a name for it. And Mass Health, or Medicaid, I should say, if she had no insurance and had cancer, she would get Medicaid automatically. Automatically. If she had cancer and signed up for Medicaid, she'll get it. As long as she's, under a certain income and stuff like that. But she didn't sign up for Obamacare because there was no insurance called Obamacare. I'm not trying to be offensive, you know. And she said she is going to learn French. She should learn French when you're talking about there, because without knowing French, she could be in the same position as the Indians that were in when they were paying, taking $20 for acres and acres and acres, thousands of acres of land.
Well, she will. She'll have a translator initially there for responses, but as she's learning, uh, she's a smart woman. She will pick it up. She's worked in diplomatic affairs. She's worked in, like, especially with matters concerning the Arctic, with all the Arctic Circle countries and so forth. So yes, she is going to learn French, Lulu. But the reason she doesn't know French was because she was denied access to learning it because she came through the residential school system. But the previous Governor General, she was bilingual, but there were so many incidences of staff the staff that she had for employment, like harassment and bullying and so forth, like she had to exit the office.
She was
So
being harassed.
no, she was doing the harassing. She was a terror, according to the her employees in the Governor General's office. So
She knew how to speak French, but she was being
yeah,
a
she was
terror.
bilingual, but they didn't really do enough vetting of her. So
Uh-huh.
this is actually a good move from the Canadian perspective, to have an Indigenous woman actually be the Queen's representative who's worked in diplomacy. who's worked internationally on behalf of Canada, and most people are I mean, I think it's great. She's willing to learn French. And like I said, she's a smart woman. She'll learn it and she will pick it up. It may not, she may not sound as fluent, but she will pick up the language. I have full confidence in that. And until she does, they'll have a translator with her,
I find it strange. Like I never thought of it before, but if there was the French and English war, right?
which there was.
Okay, so if the Queen is the figurehead in Canada, but France is the language, who won the war?
In Canada, when that occurred, there was something passed called the Quebec Act.
Hmm.
Within the Quebec Act, it guaranteed French language rights and Catholics' rights in within the province of Quebec, because they did not want another rebellion going on, and they did not want Quebec to jump over to the US. So they passed the Quebec Act to give certain rights and freedoms to French Canadians and Catholics. It
So would that
unfortunately,
say that France had already discovered the French?
oh, France had a whole swath of North America at the same time Britain did. So
Hmm.
north of the original 13 United States, back before I think it was 1759, that was all New France. Like Nova Scotia was a French name. PEI was, I think, Ile Saint Jean. Then you had the province of Quebec, which covered southern Quebec and southern Ontario, and I think down to Detroit and just above the Ohio Valley. And then you had Louisiana, which covered a large portion of well, all of the Mississippi, all the way down to where New Orleans is today. So France occupied that whole swath of land. Now, when they lost to the British, they ceded what was then to become British North America. So it was Nova Scotia, now New Brunswick, PEI, and all of Quebec to Britain. And they kept two little tiny islands called Saint Pierre and Miquelon just off of the Newfoundland coast. And they kept Louisiana, which they eventually sold later on in the early 1800s to the US. But yeah, Britain acquired all that. And then during that time, you had the expulsion of the Acadians,
No,
which,
I'm not saying you're a liar, Random. I'm saying that I said if somebody has an income and doesn't qualify for Medicaid, then they would be asked to purchase insurance. Now, can I ask you, JC Bear, during the time of 1492, remember when they said Columbus discovered America,
mhm,
right? And then when the Pilgrims landed, remember, like, supposedly Columbus had during the Spanish Inquisition when the all the Jews were like expelled from Spain unless they converted.
mhm.
Between 1492 and the time that the Pilgrims so called discovered America, right? What do you think was happening here? Like, where do you think those people that Columbus had on his ship, remember he had like Jews on his ship,
Mhm.
went? Do you think he dropped them off in America? Like, in what?
Could be. I mean, I have heard different accounts whereby um, ship owners knew that the Jews and the Muslims that were being expelled would be carrying their wealth with them.
Hmm.
And I have seen some articles state that although they were taking them out of Spain, they never arrived at their destination because they basically ransacked their wealth and basically got rid of them at sea.
Right, I heard that too. And one of the only ones that actually was legit was supposed to be Columbus.
Well, either they survived and came to the new land, or the what's known as the New World, um, or they basically uh, took whatever wealth they found off of them and disposed of them at sea.
And when in Canada, when you guys learn history in school,
Hmm.
is your history basically about, like, for us, it's like when the pilgrims landed and they were from England and from Europe and stuff. In Canada, when you guys are learning history, is it like the Canadians landed?
Well, for us, it would be um, when like the explorers like Jacques Cartier, Samuel de Champlain, when they came, when France was exploring and settling um, the Atlantic provinces and Quebec, and then the British were more uh, trying to find like a Northwest Passage, so they had camps in like Newfoundland and Labrador and up around the Hudson Bay, James Bay area. So that northern part was usually far more British. Um, we do learn about the the 13 colonies and so forth, and how that you know s- led to an impetus for us being formed 70 some odd years later in
Right.
1867. Uh, and you learn about Columbus. Now, the thing is that with all of the additional information, I don't know if they've updated the text to show the impact. I mean, here we learned about the European diseases that
Hmm.
were brought and decimated some of the First Nations, like the Micmac
Yeah, the
and
kissing
so forth.
diseases.
Yeah. Oh, what was one? There was smallpox that
Yeah, but
devastated a lot of Aboriginal. You have to excuse me if I use the wrong term. Aboriginal nations that were here.
mhm.
Uh, but I think they probably go far more in depth now
Yeah, I
than
think
what
that
they
the
did before.
mouse carried so much bacteria, and when they were,
Well,
you
ships
know,
always have rats, and rats will carry diseases and bacteria right in to port.
I think a lot of it had to do with the mouse when they were kissing, and then the women would teach the Indian men to kiss, and that whole bacteria in the mouth. See, the Europeans were used to the whole,
Mhm.
kissing and stuff like
And
that, where Indians
and
didn't do that.
well, also syphilis through sexual contact
Right,
that
right.
also spread, and there was no uh, the the native people, the Aboriginals had no natural defenses,
They
so
didn't even need them. Yeah,
so there was a whole bunch of those items that had occurred, and
like the
you know
Black Death is supposed to come from the regions of the Black Sea.
true, and probably again, with shipping and traveling, and probably via rats and storeholds for food and so forth. And also you have to remember there was different sanitation at that time, so there was a of whole bunch of factors that went into it that just made it spread faster and faster and faster.
History is amazing.
Oh yeah, there's so many different facets of it that to go through.
Others, I
But
mean,
oh my God,
seriously,
it is 20 to 4 in the morning, and I said I'd only be on for another 20 minutes. You got me gabbing for another hour.
it's so interesting, though. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know, but like, I got to get my ass to bed.
I hear ya.
Oh my
Uh,
god!
uh,
I said I'd go to bed at 2:30, and here it is almost 20 to 4. I blame you, Survivor Girl.
I'm so sorry. Lulu's here too. She's Canadian.
Oh, I know.
What's the Sentinels?
What's the what?
Just
Just like the
like the
Sentinels.
Sentinels, I think they are called. They have no immune to any disease.
Oh wow.
Aren't the Sentinels like the 100-year-old?
I'm not sure.
Or are they Centurion? No, that's a ghost. I don't know. But I know that there is a certain person called Helen Lansky. What's her name? Okay. And her, so they call it the Hella cell. And it's, Helen, her cell never dies. So when they use her, like, her cells, she's dead though. Isn't that weird?
I'm not
So
sure.
it's called the Hella cell or the Hella factor. And John Hopkins, hospital there, they will use her cell to continuously do, certain scientific medical tests on and everything. People who have never been near modern people. You know what? I think I've heard of those
Oh,
people.
okay.
I think they're
Oh
wiped out now, though.
no, I think you're referring to that island off the coast of India where they allow no outsiders on.
Is it
I
called
think
the,
I
what does
know.
she call them? The Sentinels?
Yeah, I know what you're referring to. There's an island of native people just off the coast of India, and basically it's protected now, but they allow no no modern conveniences. No outsiders are allowed to go there. They're very territorial. If you come into their waters, they will attack you.
Yeah, it's at the Bay of Bengal, isolation, total islands too. There's the Andaman Nicobar Islands, Protection of Aboriginal Tribes Act,
Uh, the,
1956,
the
prohibits travel to the
Sentinelese,
island.
the
Huh?
Sentinelese, 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 the Sentinelese people.
Yeah, says they have repeatedly attacked approaching vessels, political status. Sentinels and other tribes in the administration stated in 2005 they have no intention to interfere with the lifestyle or the habitat of the Sentinelese and not interested in pursuing any further contract with them. Well, that's kind of strange, isn't it?
Well, they have um, absolutely. They want no contact, and they want people away. So yeah, I agree, Lulu. They would have had no immunity buildup to the modern world and modern people.
Mm-hmm. I
So
guess
yeah,
they kidnapped some people in 1880. After several days, six Sentinelese, an elderly couple, and four children were kidnapped. And it says that they sickened rapidly, and the old man and his wife dead. So the four children were sent back to their home with quantities of presents. They left as Indian exploratory parties. Says was mistaken for gunfire after the eruption of Krakatoa in 1883 was mistaken for gunfire. A search party landed on the island and left gifts before returning to Port Blair. Brief landings in the year 1975 was taken by local dignitaries for a cruise. Uh, they have scavenged both wrecks for iron. That's kind of strange, isn't it? It makes me kind of wonder what's on that island that they don't want us to see.
it could be like very tribal. Oh, hello, Sharon. It could be very tribal, and they probably wanted nothing to do with any outsiders that they may have viewed as, invaders. And over the centuries, you can be very skilled. A bow and arrow can kill you just as quick as a bullet. So,
Yeah,
and
I feel like it's more than that. I feel like there's something going on that island. It's not indigenous people that are there that are restricting the island. It's whatever is going on there is top secret.
well, we were talking about uh, a genocide crime with indigenous children in residential school system up here, but I don't think that's the type of crime that you were thinking of, Sharon.
I have to go out and come back in. Hold on.
Okay. I know a couple of lives ago, Survivor Girl was doing serial killers. Um, so I came on when she was talking about a couple of the Canadian serial killers that were around, but I don't know if she's going to do a Friday night series of serial killers
Sharon
and so
V.
forth. You'll have to ask her when Survivor Girl comes back.
Hi, Sharon V.
Oh,
Yeah, no,
night random
I know
person would be
I've
good.
watched that before on like that Mr. Ballin, and they talk about that island. I was
Mhm.
here when you said that. Said what? I don't know what I did wrong right there, random person. I didn't know I did anything. I hope you're not mad at me for something. Um, if I was hoping Sarah killer talk, I know, right? I was reading about a serial killer in Rhode Island. She was 13 years old.
I think Sharon would like you to start up your crime series again, your serial killer series.
I know I want to start it up too again.
Well, why don't you make your Friday nights, serial killer night?
I could. I feel like sometimes I'll do it, and then I feel like a good co-host is good though. Motivational.
Yeah, but you can have see what people can like. I mean, I know I can speak on a few of the Canadian ones, but on the U.S. ones, I wouldn't know. So see
I
if
don't even
there's
really know the Canadian ones either. I have to research them, and thank God for you that night researching the freaking Arizona one or whatever it was that you researched.
yeah, I know, but I mean the Bernardo one is one big huge one.
Oh, the
Bernardo and
Bernardo.
Homolka. Yeah,
You know what
like
drives me crazy with all that stuff, the serial killer stuff, is it even not even just serial killer, sometimes just anything like injustices or whatever, and you try
wait,
to
wait,
do a
wait.
show about them, they make you feel kind of sickly.
Well, yeah, because it brings the reality in. But wait a minute. Lulu, you have a degree in criminology crime? Well, Lulu, would you be willing to? I told her about all of our weirdos in Canada. Oh, Lulu, you're crazy.
It drives me crazy that they had Paul whatever
oh
on
yeah,
their list.
oh yeah, Sharon, we have some real sick ones up here. Oh
Oh
yeah,
my God, are you kidding me? The ones in Michigan too. Oh, so many.
yeah. But Lulu, would you be willing to come up on panel like on Fridays when they're covering a Canadian serial killer like Luca
Oh, look at that
Magnotta,
lady's
like
out. Paul Bernardo's wife.
Homolka? But I mean, also, there was Luca Magnotta. He was a sick man.
Yeah, but he wouldn't have even been caught if it wasn't for web sleuth.
Well, also certain things started showing up in the Canada Post.
Right, but the internet web sleuths are the ones who started doing his positioning, like his coordinates through the pictures. And it was more because wasn't he doing like putting kittens into bags and sucking the air out of them and shit like that?
And mailing them. Um, Yeah, there's a whole bunch. It should your phone, depending on whether it's an iPhone or an Android, you should be able to click on the link and have StreamYard come up. So that way you'd be able to connect in.
He mailed body parts.
Yeah, that's Luca Magnotta. That's a whole other, yeah, that's,
Look
yeah.
at the guy who ate the guy on the bus and he's out walking around.
Hello, Lucas with a K.
You know? It's insanity. If you admit guilt for a crime, you get less of a sentence than if you say no, I'm innocent and I want to fight it. So they
Yeah, but,
frame you.
oh yeah, the Greyhound guy. Yeah. But Lulu, are you on an iPhone or an Android? Because SG connects with a phone and Sharon connects with a phone. And when you do connect it via the phone, once you're in, you have to kind of like mute the YouTube side that's showing, and that way you won't get an echo. You shouldn't get an
Yeah, you
echo.
have to close your link. He's dying to fucking find somebody to co-host with me so he doesn't have no
Well,
stress.
no, on the Canadian ones, I have no problems coming up. On the
I
US
don't know
one,
the Canadians when I mean I just researched the ones that, that baked her baby and fed it to her husband. He says, where's the baby you're eating her? Really? And you were in prison with somebody that baked
oh,
baby?
Sharon, that's a Netflix special on its own. That's a whole series on Netflix,
Why don't you
something like
come up and
that.
tell us about that? I'll drop the link. I
Oh,
mean,
that,
I can't even imagine that. How long did she get? I mean, I just can't even imagine that these people get such short amount of time for taking somebody's life. Hey, Tiffany, isn't it funny?
well,
We think it's like 4 in the morning, and yet people come at.
why don't well, like I don't know, like did you want to do something like on Friday night where you get
Yeah,
that item like Sharon? Like, did you want to come up to do hi Nacho Mama? Did you want to like do a crime thing with SG on Friday night with I mean that first one that you said, holy jeez, I can't even imagine. I
and
don't know if
even
I
though
want to hear the other. I don't know if I want to hear the others, but that first one was enough for me.
I'd just like to know how much time these people got.
Well, I would love to know like the like that's really interesting that a mother would bake her baby into it. It's like,
And I never even heard of that either.
well, I don't know. Maybe you guys can talk or email, and have a crime thing like a crime special. SG
Yeah, that would be
serial
great.
killers.
Yeah, if she ever wants to, I'm totally open to that. I was just
Well,
looking for a baked baby and pie.
oh my God. Wasn't there a movie Sweeney Todd where they fed? I think so, something like that. It's like no, it's almost 4 o'clock here, Survivor Girl. I blame you.
Yeah, it
I
is here
blame
too.
you.
I'm sorry, it is here too. I'm so sorry.
Yes, you get me talking on Canadian history and stuff like that. It's like bad, 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 bad.
I get interested in it
Oh, there's some good parts, and then there's some like not so good parts. So
for anywhere really. See, it's 1 a.m. in California.
true, but Lulu, why don't you try it now? Like if you drop the
Did I drop
um
them?
drop if you drop the link and see if Lulu can try it now,
Yeah, I got it
depending on
right
her
here.
phone, and just to see. But I do know when you click the link and you're coming in, your other window that has YouTube, you have to mute it. So that way you get rid of the the echo. Because it would be interesting if Sharon shares her story about that first situation she was mentioning, and with you with the criminology item. Oh, you're in your truck. Okay. Well, maybe later. Hey,
Oh,
Thursday's child.
hi
Um,
Thursday style.
or maybe later try it out because it'd be interesting to see the different takes. Like one from Sharon who's actually spoken to the person, and the other one from you from a criminology background to kind of do the anal analyzing and seeing like the cause and effects. That would be interesting to listen into.
I agree, Nacho. She says Sharon, her makeup has been looking really pretty, looking gorgeously. That's true. You've been looking really healthy and, uh, I mean, really, really beautiful. I agree.
Well, I log in via my laptop, Lulu. So what I do is that I have StreamYard on one tab and I have the YouTube on the other. So I mute the YouTube one so I can still respond in the chat. But I'm also linked in through StreamYard, so it looks like I'm up on the panel. So maybe next time just try it from your laptop, and hopefully if you're available on the Friday night, give it a shot.
I don't know if
No,
you need
you
StreamYard. Yeah.
don't need StreamYard. All you have to do is click on the link and it'll bring you into Survivor Girls StreamYard. And from there you can either use your avatar or use your cam. No, when you click on the link, it brings you into the StreamYard software that Survivor Girl has. And that's where you can either start or stop your cam, test your mic, and then where it says enter studio, it'll bring you in there, and then SG can bring you up, and then you'd
Then
be
you
on
can
the
click the
panel.
camera off.
Yeah.
You don't want to click the audio in the camera. Still in the queue, as Sharon V said, her bunkie had an infamous story. You guys might remember it. It's messed up. I'm in there for property crimes, and my bunkie's a damn killer. I know, right?
Ooh, that. Ooh, yeah, that wouldn't exactly give me the warm and fuzzies either.
Yeah, right. What was what was your bunkie's crime, if you don't mind me asking?
But Lulu, did you when you connected in via your phone, did you use earbuds, or were you like plugged in with earbuds? Because it would have to be. You can test your mic
I
via the phone to see if it can pick it up.
I have to agree with Sharon right there. How she could be scared about that.
Yeah, I would agree as well.
Yeah, I have
And
to.
yeah, try it with the earbuds in, and that may get rid of the echoing. Like when I attempted to go buy a phone, one time I had to plug in my earbuds to the phone, and I was able to connect that way, and it picked it up.
It is nerve wracking when people are giving out your personal information, and you got to sit there just wondering if somebody's gonna
Well,
take
yeah,
it.
and then inciting or directing harm. Yeah, that
Yeah,
would be that would be unnerving.
it's Yeah, violent people usually don't. My hubby, her hubby was in driveway still uniform from Desert Storm, and she hasn't shot. That's been, her family. Oh, she had him killed. So did they know that? What did they finally figure it out or something?
Oh wow.
A lot of times, though, sometimes they'll frame people. Like, God forbid if you have an insurance policy. If you have an insurance policy, and then they're like, what did they prove? Did they have any physical evidence, or was it just about collecting insurance policy?
Oh wow.
Don't you agree? It seems like a lot of times, if there's an insurance policy, then they blame, they blame people.
Yeah, for some people it's an incentive.
Some people, it's just an insurance policy, and they just blame them because there is one. So it's, oh, that's motive. I think that a lot of the reason why they say there's a lot of innocent people in jail is because a lot of those innocent people feel like if they say, no, I'm not going to make a plea bargain, I'm not going to plead guilty to something I didn't do, I'm going to go to trial. And they have faith in the justice system. And then as it ends up, these, the authorities just wanted to close the case and they're willing to, you know, frame people and suppress evidence and all kinds of shit in order to basically, you know, lock up an innocent person. Yeah, they take a plea and they're innocent, or they don't take a plea and they end up in jail and they're innocent. That's why most people say they're innocent in jail because there's no way around it. You either take a plea or you end up in jail for even longer. Holy shit, I remember I am very interested in politics, especially that era. Vaguely rings a bell. Wow, but no one should he have a shorter path to parole for shooting her.
I was referring to Lulu's comment about the Jane Kriba shooting up here. It was a 15-year-old girl who was killed in a shooting along Yonge Street that she wasn't
Hmm.
involved in.
She was involved, or did she get
No,
shot?
she wasn't. She was an innocent bystander.
Hmm.
They were having a shootout. Yeah, well, he should serve the full 10 years, in my opinion, because that innocent 15-year-old didn't ask to be in the crossfire of a shooting. Just
Right,
my
and because he
opinion. Only
ratted
in
them
my
out.
opinion. Only in my opinion.
But was it everybody who shot her, or was it the one guy who shot her, and then he rats out all these other people, and what happened to them?
It was. I think it was a gang shooting, and she was caught in the crossfire, and he ratted out the other people in the gang who were involved.
Hmm.
So I guess they were able to match whichever bullet came from whatever gun that killed her.
Right.
So, but ladies, people of the chat, always a pleasure. But it's
Thank
four
you for
o'clock.
coming out.
It's 4 o'clock. So,
I'm gonna stay on for a little bit.
oh yeah, yeah. You guys have a great time. Probably see you sometime if you do a live during the weekend. Tomorrow night, I get to go see the next Marvel movie, so I'm hyped for that.
What is it?
Oh, it's the Shang. Oh, I always screw up the name. Hang on.
Hmm.
Where is it? Where is it? This Guardians, Ant-Man, Marvel.
Night, Sharon.
Shang-Chi. So that's the next one. This is probably the start of the Phase 4 Marvel
I
movie.
never even heard
So
of it.
it's the Legend of the Ten Rings. So it's got really good reviews. If you're not a Marvel or DC fan, it'd probably be like, yeah, another action flick. But I'm happy. I'm going to go see it. Got VIP seating, which means they come to me with the goodies, so I get to treat myself.
Cool. Oh. Well, enjoy yourself. And you have to wear a mask?
In the common areas, yes, but not once I'm seated.
Okay. Mm.
So, and they bring, like I said, with VIP seating, it's so nice to have your drinks and everything brought to you.
I didn't know about that. So they have like cocktail waitresses almost.
Yep, you can get like liquor drinks, beer. So it was,
Cool. So that's the next form of cocktail waitressing. So if anybody's not making money as a bartender, go to a cinema where they're providing that.
yeah,
Because
but I
you're
mean,
probably sure to tip your waitress, right?
oh God, yeah. I mean, and
Right.
they have a whole selection of menu: wines, beers, cappuccinos. They bring it all to you. You're sitting there in nice, big, comfy, like almost reclining chairs with this nice tray beside you, room to breathe. It's like if you're not, if you, the only thing that if you're in that mood, you can easily fall asleep. Except in an action movie, there's no way.
How much does that cost?
Um, it well up here it's $23 Canadian, so about $18 US.
Wow, that's a lot.
But
And I wonder how
here
much
in
the food is. Nacho said she met Stan Lee.
oh, that's amazing.
Is that the guy who like invented Superman?
No, he did. He was on the Marvel side, so things like Black Panther, Thor, Spider Man,
Mm,
um, Iron Man. Like he was part of that whole genre of comics.
right. I didn't. I didn't watch any of that stuff. I'd kill a bus full of nuns for a taco right now.
Lucas, that's the music talking.
I'd kill a bus full of nuns for a taco right now. That's funny shit to me.
Are we talking beef taco, chicken taco, fish tacos? What type of tacos are we
Beef
talking about here?
taco.
Hard shell, soft shell? Are we
Both.
having beans, rice,
No beans.
avocado, sour cream? What are we talking about here? Little spicy chipelo?
Do they have Taco Bell in Canada?
I think so. I do vaguely remember it, but we have like Burrito Boys and we have like local restaurants. There's one just up the street from me. They make a really decent taco and a really amazing burrito. Like when you ask for extra meat, that puppy is packed. It's like yes,
I like melted nacho cheese on my.
melted cheese on anything goes well.
Doesn't it?
Yeah,
So does
the only
gravy.
yeah the only problem is melted cheese is added to my COVID weight, so it's a no for me.
Is that to your what?
COVID weight gain. Because we
Really?
yeah, so I mean it's like no
Look
more
at they put
cheese, no.
cheese curds and gravy on poutine.
Well, yeah, the true cheese curds um
On poutine.
are salty, and if you're using the correct um hot gravy, that cheese curd begins to melt
Yeah.
onto the potato, and then it's like
And the
But
beef
again,
gravy
you need a small one because that's a heart attack in the waiting.
of poutine, and it doesn't travel well. It's not like something that you can take the leftovers home and then recook and have it be good.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to also remember when they made that, they were still cutting down the trees by hand and doing a lot of manual labor. So when they ate that, they burnt it off throughout the day easily.
But what a
Anyway,
poutine!
oh yeah, I mean potato, cheese, and gravy. I mean
I would
when they're
eat it any day of the week.
oh yeah, but I mean when they were fed that, remember they were doing a lot of heavy manual labor. They burnt that puppy off. They needed that type
See,
of
I never like. It's never been a issue for me to like burn off food.
yeah. Well, it's an issue for me, especially the last year and a half of it. So I got to get back into a little more veggies and a little less cheese and ice cream.
And I feel guilty saying that. You know that.
Oh God, no.
I feel guilty saying that. I don't know why. But I've always been able to eat whatever I want.
And
You
burn it
know.
off.
Yeah, I don't even know if I'm burning it off. It just doesn't. It doesn't. Doesn't stay. You know.
Well, with me, I swear it stores it for winter. So,
Yeah, I don't know. I wish it would kind of stay like in my butt or something, but
well, hey, if you need a donation of fat, I'm there to donate all I have.
I would love it in
Yeah,
my butt.
not a problem. Not a
Have a
problem.
butt transplant.
Okay, everyone,
Hi.
I am leaving now. You have a good one. Have a good one,
Good
SG.
night,
Everybody,
Stacy.
everyone, have a great one. See
Night,
yous over
Stacy
the
there.
weekend. Ciao.
Bye. A massive big corn dog looking thing with potatoes and cheese. Oh my god, it's good. What is that? The mozzarella stick. Oh, but it looks like corn dog. Deep fried cheese corn dog. Corn dog. I like corn dogs. Corn dogs are good. Better than I thought they were gonna be. I had never had a corn dog ever. And then when my friend that used to always get the huge corn dog, and he would put like this strip of mustard down it, right? Strip of mustard. Korean corn dog. I don't know about that. That would scare me because I would feel like it was perhaps a dog. Perhaps a dog. No offense against Koreans. Seriously. I'm not trying to like say anything about Koreans or anything. I'm really not. No offense against them. Absolutely not. I'm not trying to say Koreans would do that. Not at all. I'm just saying that I'd be. I'm saying never a corn dog, not missing anything. I don't know. Sometimes the corn dog. You know what? I really have to go too. I forgot I have somewhere to go tomorrow. I'm gonna stay on till 4:30. I'm staying on for another 17 minutes. Honest to God, 4:30. I'm gonna 4:20 it with you guys. Fried taco. When I first got my first job was selling Christmas trees, but that was at like 10. Okay, but my job that I applied for a work permit when I was 15 was to work at a taco stand at the fair. It was called quality food. She's lying. She keeps saying that shit. She ain't at the airport. She ain't at the airport. She's got us all thinking she's traveling. Whatever. It's all right. So anyway, it's a quality food. And this woman would make, they would make their own salsa. And it was either mild, medium, hot, or DOA. That's it. Potatoes. Oh, sure. And all the like country stars that were performing would come there and they would get, their Mexican food. It's so good. So good. Like if you're gonna put beans in a burrito, you gotta put the lettuce first. If you're gonna have beans in it, okay? You have to put the lettuce first. You have to, because the lettuce makes the boundary. And, of like the grease, you don't want your burrito falling apart. You need it to have some kind of, structure. And then you put, I would think you would put the beef. And then the beans. Then the tomatoes. Then the sour cream. Then you want to put, nope, you put the cheese after the beans. Melted nacho cheese. Then you put the tomatoes. Then the sour cream. Then some more lettuce. Because the lettuce is going to hold it together. You know? You don't want anything that's going to drip grease or oil. Well, don't get beans then in it. I usually don't either. You know why I don't? Because they're very overpowering. The taste of them is very overpowering. I have to have, onions. Onions, sour cream. I'll get like random jalapeno peppers. The taco salad though that she makes, you put in a bowl, not no fucking shell bowl. Okay, you put it in a bowl. Oh my god, so good. And then you would put the lettuce and then the melted cheese all over top of it, and then fucking the nacho chips all around the side, all around the side. You could use the nacho chips to, scoop it out, put your sauce on top. It was the best taco salad in the world. I'm not gonna lie. I worked there every year for a while. Hi, Catherine. Night, greedy kitty. Yeah, every year for a while. I remember one year, right? Okay. I was working there, and I think I was about 16 or 17 because I had my yellow 72 Chevelle. It's a four-door. Had AM/FM converter, bench seat in the front. And I was giving this kid a ride home. He was 15. He lived in, the same area where I was going by. And so we had sat in my car smoking weed. Okay. Like the inside was all smoked up in the dirt parking lot. And then we decided, we'd go. Well, anyway, it wasn't a good idea because what was in front, what was like separating and making all the parking spaces were what they would make telephone poles out of. Remember that wood they would make telephone poles out of? Not really a tree. Wasn't really a tree, was it? That they would make telephone poles out of. It was this weird stuff. Not really a tree. Kind of wood was that they would make telephone poles out of. Weird. Anyway, they had a bunch of those laying down like side, long wise to make the parking spaces. And I'll be damned if I didn't drive up over it when my car was fucking right on top of it, kind of rock back and forth kind of shit. Right? My car was. Now, back then, those cars were, that's why they used to call them muscle cars, because they were built to last. But I was on top of this telephone pole. And all of a sudden, I don't know where he came from. Me and this kid, we were stoned. We were afraid, pot wasn't legal then. This is almost 40 years ago, mind you. And we didn't want the cops to come. We're two like skinny teenagers. He was like 15, I was 17. Stoned. It's dark. It's like 11 o'clock at night. We're stuck on a telephone pole. This guy came out of nowhere. He looked like Hacksaw Jim Duggan. I'm not even kidding you. He looked like Hacksaw Jim Duggan with the overalls and shit. Came out of nowhere. He said, "Get out." We got out of the car, and I swear to God, bye, Ablavi. And I swear to God, he lifted the car up over the fucking thing. And it was fine. It drove fine. And then he disappeared into the night. He was like Carney or something. Carney life is awesome. Remember, Lucas, we were talking about that? I'm sorry, it just is. Carney life is alright, You can make some good money. Oh my God, it's 4:21. And I didn't even prepare for it. You guys are bad influences. I know you say I am, but I'm not. Oh, even my battery's dying. Alright, this animal. Swear to God. See, isn't it nice to have friends that are up no matter what time it is? Because we all have different time zones, right? You know where your friends are going to be. If I only had live streams at these so-called normal hours that people perceive to be normal hours, right? Who would we be talking to right now? We get on, we see nobody we know is live. Oh, why? Because it's not normal hours. I appreciate you guys when you come in here and talk to me. I'm just saying. That's how I feel. All right? All right, Catherine. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? Nobody knows what tomorrow brings, or even the next minute, right? Live like you were dying, and then at least you'll appreciate every moment. Like, it might sound morbid, kind of, right? To say live like you were dying, but in actuality, that would be living, wouldn't it? I just think finding the oyster, finding the pearl in an oyster is, you know, despite whatever it takes or whatever ugly you have to get through to find it is where the real strength comes from people. My cat is a jerk. Talking to our pets, I know, right? My cat, my animals are assholes, and I don't even care what anybody says about them. They really are. I think for the most part, most of us would, you know, um, I don't know. There's so much other things important to it. Random says, I can't sleep when you are talking. It's crazy. It's like, I don't know. I have to think if I had enough food and there was a bear and I had enough food to feed the bear, right? To like make the bear, like say like I'm sitting there and I'm making burgers, okay? Or I'm holding a stick over the fire with a hot dog on it and the bear comes along and I give it to the bear, okay? I feel like I could develop a rapport with the bear. We might be friends. He might have walked for months and not found another bear. And then here I am sitting there. I got a hot dog on a stick. I probably would cook two at the same time. You just went to a 24-hour drive-thru and they said no orders until 5 a.m. You should take a fucking picture and sue them for false advertising. Why are they even there? Why are they there if there's no orders until 5 a.m.? That doesn't even make sense. Are you sure it's a 24-hour drive-thru? Yeah, that's false advertising. Did you tell them that? No, because then you can't get any food from there because then they'll spit in it. But it's sure makes a lot random. That sounds so good. It's freaking McDonald's. They lie. They stopped serving fucking breakfast at 10 a.m. Dickhead. Their breakfast is like the only thing I trust. Wow. The only thing that's close to you, but now what's the closest thing to McDonald's? Because now you're already halfway to the next thing, right? So what's the next thing that's open? Look at it. They say 24-hour drive through. You never tried filet mignon, and isn't that French? Filet mignon. You're home now? I used to have them butterfly it, but now I wouldn't want it butterflied because I would want it kind of pink in the middle. My taste changed. You know that? Why are you guys making my mouth water right now? My sister gave me a crock pot and I have this good looking roast in the fridge. I don't even remember like buying it, but I must have thought, wow, this is a good looking piece of meat. I gotta buy some vegetables for it and throw it in a crock pot. I've never heard that before. I wanted a spicy chicken sandwich at fucking now. Why wouldn't you get an egg McMuffin or a McGriddle? Mine is two. Let's see. Yours is two what? I'm sorry, I get so lost. That mashed potatoes is what's killing me. And asparagus. Oh my god, that sounds so good right now. My mouth is watering. Even them flaming. Oh my god, that sounds so good. They offered me nothing. I would have said, how long does it take for you to cook a fucking egg? Would they even have a spicy chicken sandwich at this time? I don't know how people can mix chicken with egg. I wouldn't want that. I don't like that. I don't care for it. It's strange. Steak and potatoes, I know right now. And asparagus. Oh my god, I know. Mine is too hesitating about what I know. And the fucking asparagus. I even like canned asparagus. I like canned vegetables. I don't care. If I have canned sliced potatoes, okay, canned some other kind of vegetable, and spam sliced like steak, I'm happy. And lots of butter on it, and I microwave the shit. And some sazon, I don't even care. If I have enough butter on it and some sazon, that should be gourmet. 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 Spam. I could eat spam. I like it when it's microwaved and like a little steaky poo with new potato, fucking those sliced potatoes in the can. My sister gave me a can of mushy peas, like you would get on split peas in England. Shit's good. Mushy peas are good. If you ever see a can of mushy peas, buy them. A can of mushy peas. That shit's good. It's good. Corned beef. Mm. I would have the corned beef hash, scrambled eggs, or maybe even make an omelet. Look at Catherine, all sassy. Good for you, RP. And you don't even have to cook it. You're so lucky. Mm. With even some A1 sauce. Or you know what I did the other day? I had three steaks, right? They're frozen for every single day. I would defrost one in the microwave, and then I would broil it. And I bought this mixture of vegetables, which was like onions, squash, snow pea pods, red peppers, purple onions, stuff like that. And we would put that on top of it with butter and 1 pack of soy sauce. And then I would microwave whatever I was having on the side with it. Shit was good. So good. So good. So good. I ate it for 3 days. It was so damn good. Each day. I gotta go grocery shopping, but I didn't like my last experience. Spicy tuna. I'm all like freaked out about food lately anyway, because it's like, I'll add hot sauce to the cup of noodles. I know. I was only kidding. Lamarfo. No, I'm so fucking hungry. Thanks a lot, asshole. So I'm like kidding. You know what I have? And I know it's probably not even like traveled well. I'm not gonna lie. A hot dog, chili cheese dog from fucking Cumbies. He likes to cook. That's awesome. Mm, I would eat it. Listen to me. I would eat it. Eat it. Can't help it. I do. It's for summer well. Baked baby in a pie. The last thing I looked at. This is funny. Finding search, search for missing 5-year old. She looks a lot older. Wow. Not the first to go missing in her family. Stop it. Oh yeah. Good chance she's already what? I don't want to go out because if I go out, I can't come back in. I know. I agree with you, Catherine. It makes you know what? I don't know if I like finish. It makes you feel sick when you research stuff for YouTube. You know that? I'm not lying to you. It makes you feel sick. It makes you feel sick. It's so fucked up how sick it makes you. What was the last one? It was Charles something. I never did the story though, because I couldn't do it. I couldn't do the story. She's still missing. So what do you know about it? Tell me about it. If I like go out and look at it, then I have to go out, come back in, all that kind of stuff. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. Oh, we can do it another time. Charles Landry. What is his name? Charles Landry or Sanders? up with Charles Landry. What's his name? And I could look it up if you want me to. Summer, wow. You should just try to come on so you could tell me if you could still hear me or not. You know? Been about a month since 5-year-old Wells went missing from her Hawkins County home. There's a good chance she's already dead. Who would say that? He doesn't expect Steve's daughter alive. Well, I hate to think that, but only God knows a spirit and the resurrection. What? That's fucking weird. Who would fucking say that about their kid? My mother was from England, and she would make chips and egg. Like put fried egg on top of chips. It was good. And you'd make a chip buddy. You'd have a piece of bread, with vinegar, some vinegar on that. But shit was good. Hungry. Thanks a lot. I'm reading about the missing girl, and all of a sudden I come back, thinking about fucking chips and eggs now. I feel like any parent that would say she's probably dead now is fucking odd. What kind of parent would say that? That's like, so give up looking. You know what I mean? Who would say that? I don't know. It sounds like, oh, really? Oh, that's me. You mean the movie or the Broadway show? Oh, I just can't wait to be king. Is that how it goes? Hakuna Matata. Whatever they're saying, right? The circle of life. Oh my God. There's this musical like group, right? They're called the Barefoot Movement. So good. So good. And they do this series on their channel called Car Carcapello or whatever, like acapella, but they're in the car, and there's four of them, and one of them had a baby, right? So they have this baby in there, and they're singing "The Circle of Life." Oh my God! And holding the baby up in the air and shit. You guys want me to drop the link for the Lion King with the baby? Oh my God, the baby is loving it. And the way the singing is, you can tell like it's probably loud in the car with there's no musical instruments, but they do, each one sings this different it's absolutely amazing how good they are. They actually do I'm just a bad guy, whatever, that Billie Eilish song. They do that one. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, it's really good. The way they do Carry On My Wayward Son, all in the car with no instrument. You do, random person? That's funny. You never watched The Lion King? It's really good. What was the name of that guy who played Scar? He's a famous actor. Was it James Earl Jones? Mufasa? And then there was, what was his name? They made a lot of the actors and the characters to make, it was a good story. It really was. I liked it. I'm gonna drop the link for those people that are singing Manama, whatever they're saying. I'm gonna drop the link for it. I wish I had a second device because I would play it on here. And I don't even think they would get mad. I would say how wonderful that I think these people are talented. So talented. Yeah, they do. The circle of life or whatever. The circle of life. Oh my god, it's so good. That link goes to there. They are so good. And they're singing the circle of life, and one of them had a baby, and they have the baby in there. Oh my god, it's so cool. Well, it's the circle of life. Whatever. It's just talented. You don't even have to watch kids because it's the only video they have a kid in. They also have other videos without the kid. Most of them are without the kid. But if you like music, you'll appreciate their talent. Their talent is really, really good. I'm gonna look at it myself right now. You'd like it. They do the Bee Gees, Staying Alive. You know, they just do stuff pretty good. So look at it before you don't knock it till you try it. Look at the baby. Can you guys see it? You guys see it? Can you guys see it? Yeah, it's so cool. Look at my daughter, the brown haired girl. Look at that baby's feet. Like, it's so funny. It makes me smile. Can you guys see it? Can you guys see it though? Oh, you're hiking. Ah, look at it. Look at it. It's so cute. It's so cute. The singing is good. Like he looks at the guy and he smiles at her. That's Those people are talented. Fresh herb, even eggplant. Eggplant roll. I like eggplant rollatini. It's so good. Well, what is that, Lucas? I go with it. Why did I ever say Lucas with a C? I don't even think I ever said that. Maybe I do care. Whatevs. That's my word. Eggplant rollatini. Imbada bing bada bada. Would be good right now. Imbada bing bada bada. I wish I had some bing bada bing bada. The circle of eggplant rollatini. Bada bing bada bada. I love some cheesy ravioli in a can, Chef Boyardee. I wouldn't care right now if I had a can of Chef Boyardee. I don't know. Fried egg, man. Yum, yum. Whatevs. My friend invented that word. I'm telling you. My friend Dan. Elton Dan. Elton Dan. Bada bing, bada bada. Why'd you have to get me started with that circle of life shit? Green tomato. Yummy. Marinara, a little marinara or some fucking ranch. Yum, yum. Thursday, Chad. I'm sorry. I'm just here with you guys. Whatever. Whatever. You know what I would do? My daughter like wanted to sign me up for show and tell. I think she actually did. It wasn't that I could do it. And yeah, okay. So maybe I shouldn't even be sharing that, but I'm gonna. It just so happened that sometimes I can't. I can't share this. This is too much. Sorry, guys. Seriously. Seriously. I had a dog that ate like a 5 pound bag of mixed nuts. We left it on the table one night. Wasn't my dog. Well, I mean, it was kind of my dog, but not really mine. Didn't stay with me when we split up. He spun around and nuts would shoot out of his ass for a couple of days when he wanted to take a crap. One time he ate a blue bingo bladder. He turned green and his shits were bright blue. It was winter, so they really showed up. Just saying. A story. That's not the one though where my daughter was signing me up for a show and tell because she thought I could fart on cue. Because I would go. It wasn't my dog. Not my dog, Rasta. It wasn't my dog. All right? I take it back. I take it all back. It never happened. My daughter thought I could fart on cue because it just appeared that way. Because I would say, That's what I think about that, right? So for her, it seemed like, it was on cue. I was like, you know, but it wasn't. I would just say that. It wasn't like what I really thought about it, right? I didn't know for a while that she thought I could fart on cue, and it was really like an opinion of mine. It was just something I would say. Like go to her class so I could fart. I didn't. I wouldn't, no matter how much they begged me. The shit you guys got me to confess. It is 4:55. I said 4:30. I don't even know if you guys are still here. Take good care of my baby. Guess what song this is if I meow it? Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. What is it? You guys, I can only meow so long. Question about your sick dog. Certainly. And no, I did not do the show and tell for her. No. Why would I do that? I didn't even know why she signed me up. Oh, okay. I will survive. Yes, Catherine. Even though you said I can survive, but I'll still. Yes, you're right. See? You put some meow songs and people know what they are. A cat could be a fucking star of a cover band. Right? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. It is I will survive. I will survive. I will survive. I learned how to get along and now you're back. I always think she says from outer space. What does she say? Yes, I love rock and roll is correct. Correctamundo. See? See? Here's one I was practicing the other day. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. My cat told me. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. 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 Meow 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 meow. Come on, you guys. You know it? What's your cat say? No, not Amanda. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow. Meow meow. 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 Meow meow. 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 Meow meow. Meow meow. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Remember? I know. It's in a movie. It was in a movie with Tom Hughes. Tom Hughes. And Kelly Meow Guinness. Meowchus Brothers. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Come on, you guys. You know it. You're trying hard not to show it, baby. But baby, baby, you know it. I'm not gonna say the next line because that would be telling you the answer. You never close your eyes. Yes, Cap. Catherine, the only one who knows music around here, you guys? There he is. There he is. I'm beginning to wonder. Alright, let's see. See, I like that. I don't know if you guys don't. Right? I used to like it when the firm did it. Remember the firm? You remember the firm? Bom, 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 bom. I don't know. They were good. Here's one. Let's see. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, me, me, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. from a musical. Yes, affirm. Affirmed it. What was the one from Ghost? It wasn't that, right? What was it? The one from Ghost. The hell are you doing, Cat? Why? Why are you doing this? Is what I want to ask. It had a firm. It had Jimmy Page. Um, the lead singer for Bad Company was who? Roger. Was it Roger something? And I believe it had possibly the drummer that was John Bonham's son, Paul Rogers. Paul Rogers was the lead singer of the firm. He was the lead singer of Bad Company, remember? Donnie was a schoolboy when he heard his first Beatles song. Love me do it was from then it didn't take him long. Got himself a guitar, used to play every night. Now he's in a rock and roll outfit and everything's alright. Don't you know? And remember they did Feel Like Making dun, 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 dun. How did that go? How did that start? Feel Like Making Love. Yeah, I saw them in concert. How did Feel Like Making Love start? That was a good song. They did a lot of good songs. I saw Heart in concert. Silver, blue, and gold. And the color of the sky, I'm told. My rainbow is overdue. There's a lot of good songs. Baby, when I think about you, I think about love. Darling, if I live without you, I live without you. If I had those golden dreams of my yesterday, I would wrap you in the heavens. Feel it down, feel like making. Remember, Sweet Madam Blue, gaze and you're looking glass. You're not a child anymore. That was a good song. Yeah, well, that was Free. That was the band Free. Uh, all right. Yes, she look. Oh no, no. Okay. How's that go? How's it start? Give me the first line. No, that was Free. Oh yeah. Sweet Madam Blue. Yeah, sick. Yep, sick. And all right now it's Free. How's that go? Uh, I'm getting confused with you ain't seen nothing yet. Mm-mm. She goes, and she looked at me with those big brown eyes and said, you ain't seen nothing yet. Bow, bow. Because everybody always, when you say, oh, your brown eye, a song with brown eyes in it, they always say, oh, my brown eyed girl. But I always like that part. And she looked at me with those big brown eyes and said, you ain't seen nothing yet. Bow, bow. But baby, you just ain't seen nothing yet. Mm-mm. Here's something. Here's something you're never gonna forget. The lead singer of Bad Company. Yeah, you're right. Yep, you are right. You are correct. Mm. Those were some good days. Good songs too. Like those. Oh, hi, Jose. I sound so adorable. You're funny. I remember, there's just so many. What was that? Give me like the first line of a song. Don't tell me what song it is. Just give me some first line of it. See if I get it. Tell me like the first line and see if I get it. Because there's just so many in my head, you know? Like one of my favorite. There's so many. Like um, mm, and she said, Lord, Lord above, now it's time in love. All right now, baby, it's all right. Oh, you know what other one I used to like was this one was somebody gonna hurt somebody before the night is through. Somebody gonna there's nothing we can do. It's gonna be a heartache. I'm all out of luck. I'm so lost without you. I know you were right. Been leaving for so long. I'm all out of luck. What am I without you? I know you were so right. Been leaving for so long. Um, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? Oh, is that Air Supply? 400 children. I don't know it. 400. That Lucille or Ruby? Don't take care of that. Lady, what kind of love have you got? You should be home, but you're not. Victim of love, I see a broken heart. I could be wrong, but I'm not. No, I'm not. Victim of love, just when you know how to play so well. You picked the wrong time to leave me, Lucy. There are 400 children and a crop in the field. I used to think he was saying 400 children. Lived through some bad times. Lived through some sad times. This time Yeah, know when to fold 'em. Know when to fold 'em. Know when to walk away. Know when to run. You never count your own line. When you're sitting at the table, there'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done. I always remember that from the Muppet Show. You know, she doesn't. And she drove herself to madness with a silver spoon. Ooh, wicked one. You know what one I always thought was so sad was I can't even think of the words, first words. It's called wasted time. Here you are again, God, what is it? So here you are, with your pretty head in your hand. Something like that. Yeah, I don't know the Coward of the County. Like I do. That sounds familiar, like I do. Like I can bend. The two of us must make a pact. Since we're rat. Coward of the County. I don't know it. You know what my favorite is? And if you put it on right now, I'd like spring up like a child, you know, is tweedledee tweety, tweedledee tweedledee tweety, tweedledee tweedledee tweety, tweedledee tweet, 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 tweet. He rocks in a treetop all day long, hopping and a bopping and a singing his song. All the little birds on Jaybird Street love to hear the robin go tweet, 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 rockin' robin, tweet, tweet. So I have to do it like the Muppets, you know, animal. Tweet, tweet, like that. Rockin' robin, tweet, tweedledee. Go rockin' robin and you're really gonna rock it tonight. Wise old owl, big fat crow, flapping their wings, saying go around and go. Or it could be big black crow. Probably big black crow. No. What's the rest of it? He's just a wee little robin, you know, and he's jamming. He's got a guitar. He's like those little birds that do that little dance, that mating dance. He has a guitar, so he's scooting across, kind of like Chuck Berry. Chirp Berry. Just something I do. Like I will scream it at the top of my lungs because it makes me so happy. Go Robin, Robin, sweet, sweetie, rockin' Robin, sweet, sweetie. Go rockin' Robin, and you're really gonna rock it tonight. Woo! Sweetie, 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 sweetie. I just, is it I just call to say I love you? I just want to say I love you. Just had to say I love you in a song. Well, I know it's kind of late. I hope I didn't wake you. But there's something that I just gotta say. I know you'd understand. And every time I try to tell you, the words just came out wrong. So I have to say I love you in a song. I like that one too. I like Jim Croce. He was good. If I could save time in a bottle, the first thing that I'd like to do is to save every day like a treasure, and then again I would spend them with you. If I could make days last forever, I remember the rest. But there never seems to be enough time to do the things we wanna do. Once we find, goes low there, once we find them. I've looked around enough to know that you're the one that I wanna go. Real love, through time and love. No, it's James Taylor. No, it's not James Taylor. Henry is not James Taylor. It's Jim Croce. I'm sorry, it's Jim Croce. Jim Croce. It's a nice song. He's the one who does bad, bad. Leroy Brown, baddest man in the whole downtown. Badder than an old King Kong, meaner than a junkyard dog. What was her favorite song? I probably don't know it. Maybe you never know. I used to like to sing. I don't sing good anymore. I used to sing okay, but not anymore. I remember singing this song. Okay, but it's probably gonna be bad. I'll try it. Who cares, right? All right. All right. There's a lady who's sure all that glitters is gold, and she's buying the stairway. Goes low to heaven. Can't do it slow. What's the rest? When she gets there, she knows if the stores are all closed, with a word she can get what she came for. Operator, how could you help me place this call? Something the matchbox is old and faded. How do I say that? does change. The tempo changes. I don't know all the words for that. Cause I can't wait. I can't do that one. I don't know all the words for that. I remember what was that one? My tea's gone cold. I'm wondering why. Da 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 da. The morning rain clouds up my window, and I can't see it all. And even if oh, I got it off there. And even if I could, it'd all be. Yeah, it's different. She's low. 'Cause your picture's on my wall. She's got a low tone. It reminds me. And I like that song. Dido. What's the Battle of Evermore? I don't know that one. I feel silly. I'm sitting here on my live stream singing. I always do that though. I know it doesn't sound good. I mean, what the hell, you know? Whatever it is, what it is. Um, I don't, or I put your picture away. What does that mean? Lips of an angel, or I put your picture away. I put your picture. Oh, you mean picture? Like, sure, I can't do that one. No good at that. Not one of my good ones. I used to do this one, but probably sounds bad. All right, probably sounds bad. I can't even, don't even laugh. All right, try not to laugh. Maybe I hang around here a little more than I should. We both know I got somewhere else to go. But I got something to tell you that I never thought I would. But I believe you really ought to know. I love you. I honestly love you. You don't have to answer. I see it in your eyes. Maybe it was better love. It's stupid. Does it sound stupid? You can be honest. You could be honest. Probably right. No, it's Sheryl Crow and Kid Rock. That one picture. That one was. Anybody guess? Yes, Olivia. You were right. One day in a hurry as we are. Remember she did. I was scared. Have you ever been alone? Have you ever tried to find the comfort from inside? Remember that? Have you ever been Mela? And please, Mr. Please, please, Mr. Please, don't play these 17, whatever. It was our song, it was this song. I never heard of Hinder or Lips of an Angel. I'm all 70s, huh? 70s and 80s. And Brian. Yeah, I know it's really standing. Over here you come again, looking better than a body has the right to. And what is it? Something me up some. That all I really know is here you come again. And here I go. Some good music. I don't really know Nickelback unless I like that. This is how you remind me of what I mean. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really know old stuff. But it's 5:30 and I have to go. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Good night, you guys. Thank you so much. I went over the allotted time. Haha, just kidding. There was no allotted time. Anyway, peace, love, and tacos, you guys.